please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com, or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
Football operations and general manager of your Seattle Seahawks, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys just tuned in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture and click on that, and it'll be right there waiting for you. And don't forget, just click subscribe. It's totally free, and then it shows up for you automatically. You don't have to worry about, oh man, I missed this. I missed John. I missed John Schneider. What did he say about this? What did he say about that? Well, it'll just show up for you, and you never have to worry. Takes away that concern. But a couple things stood out. We were talking during the break, Dave. The one that stood out to me in asking him about Geno and the extension, that he said they're going to meet with his reps tomorrow. But in asking about, all right, do you have a sense of where they're coming from, and they know where you're coming from, and you know you're kind of in the ballpark with each other, and just about kind of, I guess, fine tuning, so to speak. But it sounded like, no, this is sort of the introductory. They're going to find out tomorrow what they're expecting, what Geno's side is expecting, and that would be interesting to see if they were like, yeah, that's about what we thought they'd come in with, or if they're like, oh boy, that's not what we thought they were going to be asking for.
Yeah, your expectations, right? I mean, maybe if you go into it like expecting the worst, maybe that's, I don't know if that's fair, but yeah, that will be interesting. And again, I think it's not, his personality or anything, but I kind of feel like we don't really know Geno. Like we've
never spoken to the guy outside of a group after a game. I've lobbed questions amongst the bevy of reporters. We've never spoken to him one-on-one.
Right. So, I don't really know if I think he has a chip on his shoulder, which I think is a good thing as a player for sure. But, how much, how does he view, where he fits in the NFL as far as quarterbacks go? So, and I think maybe the best portrayal of that I've heard this offseason was Kurt Warner, the Hall of Famer, who, said, I wouldn't say he's elite, but he's a very good quarterback. And I thought, yeah.
That's because he's been listening to our show. That's exactly what I've been saying, what you've been saying. I think he's the gray area guy. We've said it. I think he's very good.
What do we call it? Upper middle class.
Yeah, I don't think he's elite,
Yeah.
but I think he's like that next tier. I think he's a very good quarterback. But he's, for whatever reason, in this town, incredibly polarizing. If you don't call him elite, you're a hater. He's much better than you're giving him credit. Or you guys are drinking the Kool-Aid, singing the Seahawks song. He's terrible. You guys are propping him up as something he's not.
Well, and like Bump and Stacy has the one caller that is, just all in on Geno, and then you get guys on the other side. I would look at it this way, like how many teams, really have, there's like 5 or 6 that are Joe Burrow and, Patrick Mahomes.
Right. Right. Lamar Jackson.
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I guess you would put in that. But there's only like 5 or 6 of those. And then I think he's in that next tier. And it's tough to find quarterbacks. And then, you have what happened with Sam Darnold. That is he elite now? He had elite numbers going into the last game and the playoff game. So, how do you judge him? So
same with Baker Mayfield. Is he elite?
Yeah.
His numbers last year were.
Right. He did. And then, playoff game not great.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's kind of in that tier, and I think that's pretty valuable to have. So that's kind of how where I rank Geno. So getting rid of him or moving on from him right now just doesn't make sense. If it's 2-3 years down the road, and I can't tell you what kind of stats he would have to have had, but if he's like, I feel like he hasn't really got the declining skills that age brings in the NFL, and he's one of those upper tier guys that people would kill for that.
Yeah, and he's, again, to the people that say he's terrible and you guys are just, towing the company line, the Seahawks tell you to say it, whatever kind of nonsense you think is going on. But the question remains, and I think it's the very obvious question, what's your solution to it? Who's your alternative? Mm-hmm. Because that, to me, currently doesn't exist. Yeah, you can draft somebody and cross the fingers and hope they turn into a superstar. You've got no guarantees with anything. You can go Sam Darnold. I trust Geno more than I trust Sam Darnold. Sam had a great year up until those last 2 games, but again, we don't know if that's who he is moving forward, or is he going to be the guy in the last 2 games that represented his first 6 years in the league. So I don't know. It feels like outside of the same collection of veteran quarterbacks in the league that are just guys by NFL standards. They're kind of, whether it's Marcus Mariota or some of these other guys, or you're going to go get Minshew, you're going to go get, who are you going to get? Who's the realistic available option out there to replace him? Is it Sam Howell? You think Sam Howell gives you a better chance to win? That's just my question for those that are saying he's terrible, get rid of him, you're foolish to sign him to an extension.
Yeah. The other thing I was going to ask him about, and we ran out of time, but like, where would you say you are as far as the coaching goes compared to last year at this time? And, having, they got their offensive coaches, obviously they fired them, but then, they've got these guys in place. And like John was saying, it's really an advantage to have those guys here to go to the combine and see those, the kind of players that they want for their offense. And, I think, I don't want to say that they're light years ahead of where they were, but having Mike McDonald with 1 year in his back pocket, and then also, you did have a coaching change. So that is somewhat of a setback, but, you got it done pretty quickly. They moved fast. They have a pretty good idea, and those guys are in place for things like the combine and all the workouts and the visits and things like that.
Well, yeah, you have your structure and your philosophy in place. It's all there. Whereas last year, everything was new. New defensive coordinator, new offensive coordinator, new position coaches, everything was new, and everybody was cramming, trying to learn the players they had and learn where their holes were and try to figure out, all right, who fits what we want to do and how are we going to divide this up and that up. That's all established. It's still, right. It's new for the offensive coordinator and the O-line coach and all that, but everything else is already set. To me, there's not that cramming for the test the night before the test feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
It's much more, okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, right. You'd love to have had 5 years under your belt in this organization and you just know it like the back of your hand. but I don't think it compares to last year.
Yeah, I feel like Mike McDonald last year was thinking, oh, I should have thought of that. And then, he's like, oh, man, now I got to do the media stuff and everything.
Yeah.
But, and for people that say, hey, who cares about the coaching because, you don't have the horses. Well, coaching's a big part of it. And I tried to ask John to, give a percentage of what, how much does he think that can help? And he kind of answered the question. It all works together. But I mean, if you were to break it down, I feel like coaching is much more important.
Yeah.
And that's kind of come into focus this year more than any other year, where coaching and, just calling the right plays that benefits these players the most, that's what's going on in Detroit.
Hey, a reminder, in partnership with the Virginia Mason Franciscan Health and Nick of Time Foundation, the Seahawks are hosting the second annual free youth heart screening event at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton on Saturday, March 8th. Now, this is a public event providing screenings for youth ages 12 through 24 in hopes of detecting heart abnormalities and giving them the knowledge and care they need. Detecting heart conditions early is key, and a simple heart screening could save a life. So don't wait. Spots are limited. You can register today at VMFH. That's VMFH.org/Seahawks. Coming up, we might have to change everything we thought we knew about this guy. You're going to hear what we're talking about when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year two with more time on task. Year two with a couple additional pieces. Year two with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal and auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I was in Seattle in our same home for 33 years.
We moved to Spokane because we physically could not get him into our house. We were told at Harborview that the average cost of taking care of somebody with quadriplegia was $250,000 a year. Settling the case when we did, it means that we don't have to worry about stretching every single dollar.
Learn more about Carl's story at dlgstories.com/Carl.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
So just like John Schneider the day before, Mike McDonald was making the media rounds. He was on NFL Network, and he was asked a question about Sean McVay, and he jokingly calls him out about how McVay works the officials.
All right, which NFL head coach does the best job sweet-talking the refs?
Oh, Sean McVay, absolutely. I mean, he might go 32-0 with that question.
Seriously?
Yeah, we're just trying to we want to get more calls for us, not for LA.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't really realize that. I mean, I wonder who's the toughest as far as, screaming and yelling at the officials.
Harbaugh seems pretty animated at times. Yeah. I don't know. Is there anybody who seems like a legit hothead coach right now?
Yeah, not really. I didn't have any coaches that screamed at officials.
I mean, you see them at times. Certainly most coaches you'll see at times. Like you see their guy holding them back, trying to keep them from running onto the field or what have you. But I don't know. Yeah, it might be McVay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if McDonald is friends with him or not, but I don't think that's necessarily a compliment to say that he's a guy that works the officials.
I didn't take it as such.
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
Not sure how you guys will feel about this one. I'm surprised as well, but Mark Schlereth on the Rich Eisen show was asked about the tush push, and he has a surprising answer in regards to whether he still wants that play to be allowed.
I think it should be banned. And I'm an offensive guy, so a lot of people always look at me and go, what are you talking about? You can't do it on the defensive side. If you lined up on the defensive side of the ball with linebackers sitting behind defensive tackles and linebackers shoving defensive tackles through the line of scrimmage, I think that's illegal. You can't do it. So why is it okay for the offensive side of the ball to be able to do that, but the defensive or special team side of the ball can't do it. It's illegal. So if player safety is really the concern and you're putting 2 or 3 guys at the point of attack, shoving one guy through, shouldn't that be what's good for the goose is good for the gander? If you can't do it on the defensive side of the ball, why is it allowed on the offensive side of the ball?
We brought that up with John.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, I get his point. I don't think it should be banned. I think they should say, all right, defense, you're loud. Linebackers, go ahead and crash into the back of your defensive tackles. And if you want to bring all the cornerbacks, safeties, whoever you've got on the field, all 11 in that pile and just pushing, go for it.
What's the reasoning behind that? Why is it you can do it on offense and not on defense? And the other thing is, we talk about the offense with the shove being very innovative. It's very cool. I like that they have that play. Well, stop it. And that's one way you could stop it, and you're not going to allow them to stop it. That to me doesn't make any sense. But and as far as the injuries, I mean, you see scrums like that in rugby, right? And those guys don't have any pads, so it's not a high impact. I think Bumpus today was saying there's no force. What is it? F equals ma.
Yeah.
Force equals mass times acceleration. There's no force there. It's just that I guess you could get legs tangled up and things like that, but
like every single play that's run in football.
So that makes zero sense to me. And I think Mark could have put that differently. Like, I don't want it banned. I just want the defense to be able to solve the problem.
Yeah, I don't it being an injury concern. I've never heard that.
It's
not. I don't recall seeing that happen, and then there's a pile of guys laying on the ground that can't get up and they're all being attended to. It's like any other play. Yeah, something could happen.
Yeah.
Same as handing the ball to the running back who runs right in the middle of the pile and legs get tangled up and somebody hits their neck bends the wrong. I mean, anything can happen at any moment. So to say that is going to create more of an opportunity, I disagree.
Yeah, and really where and this is why they cut down the kickoff.
Yeah.
Right? Because they don't want these huge collisions. That's why guys are 5 yards apart. So, yeah, I mean, the they've missed it on that one.
Before we go to the next one, are we just going to ignore that Dave brought up Newton's second law just flawlessly? We're just going to ignore that happened?
I guess not. You just brought it up.
I'm very proud of you, Dave.
Well, thank you, Matthew.
Sweeping the dial.
So I did not hear the entire interview live with Cal Raleigh this morning on Brock and Salk, but I'm going to guess that this question came from Brock because we know he's the kind of guy who would ask a question like this. Ask Cal about whether he slimmed down at all this offseason.
We're pretty status quo, I'd say. Yeah, we're right where we need to be. So, you have your time in the offseason to enjoy some foods and some not so heavy lifting and running days. So, but yeah, once you get closer, slim down a little bit, put some muscle on, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, I'm going to say that question was 100% Brock. He was chiming in as soon as he was answering. He's like, yeah. He was asking about his body.
Yeah.
Of course it was Brock.
I heard something from Cal. He said motion is lotion. You ever heard that?
Motion is lotion.
Yeah,
no.
And he said it during the interview when I was listening to the clips where, he was like, well, you guys know motion is lotion, right? And I'm like, I don't know that one.
What does that mean?
I guess once you get yourself going, you can't really repair from a season and all the injuries unless you kind of get moving. You can't just sit around and do nothing. So, yeah, to me, and he's absolutely right about that. I remember we would do something, I've told this story before, but we would do what was called boil out, and it was the day after a game. We would go out and run 10 100s, and you could go as fast as you wanted, and I went as hard as I possibly could because it would help get all the soreness out of your body.
All the lactic acid out.
Yeah. And it was brutal. You hated doing it, but you go through that few minutes of pain there, and then
it made a difference, though.
Huge. I mean, and I remember the times when I wasn't able to do it, and I stayed sore the entire week. So, yeah, you got to. But for Cal, I mean, it just every time he talks about it, I mean, he's a tough guy and everything, but you just go, oh man, the grind of just watching him crouch. My knee would explode if I went down into like a catcher stance. Or somebody would have to like shove me down.
They have to help you back up too.
Yeah. Or they'd be stuck there. They'd have to pull me up.
Everybody's just stealing on you. Dave's like, I can't get in a position to throw to second.
That's exactly right. By the way, what's Newton's first name? Fig?
That'd be Isaac.
It's Sir, actually.
Sir Isaac. There you go.
There you go,
You're
Matt.
just trying to poke at Matt there.
Successfully.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the Mariners starting rotation is constantly experimenting, and it should result in another big payoff this season. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Dan Wilson, the skipper of this group, with us right now.
It's a really strong group. I'm really looking forward to getting a chance to start this season with them and continue it through, because it's a really fun group, and it's a group that's been together for a while, and I think that's a huge benefit. There's not a lot of, down here in spring training, there's not a lot of, hey, nice to meet you, how's your family? Like, these guys know each other. We're starting from a different base, and we're going to get started on a good foot.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com, and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and I am one of those 4,000 people. I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks, and it's exactly as Dr. Coogan said. I lost that weight while eating good quality food that you buy at the grocery store, and it wasn't that hard. Call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Brock Heward here. And as a former college and professional player and quarterback in particular, the years of wear and tear and some of those hits left my knee and some of my body in some constant pain. On and off the field, the weight room, all those heavy squats and all of it. In fact, my knee was really bothering me last year. That's why I decided to try stem cell injection therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. And really, it was an awesome decision. With Dr. Dan, the procedure itself was so quick and easy. In and out, same day. Next day, I'm out watching football practice, a baseball game, and the staff was absolutely A+. And my knee, well, it's a whole lot better now, and I'm back to squatting and enjoying a much better quality of life. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. Over 30 years of experience. No one, and I mean no one, has more experience in pain medicine techniques. You can reach him at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000 or DanielNelsonMD.com.
Down, set, Pizza Hut, Hut! Game day isn't complete without Pizza Hut. And right now, when you buy one large Pizza Hut pizza and use the exclusive 710 Seattle Sports code HUT, get another pizza for free. That's right, 2 pizzas, 1 epic deal. Just use promo code HUT when you order on the app or at pizzahut.com. Again, that's promo code HUT. Don't fumble this offer. Grab yours now before the clock runs out. No one out pizzas the Hut. Order through the app or online at pizzahut.com. Hut! What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, tough news for the Chicago White Sox as they lose their left fielder Andrew Benintendi today. He's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand after being hit by a pitch in a spring training game today. He was hit on the right hand with an 87-mile-an-hour fastball by Cleveland right-hander Logan Allen in the first inning. He left the game. The White Sox announced the diagnosis as a non-displaced fracture with no surgery required. But the recovery timetable means Benintendi will likely start the season on the injured list. The White Sox open at home on March 27th against the Los Angeles Angels. Meanwhile, Travis Kelce plans to play in the 2025 season. Pat McAfee confirming on his show today. He read a text from Kelce on his show, and the quote, "I'm coming back for sure. Going to try to get in the best shape I've been this offseason. Going to get back to the mountaintop. Got a real bad taste in my mouth with how I played in that last game and with how I got the guys ready for battle. I can't go out like that."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
You don't have any friends named Power?
That is an unusual name. Linebacker out of North Carolina.
Power Eccles. It's got to be a nickname, right? That can't be on the birth certificate.
Yeah, maybe.
That can't be on the birth certificate. Power? Never heard that.
Put a lot of expectations on him, and he's lived up to it.
Who's that actor? There was an Powers Booth.
Yes.
Powers.
Yeah,
I've never heard anybody with anything like that other than him, but yeah, Power Eccles.
That's the beauty of the Combine. You see all these players that you're like, well, he's got a weird name.
Yeah, like this guy, Jay Higgins. Jay? Who's got no?
No, but like, remember it was like 3 years ago, I think, where there was this big defensive tackle that just took over the Combine. I can't remember. Text it in, 866-979-3776. It was either 2 or 3 years ago. He's this big Georgia defensive tackle. They interviewed him. He's just a delightful guy. And then he ran some ridiculous number as far as the 40 and, the bench reps and everything. And, yeah, he just killed it. So, yeah, it's funny how it's become so much more of an event, the Combine.
I love it. I'm not going to watch it all day, but I'm interested. I will watch it, and I think it's – to me, it's more entertaining than watching the draft. I mean, the draft, the results matter more to your team than watching somebody run a 40 that may not be a part of your team. I get it. But just in terms of just entertainment and keeping an eye on guys and getting engaged on guys, it's just wildly much more entertaining than the draft where Goodell saunters up to the podium to say, with the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Joe Schmagegi, and then we all debate Joe Schmagegi and how he fits and was it the right pick, but this guy was available and they went with him, and then it's just you wait for him to come back to the podium and say, with the 19th pick in the 20th, it goes on and on and on. Yet hundreds of thousands will attend that over that weekend.
Yeah, well, not even to mention the viewers. But yeah, it's ridiculous. But later on in the draft, it gets sort of entertaining when they have like an actor or somebody that's a Chiefs fan or whatever, and have different kinds of guys from the past. I know the Seahawks will have Max Strong. Was he last year or 2 years ago? Made one of the picks.
Yeah, and I think they've had Sean Alexander do it before, and they've had other former players come out, and that's all fine. I don't know. I guess this is more intriguing to me to watch the combine, and we'll get to the Mariner conversation here in a minute. We were talking about Geno, and we spoke with John Schneider. If you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation with the president of football operations and general manager of your Seattle Seahawks, we spoke to him. He's at the combine. You can find that conversation on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. But they are going to speak with Geno Smith's reps tomorrow. They're going to meet and John says they don't really have a ballpark at this point as to where Geno's feels like he should be paid, what kind of compensation his side is expecting versus what the Seahawks are going to do. So we'll find out how that goes. But immediately we got texts with people saying you got to move on from him and you could spend that $45 million in places you really need it. And I'm thinking, and I answered saying, well, is the new guy going to play for free? Because you're not getting $45 million back by not paying Geno. You're going to spend some of that money, obviously a good chunk if you want a decent quarterback, is going to go to whoever's occupying that spot. Mm-hmm. Somebody said, well, you gave up draft picks for Sam Howell. You got him. I'm like, well, then you're kind of cashing in the season. If you're saying we're turning the reins over to Sam Howell next year, the final year on his deal, by the way, so it's a 1-year solution, you're kind of saying, all right, we're cool with not making the playoffs. You're not going to be a better football team with Sam Howell as your leader out there than you are with Geno Smith.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
To take all that money that he would be requiring and spending it all on the O-line, I think is the assumption.
And again, I mean, does anybody have Geno ranked as the bottom half? Like, is he not a top, just say top 16? Midpoint. He definitely is to me. There's no way he is in the lower half as far as his performance. And so, and only having 50% of the league that has a really good quarterback, a guy that you would call a really good quarterback, not elite necessarily, except for those teams that have those guys. What are your expectations? I mean, anyway. By the way, Jordan Davis. Somebody 360. That was the guy that was the combine hero.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, the whole Geno thing. I feel like we haven't really talked about it because there's been so much Mariner stuff going on. But that used to be like every single day we were just hammering Geno. Is he elite? Is he this and that? And I don't know. I get the sense that people are starting to understand. Hey, this is your quarterback.
It's your best option right now.
Yeah.
It just is, unless you draft somebody in, and who knows where in the draft they go quarterback. I assume they will draft a quarterback, but are they going to be ready to play? You going to turn the reins over to a rookie? Maybe it'll be Russell Wilson part 2. You turned it over to a rookie, a third rounder. Doesn't happen very often, but it worked that time. Maybe that, outside of that, I don't know what the logical conclusion is here. 720 says, who's the alternative to Geno? Anyone who is more successful in the red zone. Okay, who's that? Who is it?
I don't know anybody that's available. So I think people have kind of overdone that. I mean, if he had 3 or 4, if you took away, how many plays would you have to take away to not have that hanging around your neck? That I'm bad in the red zone.
Yeah, I think
when
interceptions. Yeah, they emphasize on the broadcast he leads the NFL in red zone turnovers with 4 this year and most over the last 2 years. Yeah, it's not great. I'm not making the case he's your future and you lock him up for the next 5 years and pay him a truckload of money. He's your now guy, and I think he's good. He's not elite. I think he's good, and I think he's ultimately better than what the options currently are. It's just. Whether you can take that as Geno Love or whatever you want to take it as, but it's more of an indictment on the alternatives.
Yeah, well, and that second one is just perfectly put. I mean, that's the only way. He's better than anyone that's out there as far as the alternative right now. Unless you give up a whole bunch, are you going to want to do that? No, I don't think so. So, and he's not that bad. So, I mean, if you're looking at the downside of it, so yeah, kind of. It's sort of cooled down if you take the texters as a marker. Yeah, you don't see as many people texting in, I would say, as get rid of Gino.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking for the alternative. I'm not closing the door. If you come up with a better alternative, sign me up.
Yeah,
I'm in. I want better at every position. Give me the better, the realistic. Don't tell me go get Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or who's realistically available. Is it really the closest you could throw out there would be Sam Darnold, based on the year he just had. He's available.
Yeah,
I trust Gino more than I trust Sam Darnold. I know Darnold's younger, but he's not been good. He's been considered a bust up until this year. And then the last 2 games sort of look like the guy that was referred to as a bust.
Well, and the low water mark was the play-by-play guy screaming at him during the playoff game. He's holding on to the ball.
That was so good.
All right, so to be fair, Denny and Gig Harbor. Okay, so career 536-year-old quarterback that's never won a playoff game, and paying him $45 million is your plan? Yes.
Unfortunately, he's not 36 years old, by the way. But he, I'd asked Denny, and I asked him, who is your alternative? He said, Sam Howell. Sorry, if you're going to turn it, he'd certainly be cheaper. He's owed $1.1 million for next season, Sam Howell. And I've questioned, what their intent was when they gave up draft capital to bring him rather than just keeping Drew Lock and giving him $5 million. I thought maybe they felt like he could be part of their future. He could be the guy to take over eventually. I don't know that they feel that way. I have no idea how they feel about Sam Howell. But I think if you turn you give him the keys to the franchise, saying you're our guy, this is your baby, you're not gonna be a winning team. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I don't see that in him. I certainly don't see this being a playoff team. Yeah, you'll have a lot more money that you're not committed to the quarterback spot, but you're also going to be in a position where you're going to be on the couch watching the postseason. I know you were this year, but you improved by a game this year. You won 9 games the year before. You won 10 games this year. Feels like you're right on the precipice. I don't think you're on the precipice with Sam Howell.
No.
So, that's what it is, I guess. It's the best of what's available with Gino. It's the best that's realistically available to the Seahawks. He's under contract for 1 more year, and I don't know that they see anybody in this draft that's been deemed a terrible quarterback draft that they're going to have a chance to draft that can be a difference maker for them. Certainly not the season coming up. So I don't know. I'm open to alternatives. Text them in. Don't give me anybody who can do this better. Well, again, that's not an answer.
No, it's not.
Give us somebody. All right. Meanwhile,
need a name. Got to have a name.
Name names.
Name names.
Yeah. Meanwhile, just taking a look at this Mariners rotation and the pitchers and everything that they've accomplished, along with how Cal manages this group, and we touched on this a bit yesterday. Do you think it's fair to expect them to be even better? They're so good right now. Yeah, of course, especially the young guys. They can take that next step. Specifically, Wu and Miller. They're the youngest. They're the ones that feel like they've got much more ceiling to go, whereas Logan and Kirby are closer to being a finished product, and Luis Castillo is who he is. And so I guess they technically could. The idea of them making all the starts, staying as healthy as they've been, and being as effective as they've been, I feel like I'm almost holding them to the standard like we talk about with Robles going, I can't really hold them to those numbers through 77 games, but maybe we should. Maybe we should get greedy and say, yeah, they're going to take that next step. They're going to be better than they were last year.
It is a tremendous amount of pressure that you put on them, but that's the strength of this team, and this is what we've heard from everyone around Major League Baseball is that this is a team with not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 1s and 2s.
Yeah,
and so I think it's fair. The part about staying healthy, maybe not. I mean, that's They were pretty lucky. I mean, it was Wu the one that missed the most starts?
Yeah, because he didn't start his season till, what was it, May?
Yeah,
I think is when his season started.
Right, and then was he the one with the hamstring?
Yes.
And I think that was down in Tampa Bay. So it was probably July or August. But yeah, and he had some outings that were unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, is it fair? No, I guess to have them be that reliable and everything, but that's the way it is, because that's how we're looking at this team, and this is how the Mariners have chosen to build this team. And yeah, I expect that. Now, I don't expect the injuries. The injury thing can happen to anyone. It could be some freak accident or whatever, but maybe because of Logan Gilbert and his bag of tricks, that a lot of the other guys are saying, hey, and because we asked Randy, the guy at Armory, how much of that is actually health, like helping you as far as from keeping you from getting hurt, and how much of it is performance. And he's like, well, those two kind of interact. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the reason why Logan Gilbert has had such a great career is because of that. I mean, he was as unhealthy as could be when he went to the Armory. Like, he couldn't pitch once every other week.
I was saying he couldn't throw more than an inning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. It's health is always a dicey. It's a kind of luck. You can take every step you can to mitigate injuries and work on your mechanics to perfect them, but you're still putting a ton of torque on that shoulder and on that elbow, and it just is. I always look at it a matter of when, not if, just when, and hopefully way down the road for these guys. But Cal, talking about this staff and just talking about how they keep finding ways to improve.
Yeah, I mean, they keep finding ways to do it, right? I mean, with like pitches and just coming in. And I think it just like speaks volumes to guys wanting to get better.
Yeah.
And it's trying new things. It's not being scared. It's having that kind of mentality, that edge to you. Like, I want to keep getting better. I want to keep continuing to find ways to get guys out, and I want to see if I can improve my game in this aspect, and not being scared to go out there and try those things, because at the end of the day, you can't play scared. And those guys don't play scared. They go after you and they try new things. They're not afraid to fail, and it kind of speaks volumes to the kind of staff and how they go about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. They attack it. They're looking for ways to improve. They're aggressive in every aspect of their preparation and when they're out there on the field. And Justin Hollander, he was on the Hot Stove Show, and his opinion, there's room for everyone in this rotation to get better.
I do think for each of our guys, there is another gear to kick into. And I think we saw a lot of that in the second half with the young guys, with Bryce and Brian. If you look at what they did, call it like June 1st or July 1st on, Bryce was one of the best pitchers in baseball from that point on. Brian was awesome for, I think he had a little hiccup 2 of his last 3 starts or something like that in September. But prior to that, he's like rolling out a sub-1 walks per 9, a sub-1 whip for the season, and just really being aggressive in the zone with all his pitches. Bryce seemingly adds a new pitch every week. George had a little hiccup in the middle part of the season and then got going again. If there's a pitcher that I thought was going to make a similar leap to what Logan made last year, I'd probably pick George. He's at that age. He's coming into his 3rd year of doing it. I just think that that's a time where you've learned the league, you've made adjustments, and George is just so naturally gifted and competitive that I would expect that, there's probably another gear to get to with George. And if he does get to that, look out, because it's pretty special.
Yeah, Tim Kirshen expects that he'll be the best pitcher in baseball at some point.
Yeah, I know. And, we just talk about them as is. There's definitely room for improvement. And then, for the 2 young guys to really establish themselves at the 4 and the 5. But I'm also just having Cal, how much do you think that counts for? He was talking about he's calling the pitches, right? I mean, he knows what everybody wants to throw and, what their strengths are. But for him, he's like, hey, can't play scared. And, having that guy behind the plate has to have a huge effect on those guys as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's massive. He knows how to work them through tough innings, high leverage situations. If they get in trouble, he's the voice of reason. He's the one that's going to calm them down. Yeah. He's got to know what to say, what not to say. This guy responds to this guy doesn't. I got to go this way with Bryce versus with Kirby. I've got to treat him this way when he's in trouble. I mean, it's he's kind of a psychologist back there trying to find the right words and buttons to push.
Yeah, like coaches, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you treat everybody differently, and probably the one that maybe is the toughest is maybe Kirby, just because, I'm not saying he's a jerk, but like during the game he gets super intense, and so managing that part of it, yeah, he's no wonder so many catchers become managers.
Cal talking here, just outlining the strengths as he sees it of each of the pitchers in the rotation.
I mean, there's a lot of confident guys. Staff, I don't know. I'd say, I don't know. Bryce has got this kind of confidence to him in the sense of like he's never never worried, same heartbeat the whole time. He's kind of got that. Louis kind of got this swag about him where he just walks out there and you're like, damn, that guy's, he's going to shove it down my throat kind of thing, and nothing affects him. Logan has this kind of mentality of like go kill the guy, like where he's kind of got the psycho kind of.
That's Walter. It's
That's Walter. George is kind of like silent, but fierce out there, just in the sense of like just get after you. And then Woo's still kind of coming into zone in the sense of trying to find himself full season. But when he locks it in, he's about the hitters when they get to first base, they're like that's different.
Well, you talked about being a psychiatrist. He has a little profile on everybody. I heard this earlier. I just wrote down a little, Bryce, never worried. Luis, swag. Logan, kill the guy. George, silent killer. And then Woo coming into his own.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's really cool. This is fun. I'm really excited to go down and for the season to get started, but for us to go down to spring training next week and just see these guys, and especially getting a chance to go and watch them pitch from like a hitter's perspective.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool to see, and just see the growth, especially of Bryce Miller and Brian Woo. Just seeing, all right, what kind of steps are they taking? And Bryce Miller, they had a chance to speak with, and he talked about having that confidence to throw all 7 pitches that he now has.
I trust all my stuff and have, 7 pitches now that I can trust, and it's just, at the end of the day, it comes down to execution and not letting a single pitch, slide by.
I love that. He's got 7. Remember, we talked to Seawald, and he's like, I got 2 pitches.
I was just going to say that.
I got 2 pitches.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
I mean, everybody, hey, man, you make those 2 pitches work, you can move them around and keep guys off balance with them, then so be it. And then here's Bryce he's got 7. You know.
He's kind of cocky about it, too.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Like we said yesterday, I mean, he is really, he's done it right. Like you talked about when he first came in, he acted like a rookie. And that was what, 2, 3, this is his 3rd year. So, for him to all of a sudden, just in his voice, you can tell he's got confidence in those 7 pitches.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, wow. and he's a fun guy to watch out there, and just he does look like a guy whose heartbeat does not change regardless of the situation. Brian Woo talking about what works for him and trying to make improvements in the offseason.
You try to make huge changes. You try to, some guys invent new pitches and come in, with all these fancy things. And for me, it's more is just do the little things at a high level and do those, a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. And that's kind of the way that I approach things, make them as simple as possible. And yeah, if I can just look at the marginal, places that I can get better at. And obviously my first year was, splits. But I knew in my head it wasn't that I was really doing a whole lot different. I was just making my at-bats against righties a lot simpler than I was making them against lefties, and I just had to, take that same approach into both. And so,
yeah, he's the one guy who's still, he's how do I get out there and make every start? How do I be there from day one through the end of the season, and then maybe he'll become like Bryce Miller, where he's adding a pitch every offseason or every month or whatever the pace is, But right now it sounds like he's more just into the fundamental aspects of, how do I just improve a little bit in every aspect, but, more importantly, be available, be out there.
Well, and it's interesting also listening to Cal's assessment. Like I said, everything is, either not worried or swag or kill the guy, and Woo is coming into his own.
Yeah.
He's maybe just a little bit behind, and maybe because of the injuries, some missed opportunities last year to mature, but also it's his personality. But we sure saw a lot of really good things from him.
All right, coming up, there was one other important item that Cal discussed this morning, and we're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Our opportunity to sit down with the catcher, Cal Raleigh.
Is this the ceiling, or do you think that there is more in the tank?
No, there's more. There's plenty of parts of my game I want to improve on. You know, you look at like striking out less, more balls in play, a little more better with the average. Even the catching side of it, throwing out more runners. Is there any kind of way I can get better in the leadership side? Things like that. So there's a lot more in the tank, and you also don't want to lose the things you're good at.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal split on auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
I've just been feeling so sluggish lately. You should try the Metamucil 2-Week Challenge. The Metamucil 2-Week Challenge? Yeah, Metamucil 4-in-1 Fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Start your daily routine now, and in 2 weeks, you could be feeling great. Well, it's been 2 weeks. How you feeling? Lighter and feeling great.
If you want to feel lighter by promoting digestive health, sign up to take the 2-week challenge at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Brock and Salk all this week from 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
People still weighing in on Geno and options, alternatives. Some saying, well, you guys are just satisfied with mediocrity. Some saying, get rid of him, take that 45, put it all into the O-line, and in 2 to 4 years, you're going to be ready to go.
With who at quarterback?
I don't know.
Somebody that you draft this year in the third round, like Russell Wilson?
Well, maybe somebody you draft in the next year's draft when it's going to be maybe a better quarterback draft. I don't know. This feels like the wrong year to be looking. It doesn't mean one of these guys won't become superstars. We'll see. You know, Brock Purdy's on the edge of making a truckload of money, and he was Mr. Irrelevant. So I think that's the exception, not the rule. But
then there's your Trey Lance that somebody burned a couple of first rounders on, and
goodness,
third rounder. Yeah. So I mean that happens.
Some are saying
not all the time, but
some are saying go get Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Stafford. What is he going to want to be paid for a year?
Mm-hmm.
Are you signing him for a year? Are you signing him for 2 years? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I don't. And the other thing is, we talked about putting all this money into offensive line. Well, maybe it's not that hard. Maybe it's that you run an offense that is friendly to the guys that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not saying they're incredibly talented. There's lots of question marks on the offensive line, no matter how you look at it, really. And to me, the one that's most bothersome is Abe Lucas and his health.
Yeah,
because he's a really good player, but he played so well when he came back in that San Francisco game, his very first game back. But then, after that,
it went a different direction.
It was, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't that standard. So. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely questions there, but I think part of it is addressing it in the draft for sure, and then addressing it, in free agency. But also, I do think that this scheme, and there are certain offenses like the Detroit Lions where they run plays that are friendly to offensive linemen. So makes it, and however that is and whatever that looks like, we'll see. But I always bring up Laken Tomlinson, who signed a 1-year deal here last year, but he actually was a first-round draft choice with the Lions back in the day. But he looked lost last year,
mm-hmm.
and I think it's because the offense that they were running. And there was lots of complaints about that, but I'm not putting it all on the coaching staff. I do think you have to have some talent. There's no question about it. But look, they were a game away from making the playoffs, and they're not that far off. And, if Gino obviously is going to be cleaning up the red zone stuff, if he doesn't, then, that's going to be a huge problem. But being able to run the ball inside the 20-yard line will really help as well.
Yeah. We'll talk more about that as the days roll on. But back to the Mariners and Cal Raleigh, who was on with Brock and Salk this morning, talked on a few different topics. And he was asked whether they feel the frustration and the starvation of the fans for the Mariners to make a World Series.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and it makes it difficult when you come up short because, it's not just you're failing yourself, you're failing your teammates, your coaches, but you're failing, fans and people that invest time and money because at the end of the day, the game is about the people who, care about us and the people who come out to the games and the city. And that's what makes it so much harder is, it's not just, we're not just failing as a, team that year where we're failing other people. And, I think it's tough because we made it and we saw how much joy and how much it brought to people and how much it meant to them. And, to come up short, it's like you don't want to come up short again because of, how it makes those people feel and how many people are relying on you, in that kind of sense of after you've been there and done that and how many people it kind of touches. And that's kind of makes it kind of bigger than baseball.
Bob, you remember the emotional outbreak that he had after they made the playoffs?
Yeah. I think he's maybe learned what it meant to everybody. I think maybe he wasn't dialed into how big a deal it was because he was nonplussed by the whole thing. It was just
yeah. So
he didn't seem overly affected. He did when he hit the home run. He's rounding the bases. That's probably as emotional as we've ever seen Cal. Remember, he had his hands on his helmet, like, oh, my God, I just hit this clinching home run, and you see that. And then in the locker room, he was just kind of, taking it in and I don't know if he didn't really get how big it was to the city in that particular moment or if he was just, maybe you're in shock almost.
Yeah.
Because he was.
Maybe that was it, yeah. But, I mean, Cal, everybody talks about how, well, mainly you, Bob. You talk about how I love Cal Raleigh.
Oh, yeah.
He's easy to love, right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, remember.
You got a good memory.
Did somebody text that in?
Yeah.
Yeah. But, after the year that they didn't make it, the next year, and was that 23 when he was in there talking about?
They made it in 22.
Yeah, the franchise and what they need to do, and we need help, and that was exactly what everybody wanted to hear. And then and now him saying this, I mean, what a great leader, and that's just why everybody loves Cal, because he's talking about the fans and the people that invest their time in it, and it sounds entirely sincere. It's not some thing that he read from that the franchise wrote for him to say. It was just perfectly communicated.
He talked about what the communication in the off season was like.
Yeah, I got to talk to Dan a lot this off season. That was more, I'd say, baseball, more so than it was front office talk or anything like that. We kept it kind of straightforward in the sense of this is kind of how we're approaching spring training. What we want to accomplish, where we see where our team at right now, and what kind of we can improve on. Kind of like I was talking about, like internal, like what can we control, what can we get better at, and I think that's something that we can make a big emphasis on this spring training.
Yeah, so I guess he wasn't lobbing complaints into Dan going, what in the hell are they doing there? Yeah. Or what aren't they doing? What is going on? I wonder who he goes to for that. He's got to be able to vent to somebody, right? I guess Dan would be the guy.
Well, especially now, I mean, they're a little bit closer in age, I guess. Are they? It was Dan compared to
Cal's 28.
Scott Service?
I think Dan's a little younger than
Service.
Dan's in his 50s. They're both in Services in his 50s too, but I think he's later 50s, and I think Dan's 50. I don't know.
Well,
54.
he went from one catcher to the other.
That's right.
But yeah, I mean, even Service was very, those two were tight.
Yeah,
no question about it. So that'll be a benefit there, I think, and we're going to find out a little bit more about Dan Wilson. I just, we always talk about him being the nicest guy in the world, which he is, but. He's a competitor, man. You don't play that long in Major League Baseball without that kind of fire.
I wonder how. I would love to know the communication in the offseason, like amongst players. Like was Cal calling Logan or calling Kirby or Julio going? Can you believe what they're doing? or what they're not doing. Why didn't they do this? Or what do you think of this move? And how come they're not going after this guy? Or I wonder if they have those kind of conversations, or if they're just everybody just splits, goes their own direction, and Luis is out on a boat and he doesn't know what's going on, and Cal's wherever he is, and everybody just does their thing, and they just reconvene when it's time for spring training.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it certainly used to be that way. I mean, back when Dan Wilson played, everybody went their separate ways. I mean, I remember getting to mini camp and being excited to see all my friends. I don't remember seeing anybody.
So you wouldn't talk about like, can you believe they drafted a linebacker? Can you believe they did this? Or they what do you think of this move?
Yeah, I would go over to my rotary phone and call up Keith Butler, or go to a phone booth.
That's right. Have a stack of quarters in your hand.
Right. No, none of that. I don't remember running into anybody ever, like the first few years for sure. But then, the time that I spent around here, you'd run into somebody at Gold's Gym or whatever. I remember running into Eugene Robinson one time in a parking lot. But no, I mean, these guys are all in touch. And I feel like especially Cal with his pitchers, his rotation there, definitely keeping those guys close, the entire offseason.
All right, coming up, it goes against what you might think about baseball, but one change for the Mariners could be the X factor for them this season. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Our opportunity to sit down with the catcher, Cal Raleigh.
Is this the ceiling, or do you think that there is more in the tank?
No, there's more. There's plenty of parts of my game I want to improve on. You look at like striking out less, more balls in play, a little more better with the average. Even the catching side of it, throwing out more runners. Is there any kind of way I can get better in the leadership side? Things like that. So there's a lot more in the tank, and you also don't want to lose the things that you're good at.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. However, I recently had a breakdown with my vehicle, and I knew that I had to get a new one. I knew where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I'd heard amazing things. I knew the GM, Mark, so I ended up going out there. Mark, you're with me right now, and I got to be honest, even knowing you, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings pressure, but you guys really focus on customer experience.
Well, there are some dealerships where you go in and you feel like you're getting jumped on. We don't do that, okay? There's absolutely no pressure at our dealership, period. And we backed it up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100%, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, check out our reviews. We have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wayscar Ford's been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. You don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people.
See it for yourself at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. That's wayscarford.com.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb, expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
These days, it feels like everyone is talking about how the American dream of homeownership has become out of reach for so many of us. Well, Rocket is trying to give us more of a chance to own our homes. They're making homeownership simpler and more accessible to more people, turning renters into owners. Rocket believes that every one of us deserves a shot at the American dream. So, are you ready? Own the dream. Visit Rocket.com or call 800-4ROCKET.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter Get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The wait is over. Hey, it's your old pal the Graz here, inviting you to come celebrate the grand reopening of Jackson Park's driving range. They are throwing a party and everyone is invited. They'll have new range balls, mats and targets, music on the range, and face painting for the kids, so bring the whole family. Free top tracer all weekend long as well. That's right, free top tracer all weekend long as well. How about free 10-minute lessons after 2 p.m., food specials, and of course plenty to drink. All day Saturday, the grand reopening of Jackson Park's spanking new driving range.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. And as a former college and professional player and quarterback in particular, the years of wear and tear and some of those hits left my knee and some of my body in some constant pain. On and off the field, the weight room, all those heavy squats and all of it. In fact, my knee was really bothering me last year. That's why I decided to try stem cell injection therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. And really, it was an awesome decision. With Dr. Dan, the procedure itself was so quick and easy. In and out, same day. Next day, I'm out watching football practice, a baseball game, and the staff was absolutely A+. And my knee, well, it's a whole lot better now, and I'm back to squatting and enjoying a much better quality of life. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. Over 30 years of experience. No one, and I mean no one, has more experience in pain medicine techniques. You can reach him at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, would you ever want a job at the Combine where you're the guy with a football on a stick and you're moving around in front of the players?
Football on a stick.
Yeah.
Those lazy coaches, man. They're just... Can't you bend over and...
Oh, these are all kids out there. Look at them. They're all young guys out there for the most part on the field, holding up the bags. And
well, I think, I'll have to do some investigating, but I think one year at least there was like local high school football players were throwing the ball, not for receivers, obviously, but for just the linebackers. It can be anybody. And so they get an opportunity to do that. But then, and then they have certain coaches out there, which I don't know. I have to look at that too. I'm not sure how they pick those guys. For the Senior Bowl, I think it's the 2 losers of the AFC championship game or something like that, or maybe it's the divisional game that, that's how they pick the coaching staff. So I don't know who gets to go down there and do that and how that works, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And, you can see right now there's not a lot of people in the stands, but maybe for, when the quarterbacks start to come through, I think they're doing D-lines and linebackers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to watch, each guy go through the same drill, and some guys look really smooth and kind of glide through it, and other guys look very clunky and mechanical and stiff.
Don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah. And some will raise the hands over their head. They picked up the towel. They're like, I got it. Well, yeah, it's kind of weird, the body motions that some guys have. And then, you get there and you don't really know what kind of drill they're going to run. Yeah.
But it's pretty similar to everything that they've done. But yeah, I remember being pretty nervous, but there weren't as many people there, and There weren't as many coaches and
cameras
stuff like that, and cameras.
Yeah.
Certainly not.
Wasn't being broadcast anywhere.
No.
Yeah. Totally different world now. Meanwhile, back to the Mariners, and we've talked about Dan Wilson's his new, I guess, philosophy, mindset, however you want to term it, about attacking each game and 162, and I get the emphasis of that because of missing the postseason by a game, multiple years. It's just that would drive you nuts. It almost feels like you'd feel better if you missed it by 5, 6, 7 games or something, rather than going one game.
Yeah.
What if? Then the what ifs become huge. You start looking at the schedule going, well, this game, so-and-so missed the signal and he got thrown out at second or picked off first base. What if that didn't happen? Or what if this guy were able to move the runner along from second to third? And you could just go nuts with one game, and it's happened multiple times. So I like that that's the focus. Now, the application is going to be interesting, and here he is talking with Brock and Salk about that 162 individual battle mindset.
When you get there, it's time to battle. It's time to fight. And our guys, to take that mentality into the batter's box, to take that mentality into the field on defense, to take that mentality on the bases, and to take that on the mound. All that is important. There are individual battles in a game, but overall, you want to win that team battle every night.
Yeah, it's true, and I don't think they ever go into a game not wanting to win, but maybe just the emphasis on, maybe he should have a placard up there with showing the standings and them missing the postseason by a game.
Yeah,
and just have it right there where you're seeing this every day.
Well, and I think I would do that. If you're a coach, you get the overhead projector and highlight. Like last year, you could go back to the Detroit series, and because my memory, I don't remember what kind of team they were. I don't think they were very good.
No.
Was Detroit, they had a sub 500 record probably at that time. But, yeah, that was one where I felt like they got swept, I believe. I thought, man, they should have won one or two of those.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think maybe if you just do that and look at how close we were. These games, remember what was going on here. Yeah. So, obviously you can't go out there, getting all fired up and, for every 162 battle that you go through, but to me it's just mental discipline and just even talking about it, because we've never really heard this kind of talk coming out of the Mariners in spring training.
Yeah, they lost. Sorry, I'm just looking up Detroit. Sure. They lost in a short amount of time. They lost 5 of 6 to Detroit. So they had a series at home where they dropped 2 of 3, won the third one. Then they beat the Mets, swept the Mets.
Yeah, which we thought, oh man, this team's going places.
And then they went on the road to Detroit for 3, lost the first game 15-1. Then the second game they lost 3-2 in 10 innings, and then they lost the third game 2-1. So they put up a total of 4 runs in 3 games. 4 runs. First game, you just got your doors blown off. But then the next 2, you put up a total of 3. You lost 1 in extra innings. I don't know if that was the Brian Wu game, because remember we were talking about looking at Brian Wu's game log. He had a 7-inning outing where he gave up no runs, like 3 hits, no walks, and he lost. They lost the game in extra innings. So, yeah, it's just you could point to a million different games and go, well, what about this? And what if that happened? And what if that? And it was Wu. Yeah, 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs, no walks, 6 strikeouts, and they lost.
Wow.
They lost. It was just brutal. Came up with 5 hits, 2 runs, and you lose 3-2 in extra innings. There's your difference right there. So but yeah, you could do that anywhere. You could do that in any series. You drop 2 of 3 to Pittsburgh on the road. You got swept by the Dodgers. You couldn't have picked up 1 there. You got a bunch here where you could go through and look. You split a series with the Oakland A's. You lost 2 of 3 to the Angels. I
remember those Angels games being particularly painful, because I want to say that they led for most of one of those games. I think I went away from the television, came back because they were up like 5-zip or 6-zip or something like that, and the Angels came all the way back. But obviously, it's not going out there. You're not gonna risk a guy who maybe is on short rest. To the detriment of that pitcher down the road. You're not trying to win every game that way, but it's kind of a mindset of like just being aware of it, that like this could be the game that knocks us out of the playoffs when we're one game short.
Especially, and that's the second half of the season, those series. You're losing a series to the Angels. Angels were 63-99 last year. They were dead last in the AL West. And you dropped a series to the A's, who were 69-93. You know, I get it. The Dodgers, you got swept. I'm like, well, hopefully you could have pulled out one game there. At least the Dodgers were a good team, World Series team. So at least, I guess it makes it a little more palatable. But you lose to the Pirates, who were a bad 76-86 last year. So you were losing series to less than teams,
right?
And that's what makes it frustrating. And the Tigers ended up with a winning record. They were where did they end up? 86-76. So yeah, they were better than and they clinched a wild card. So they were a better team than some of these other teams you were losing to in crucial situations.
Yeah, that was painful to watch. And you know what? I think at that time, I remember I was down in Tennessee covering the Seahawk joint practice with the Titans. I remember that we had that discussion, and that this might be that series that you look back on and go, this one knocked us out. Sure enough.
Yeah, it's this one, it's that one. Yeah, a million games you could point to. So I like the mentality. I do. I like the, really focusing on 162 and the implementation of it and the execution of it, more importantly, is what I'm interested in. How tough is that going to be to keep these guys driven and focused when you're in the dog days of summer and it's hot and, who knows what's going on injury-wise. Meanwhile, we're going to check in on everything happening with the Seahawks with the president of football operations, John Schneider, is going to join us live from the Combine coming up next with Wyman and Bob.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year two with more time on task. Year two with a couple additional pieces. Year two with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready.
And get ready for the workday.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 2nd at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. The John Schneider Show on Wyman and Bob every Thursday until draft day with Seahawks President of Football Operations, John Schneider. Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
He's here, everybody. Sort of here. He's in Indianapolis at the Combine, but we talk to him each and every week up to the first night of the NFL Draft. Joining us live from Indianapolis, the President of Football Operations and General Manager for your Seattle Seahawks, the one, the only, John Schneider is with us. How are you, man?
How's it going, guys?
It's going great. More importantly, how's it going for you?
Everything's going great. You guys are in good hands. The fans are in good hands. We're dividing and conquering down there. We're all good.
Dividing and
conquering. Can you guys hear me okay? Is this okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So it's a little scratchy.
You might want to move to your left a little bit. There you go.
There you go. Get him on the screen there.
Perfect.
There we go. See that handsome devil there? Look at it.
I got to have my readers on so I can see you guys.
Looking very studious there with those glasses on. Hey, John, before we get into what's going on out there and what's caught your eye, I got to get your opinion on this story that came out this week. There was an anonymous team initially that was lobbying for the brotherly shove, the tush push to be banned. And then it came out that it was your beloved Green Bay Packers that were behind that request. And Dave and we were here, and I was just going, Dave, I just hope it's not the Seahawks. I hope it's not the Seahawks because I think it looks weak. I think it looks like, oh, we don't know how to stop it, so you have to ban it. What's your opinion on the brotherly shove? Is it unfair? Do you think it should be is it a bad part of the game, a good part? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, my opinion really is we have to figure it out. We got to fix it. Like we have to. How do you stop it? You know, it's like congratulations, they found out something that's working for them, and you know, everybody needs to figure it out.
Yeah, how much have you studied that? I mean, it's obviously you have the advantage because of the snap, and I was talking about how it's very innovative. And then like the Commanders at least tried something. Frankie Louvu trying to jump over and time the whole thing and everything. But when you look at it, the other thing, John, is that you late in the season, especially, you can't be in full pads, right? You can't be out there practicing how to do that. So I don't know. It's I think it's innovative, like I said, and I feel like it's a pretty good. I mean, do you have any thoughts, or the coaches talk?
Yeah, no, we
that?
brought in we brought in some rugby folks in the past, and tried to get with them and try to figure things out and understand the leverage and the timing and just trying to figure out how do you defend it. Now, I will say this: you're talking about a quarterback in Jalen Hurts that squats like more than like 1,700 pounds or something. The guy's super strong. He's rare strength weight room athlete for a quarterback. And then they've done a great job with it. Kelsey was great in the past, and then Jurgens this year. They've just done a really nice job leverage. And then he's so strong, you get something behind him, and it's just working.
What about this part? And we'll move on to other things. But I was asking Dave about this as a defensive player. What if defenders were allowed, the linebackers, safeties, whoever you had on the field, were allowed to shove the D lineman the way the everybody shoves the O lineman forward, and would that?
Yeah, I think that's a cool thought. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways. We talked about this for several years, at owners meetings and last couple of years, of what how are we keep it in the game? Are we not going to keep it in the game? And then also, that's a great point. What would you allow certain positions to do to try to defend it? But I think it's what a good for them. Like, what a cool idea. And they drafted a quarterback that is a strong, powerful athlete.
Hey, John, so you're down at the Combine. I guess my first question, and you kind of touched on this a little bit with how the NIL helps you a little bit as far as, how much did they love the game? But what's the number one thing that you want to know about these? You've seen them on film, you've watched them play. Now you're going to watch them run around in their underwear and all that good stuff. But now, as far as like the interviews, how important is that? And what's the one thing, the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact and how they respond to the teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year, and then having everybody mixed together, our whole group, really cool, holistic, approach with their coaches and the scouts. And so learning the person and the competitor and coachable, not coachable. Yeah, that's probably the most important part. The most important part of the whole thing is the medical, and that's why it was started. It was started, the New York Jets drafted Wesley Walker a long time ago, very, famous, talented wide receiver that ended up being legally blind in one eye. And so at that time, everybody got together and was like, hey, we need to have a foolproof system of medicals and physicals. And so everybody's on an even playing field, and we all know who these people are. So from a physical standpoint, who they are. The medical is why the whole thing got started. And then the testing, the physical testing, and the psychological testing and just, all the things that go on down here. It's become much bigger than that, obviously.
Have you ever had a situation where you pulled a 180 on a player? Maybe there was a player you went into this combine going, man, I love this kid, everything I've seen on film, I can't wait to see him in person. And then either based on his workouts or maybe the interview, you came out of there going, yeah, we're not interested.
That comes through on the interviews, to be honest with you. So, yeah, there's been some guys that we've been very excited about from a physical standpoint. And then, when you get in the room or we're evaluating the interviews or how they treated people here behind the scenes that are busting their tails to make this a phenomenal week. How they've treated people. Yeah, we've backed away from people for sure.
Hey, of all of the, we always, like I said earlier, they're running around in their underwear, and it kind of gets downplayed as far as the importance, of, these players. But with, the bench press and all that stuff, other than meeting with these guys, is there one event that tells you the most? I mean, are you watching maybe the drills? We were just watching a little figure eight thing that they were doing there for D linemen.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah. Putting the towel down and all that. But is there kind of a must-see type of, if you are going to look at those kinds of things, is there one that is stands out?
It's interesting. I think it's interesting watching the guys interact with each other. So when in the group, when you're watching it live, because you can get way more. We get way more out of it. You can see it on TV, right?
Yeah.
And some teams aren't even staying anymore for the live workouts, like at the dome. Some teams are leaving after they get through with the interviews and the physicals and everything. So, and meeting with all the agents and all the teams and everything that goes into it early in the week. But, I would say like watching the guys just compete and how they prepared for, to your point, Dave, whether it's, the bench press or the vertical or the short shuttle, or it depends. And all those things are there's different importance on all the drills based on the testing based on position. So just watching those guys compete and interact, is the guy like how they're handling themselves as in the group? Are they like kind of they do their thing and then go off to the side and like just be by themselves and be on their phones, or are they hanging out with the other guys and like encouraging them and talking to the coaches and interacting?
Real quick, how do you feel about the guys that don't go? Because I always say like a workout at the college is kind of like, okay, you got all your stuff, you got your receiver, you got, your locker room, everything. But to come in here and compete against other guys, do you knock guys down a little bit maybe for somebody who doesn't want to come here? Because I feel like the guys that come there, they want to compete against one another. And is that kind of a little bit of a check mark if somebody doesn't come there?
It depends. I mean, it depends on the player, right? So there's some guys that have like the film doesn't lie, right? The eye in the sky does not lie, Dave, right? So, I mean, the film is what it is. And so there is maybe in the back of our minds a little bit, we tend to say if a guy's not here competing, what does that mean?
Yeah.
But what it does is if they don't do it, it makes us really focus on the questions that we need to keep getting answered throughout the spring. So how are we going to, okay, why didn't you compete? Why didn't you not go to the All-Star game? You're invited to the Senior Bowl and you didn't go. Why is that? Because you wanted to, what? What are the reasonings?
Hey, John, we saw the salary cap number come out at $279.2 million. I'm just curious, how close were you? We asked you last week if you had an idea roughly what you're going to be dealing with. Do you feel like you guys were, and I don't think you were waiting to make moves based on what this number was. I assume you were just moving with your plan and assuming it would be in this neighborhood, but how close were you to this number?
Yeah, well, I think I told you guys before, the law firm of Joey and Joey here, Joey Schneider and Joey Lane, right? 275, and then being conservative. So, 4 up, which is great. We'll take anything we can get.
Yeah, and Spotrac says you're still $7 million over. How close is that?
Yeah, the sky is falling. Yes.
All right, that might be the last salary cap question we ask you, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like. Yeah. No, it's all. Yeah, there's a million sites you can get on.
Okay.
We've talked about this before, but there's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot of different scenarios and models, and I'm just very impressed with working with Joey Lane, now for the last, several months. And then, obviously, Joey Steiner, watching those guys interact, how they interact with everybody in a scouting department and taking all the information. It's very impressive, and how they interact with the other teams and then the other agents. So it's been great.
Hey, so with the interviews, which I think are pretty important. Can you tell when a guy's been coached up by his agent, and and who are some of the guys that you have in the room? Is there anybody that's particularly good at kind of sniffing out the BS? This guy's answering all these questions, the right way. And you've been to a lot of combines?
That's a really cool question. Jason Barnes is probably the guy that really can like go right at it and sniff things out, and is like, man, this guy's full of it, But yes, guys are definitely coached up. I did a cool thing yesterday with ESPN with Jason Light, and they asked us like your favorite like scouting stories or interview stories, and one of them was I'm not sure if I've shared this with you before, but one of mine was we asked a running back like, you would prefer, you feel like you're more effective inside runner or outside runner, and he's like, "Are you kidding me? Have you seen our new indoor facility?"
Yeah.
And then the other one, we had another running back, and we were asking about his marijuana smoking, and at the time, this I was still with the Packers. My boss kept pressing him and pressing him and pressing him, and finally he panicked. He's like, "I don't understand it, son. Like, why would you do that? I just don't understand why you would do that to risk everything." And he's like, I'm sorry. I was just on the couch and I was next."
Give him points for honesty, I guess. Huh?
Yeah.
I was next.
Right.
So what stood out is there a schedule? Like, do you have all your meetings set up in advance? Like, all right, on Monday we're doing this. We're meeting with these agents. We're meeting with these teams. We're meeting with these individuals. Tuesday we're doing that. Is that all, or is there some fly by the seat of your pants moments where maybe you're talking free agents with some agents out there? How does that whole process work?
Yeah, both. There's a pretty strong schedule. So early in the week, the National Football League's done a nice job of prepping us now for the owners' meetings. So really, the first 2 days are heavy league meetings and different committees I'm on for the league, and then. You guys know how much I love the media stuff, so getting through that was, always a blast, right? I did it this year. It was like I wore like this my like heavy like black jacket, and I got up there and the lights were on there, and it was like super hot. I'm like, do I take this off? I have a t-shirt on there, and it was like sweating
through it.
like, oh my gosh, like Pearson got me a towel. He's like, man, like I gotta stop sweating. But anyway, no, so getting through the media stuff, and then I said divide and conquer because the interviews are going on nonstop. So, we have the position coach, the coordinator, the head coach, area scout, Aaron Heinlein, director of college scouting, Trent Kirshner, Matt Berry, everybody that's, involved in the interview process over at the Dome. And then, we have a lot of, like I said, like Willie and Joey and Joey Lane and Nolan and myself, that those guys primarily meeting right here in this room is where we meet with, all the agents and different teams and trying to get a lay of the land. We just got done, a couple minutes ago, actually, with our last agent meeting of the day. So I'm not over at the Dome. Watching the workouts right now. And then the evenings is still a lot of kind of offshoot. So I'll be able to get over the Dome, tomorrow, next couple of days now, and be able to watch the workouts in person. But then we also have those one-offs where, you just get, a text here and there. It's like, hey, can we meet up for coffee here? Can we grab a quick beer here? And just kind of the one-off meetings with individuals to try to, figure out what's going to be happening as free agency starts and possible trades and that sort of thing.
Hey, John, I know that for the visits, you have like a number that you can do. I think, is it 30?
30.
Yeah. So what about as far as the interviews go there? Is there a number that you have to stay under, or can you just?
Yeah, they keep it they keep it. There's a number and there's a time, and it's very it's so much more organized than when you came out, Dave. I mean, it's very. When I started, you had to like stand in line. I would stand in line at the Raiders door to wait to interview, Randall Cunningham or whatever, right? Like you just like stay there and like wait, and then we'd form a line, and then it was kind of, there was no like time limit. Guys could keep people, so there were literally like fights. And I remember I was there one day where there was, it's kind of like an embassy suites layout, and there's like two little pools there, and these two scouts started fighting over a player, and they're like in the pool, like beating the crap out of each other.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just way more organized and
no fights,
inefficient. Yeah, nobody's fighting.
Sounds boring.
Well, I guess some NFL insiders almost fought last night or something. I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we heard
about that. Yeah, I'd like to see that too.
That'd been kind of fun to see.
Yeah, it'd have been awesome if you happen upon that, John. You better get that on your get the iPhone out and send us the video.
I'm sure it was much more fun than the meeting I was at. So.
Yeah.
I think it might be the most pathetic fist fight that you ever witnessed. Probably
stands a good chance. Hey, in looking, we're always looking at Spotrac, even though I know it's not exact, and just trying to get an idea of, all right, well, this looks like somebody whose contract could get adjusted, or this could be a cap casualty. You saw there was some maneuvering with a trigger date with Nwosu. Are you guys working on restructure to sort of lessen the impact of that cap hit with him?
Yes.
All right. And then you also
but it's a process that we're working through, and we met with his guys this week, so we'll continue to do that.
And then you also told the reporters out there you guys are working on an extension for Geno Smith.
We'll be meeting with him, with his guys tomorrow. We hope to get an extension with Geno, and Geno knows he's our guy. We love him, and we want to keep going forward.
So sorry, Dave, do you guys know going into this conversation ballpark where he's thinking and he knows where you guys are at, or is this going to be a meeting where you find out exactly what he's expecting, or do you have some?
Yeah, it's where we find out what he's thinking. It's a great question. Yep, and it's interesting because a lot of the conversations too are, and take quarterbacks out of it, or regardless of position, everybody's trying to figure out what everybody's market value is, and by position it can range from it can be off $2 million, it can be off $6 million. It really when the gun goes off for free agency is when we find out exactly what's going on. But we're down here conversating, kind of ballparking it and strategizing to get ready for the next steps once free agency hits.
Hey, John, you've always talked about having coaches that are teachers. And, as far as like the run game, let's just say, for example, I mean, everybody talks about, free agency and draft class and what guys are you going to get in there. But what percentage of it is like repairing that part of your game, whether it's just the offensive line or run game, is coaching? Is just, how much do you think they can, like a ballpark number, how much do you think they can help the run game? And, is that kind of how you look at it, that there's personnel, but there's also the kind of offense that you run that is, better suited for the players you have?
No question. There's always this marriage between acquisition and development and teaching, and that's player development. That's also Mo Campbell or Mo Kelly, Stu Campbell, Jason Peters are going to be joining that group as well on player development, and then the technical side with the coaches. Rick Dennison, John Benton, all those guys. Justin Outen is joining us as well. These guys are going to be teaching it. And then it's the identification and the acquisition portion, where we're trying to figure out who's the scheme fit, what the intangibles are. How do we help the person? How do we help the player compensate for his deficiencies? How can we accentuate all the positive attributes that they have? So it's a marriage of like these three worlds, and obviously when you're here, like I said, the medical is a huge portion as well. So you're looking at durability. You're looking at, length of career, how quickly, where are they playing? How quickly can we help them get better?
John, great to talk to you, man. You look great out there. Looks like you're having fun. By the way, you're going to get in a 40 time while you're out there, see what you can do on the bench press, and go through any of the drills?
That's your world, man. You're the bench presser.
What would your 40 time be right now? What do you think?
Oof, I'd probably go like 6'5", maybe
6'5",
maybe 7 flat, maybe probably 7 flat.
Okay.
Reggie McKenzie timed me like 2 years out of college. I was like, I can run a 4.58 easy. Come on, man. Like, that's no problem. So we had this big bet, and after one of the workouts, they timed me and I ran 5 flat. I was just like, what is wrong with me? What happened?
Oh, so good. John, we appreciate you, man. Have fun out there, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, John.
There you go. John Schneider, everybody. The John Schneider Show is presented each week by Pizza Hut. Joining us live from Indianapolis out there. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. So a lot to unpack after that interview. We'll get into some of the things that stood out to us. Coming up next, it's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Dan Wilson, the skipper of this group, with us right now.
It's a really strong group. I'm really looking forward to getting a chance to start this season with them and continue it through, because it's a really fun group, and it's a group that's been together for a while, and I think that's a huge benefit. There's not a lot of, down here in spring training, there's not a lot of, hey, nice to meet you, how's your family? Like, these guys know each other. We're starting from a different base, and we're going to get started on a good foot.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
It's the granddaddy of them all, the Seattle RV Show, March 6th through 9 at Lumen Field Event Center. Hundreds of new models, over 1,000 floor plan options from over 50 manufacturers. It's your best chance to save all year. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out video only.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, 149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. 149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum
Seattle Seahawks, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys just tuned in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture and click on that, and it'll be right there waiting for you. And don't forget, just click subscribe. It's totally free, and then it shows up for you automatically. You don't have to worry about, oh man, I missed this. I missed John. I missed John Schneider. What did he say about this? What did he say about that? Well, it'll just show up for you, and you never have to worry. Takes away that concern. But a couple things stood out. We were talking during the break, Dave. The one that stood out to me in asking him about Geno and the extension, that he said they're going to meet with his reps tomorrow. But in asking about, all right, do you have a sense of where they're coming from, and they know where you're coming from, and you're kind of in the ballpark with each other, and just about kind of, I guess, fine tuning, so to speak. But it sounded like, no, this is sort of the introductory. They're going to find out tomorrow what they're expecting, what Geno's side is expecting, and that would be interesting to see if they're like, yeah, that's about what we thought they'd come in with, or if they're like, oh boy, that's not what we thought they were going to be asking for.
Yeah, your expectations, right? I mean, maybe if you go into it like expecting the worst, maybe that's, I don't know if that's fair, but yeah, that will be interesting. And again, I think it's not his personality or anything, but I kind of feel like we don't really know Geno. Like we've
never spoken to the guy outside of a group after a game. I've lobbed questions amongst the bevy of reporters. We've never spoken to him one-on-one.
Right. So, I don't really know if I think he has a chip on his shoulder, which I think is a good thing as a player for sure. But, how much, how does he view, where he fits in the NFL as far as quarterbacks go? So, and I think maybe the best portrayal of that I've heard this offseason was Kurt Warner, the Hall of Famer, who, said, I wouldn't say he's elite, but he's a very good quarterback. And I thought, Yeah.
That's because he's been listening to our show. That's exactly what I've been saying, what you've been saying. I think he's the gray area guy. We've said it. I think he's very good.
What do we call it? Upper middle class.
Yeah. I don't think he's elite, but I think he's like that next tier. I think he's a very good quarterback. But he's, for whatever reason, in this town, incredibly polarizing. If you don't call him elite, you're a hater. He's much better than you're giving him credit. Or you guys are drinking the Kool-Aid, singing the Seahawks song. He's terrible. You guys are propping him up as something he's not.
Well, and like Bump and Stacy has the one caller that is, just all in on Geno. And then you get guys on the other side. I would look at it this way, like how many teams, really have, there's like 5 or 6 that are Joe Burrow and, Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Right.
Lamar Jackson.
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I guess you would put in that. But there's only like 5 or 6 of those. And then I think he's in that next tier. And it's tough to find quarterbacks. And then, you have what happened with Sam Darnold. That is he elite now? He had elite numbers going into the last game and the playoff game. So, how do you judge him? So
same with Baker Mayfield. Is he elite?
Yeah.
His numbers last year were.
Right. He did. And then, playoff game not great.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's kind of in that tier, and I think that's pretty valuable to have. So that's kind of how where I rank Geno. So getting rid of him or moving on from him right now just doesn't make sense. If it's 2-3 years down the road, and I can't tell you what kind of stats he would have to have had, but if he's like, I feel like he hasn't really got the declining skills that age brings in the NFL, and he's one of those upper tier guys that people would kill for that.
Yeah, and he's, again, to the people that say he's terrible and you guys are just, towing the company line, the Seahawks tell you to say it, whatever kind of nonsense you think is going on. But the question remains, and I think it's the very obvious question, what's your solution to it? Who's your alternative? Mm-hmm. Because that, to me, currently doesn't exist. Yeah, you can draft somebody and cross the fingers and hope they turn into a superstar. You've got no guarantees with anything. You can go Sam Darnold. I trust Geno more than I trust Sam Darnold. Sam had a great year up until those last 2 games, but again, we don't know if that's who he is moving forward, or is he going to be the guy in the last 2 games that represented his first 6 years in the league? So I don't know. It feels like outside of the same collection of veteran quarterbacks in the league that are just guys by NFL standards. They're kind of, whether it's Marcus Mariota or some of these other guys, or you're going to go get Minshew, you're going to go get, who are you going to get? Who's the realistic available option out there to replace him? Is it Sam Howell? You think Sam Howell gives you a better chance to win? That's just my question for those that are saying he's terrible, get rid of him, you're foolish to sign him to an extension.
Yeah. The other thing I was going to ask him about, and we ran out of time, but like, where would you say you are as far as the coaching goes compared to last year at this time? And, having, they got their offensive coaches, obviously they fired them, but then, they've got these guys in place, and like John was saying, it's really an advantage to have those guys here to go to the combine and see those the kind of players that they want for their offense. And I think I don't want to say that they're light years ahead of where they were, but having Mike McDonald with 1 year in his back pocket, and then also, you did have a coaching change, so that is somewhat of a setback, but you got it done pretty quickly. They moved fast. They have a pretty good idea. And those guys are in place for things like the combine and all the workouts and the visits and things like that.
Well, yeah, you have your structure and your philosophy in place. It's all there. Whereas last year, everything was new. New defensive coordinator, new offensive coordinator, new position coaches, everything was new. And everybody was cramming, trying to learn the players they had and learn where their holes were and try to figure out, all right, who fits what we want to do and how we're going to divide this up and that up. That's all established. It's still, it's new for the offensive coordinator and the O-line coach and all that, but everything else is already set. To me, there's not that cramming for the test the night before the test feeling.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
It's much more, okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, you'd love to have had 5 years under your belt in this organization, and you just know it like the back of your hand. But I don't think it compares to last year.
Yeah, I feel like Mike McDonald last year was thinking, oh, I should have thought of that. And then, he's like, oh, man, now I got to do the media stuff and everything.
Yeah.
But, and for people that say, hey, who cares about the coaching because, you don't have the horses. Well, coaching's a big part of it. And I tried to ask John to, give a percentage of what, how much does he think that can help? And he kind of answered the question. It all works together. But I mean, if you were to break it down, I feel like coaching is much more important.
Yeah.
And that's kind of come into focus this year more than any other year, where coaching and, just calling the right plays that benefits these players the most. That's what's going on in Detroit.
Hey, a reminder, in partnership with the Virginia Mason Franciscan Health and Nick of Time Foundation, the Seahawks are hosting the second annual free youth heart screening event at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton on Saturday, March 8th. Now, this is a public event providing screenings for youth ages 12 through 24 in hopes of detecting heart abnormalities and giving them the knowledge and care they need. Detecting heart conditions early is key, and a simple heart screening could save a life. So don't wait. Spots are limited. You can register today at VMFH. That's VMFH.org/Seahawks. Meanwhile, add another name to the debate around the most important Mariner player this season. We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Clint Kubiak, your brand new OC, joining us right now in studio. What were some of the weapons here you were most intrigued by, or maybe you kind of started thinking once you knew you got the job, like,
obviously it starts with the quarterback. Really impressed with Geno, DK, Jax, Noah Fant. There's a lot of pieces to be excited about, but there's also going to be some new pieces we add to the roster. That's the really fun part of coaching is getting to be a part of guys' careers.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires pre-postponed and auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. and the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Exciting personal news. I happen to be driving a brand new Bronco Sport from Wayscar Ford. The bad news is I spent way longer than I anticipated at the dealership because I truly couldn't decide. It's not my fault. They have so many options at amazing prices. Mark, what gives?
Well, we have a lot of inventory right now, Stacy, and they're priced to sell. Compare our prices to our competitors. Make sure that you check out what rebates that the dealers are putting on their pricing, because you probably won't qualify for a lot of them. The rebates we have online on our prices are ones that everybody qualifies for. We don't play games, there's no gimmicks, and there's absolutely no pressure, and it's all backed up by a 5-day or a 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee. And our new cars come with a lifetime powertrain coverage. Buy with confidence. We'd love to see you.
So wayscarford.com. Again, those prices are for real, like Mark said. And I'm really glad I did it. It was worth the trip to go out there. Your staff was so incredibly nice, knowledgeable, and accommodating. That's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Wayscarford.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Mariners out there in spring training. We had a chance to catch up with Brock Heward earlier in the show. He's out there in Peoria trying not to run over old women, as he said.
Was he talking about inside with the cart, the shopping cart, or was
that's
he talking about
how I
his car?
took it.
Okay.
I don't think he was going to hit her with his car, I hope. But, yeah, I took it as him running into her with a car, which still would have been damaging.
Yeah.
Brock's a big dude. So we'll be out there next week. But talking about this team, and we're talking about, most important, who's going to be key, and you always have to remove Julio because he becomes the obvious answer. He's the star.
The most important.
Yeah, he's the one you're paying. He's the one you're marketing. He's the one propped up as the star. We asked our guy John Morosi about this, and he had, outside of Julio, an interesting answer.
I'll say Mitch Garver, and the reason is that while you could make an argument for any number of players, Garver was brought in a year ago to be a middle-of-the-order bat to effectively form the foundation, if not the foundation, then the middle or the heart of the order, the fulcrum, if you will, to be there with Polanco alongside what Cal Raleigh does, and certainly Julio. And it just didn't happen in year one. Did not happen. And for a team that we have seen this year not really be able to invest much in free agency, you do not have the luxury of missing.
Yeah, you can't miss. And they did on more than just Garver. You missed on, we never talk about it because he played the majority of the year in the minors, but you spent $5 million, which for this team is a lot of money, on Urias. And he was there for a hot minute and was so bad they sent him down to the minors. It was a $5 million investment that you whiffed on big time. Mitch Garver, a bigger investment financially. You whiffed on him. Polanco, same thing. So, yeah, Mitch Garver is, in his career, has been a productive guy who can do a lot of damage. I mean, he hit 31 home runs back in 2019 and hit for a good average, 273, 365 on base that year, and he did it in 93 games. So he didn't play a full season. He's the most he's ever played was last year, 114 games.
Yeah, and I'm looking at defensively, I guess, and Mike's asking the question, would it be better if he's just the DH? And, he caught a lot for George Kirby, and they kind of built a little bit of a bond. But I was surprised to see that he caught 25 games. That wasn't – I feel like that's not a whole ton, like where you have to go, hey, let's just make him the DH. There was some kind of connection clearly with Kirby there. But
remember, they moved him to backup catcher because they were trying to get his bat going and felt like, all right, he doesn't – some guys don't function well when they're just the DH. They feel like they've got to be in the field. I know Nelson Cruz was a guy who wanted to play right field, just didn't feel comfortable when he's only in the game in the batter's box, and they were thinking that because they were trying to get his bat going, so that's when the idea of, all right, let's make him our backup catcher, because they had Zebi Zavala as the backup catcher, and they said, well, we've got sunk cost here with Garver. Let's try to push another button and see if that ignites a fire here.
Well, and I think there's a difference between, I said only 25 games, but playing catcher, I mean, that taxes you a lot more than if you're playing right field.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're fielding every pitch and crouch down, you get dinged up. So, yeah, maybe that would be something that would be a little bit better. I don't know. What do you think his value as a backup catcher is? I mean, I think he's pretty solid.
I think he's just okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as backup catchers go around the league,
I think he's just okay. I don't think he's great. I think he's
didn't throw anybody out.
Yeah, he's not. I didn't think he was great at that. I didn't. Defensively, I thought he was just middling. I just think it was. Hey, we got to push every button here to try to get this guy going. We've invested a 2-year deal into this guy at $12 million per. We got to figure out a way to get that back going. They didn't bring him over because he's a good backup catcher option. They brought him over to do some damage at the plate, and that wasn't happening. So I understood, hey, maybe he's one of those guys that has to be in the game in order to get the rhythm going at the plate. And
I feel like I would be. Would you?
Yeah.
I mean, just getting into the flow of the game. I mean, it's just, remember Cal, I mean, he hit that home run that put him in the playoffs. He wasn't starting that.
Yeah, it was pinch hitter.
Yeah. I mean, and not until the very end that they put him in. I don't see how you do that. So I understand players wanting to get kind of into the groove of the game.
Yeah, I mean, whatever works. If you're talking, you're not giving up a starting spot to him in order just to get the bat in the lineup. He's not hurting you at a position defensively just to get his bat in there and try to get him hot. So I'm looking at him going, okay, yeah, if he's doing spot duty, if it's once every 6 days, 5 days, he's going to catch Kirby, and Kirby's cool with it, and they have a rapport. Okay, if that's going to help, it didn't seem to do much, but yeah, I understood why it happened, and they're still trying to get value out of the guy. I'm more curious about the other Mitch. How does he fit? Because I don't know how he fits. He's not going to be a right fielder. He could certainly, give Robles a day off. But Robles is your right fielder, and your left fielder is Arozarena, and your center fielder is Julio. I don't know where you put Mitch Haniger other than he's going to be your DH, but you've got Garver as your DH, so you're paying both these guys by Mariner standards a lot of money, and at least Garver, you've got the backup catcher option. With Haniger, I don't know other than he'll give guys a day off in the outfield, I guess.
Yeah, and if he's spending a lot of time in right field, that'll be a problem. I feel like, because that means Robles isn't performing, and I can understand why they would keep him and have him there as a good backup, because we really don't know with Robles. I mean, he is, as you said, the most curious player. Maybe the biggest question mark I don't know. Maybe
in a good way, though. At least,
yeah.
At least we're curious about him coming off what was a tremendous impact in 77 games. Where we're curious about the Mitches because can they be worse? You know what I mean? So it's a different level of curiosity with Robles. Like, man, can he be that guy through 162, or how close can he be to that? Versus, can these other two guys just be representative?
Well, and also, don't you think Robles has kind of shed the expectations? Because early on, he was supposed to be. He
was looked at as a bust. He was looked at as a bust. That's why he was available. That's why the Mariners they're kicking the tires on him.
Yeah.
And they signed him to a very, very reasonable deal in the extension. So
for him, no pressure. You know, it's like, hey, whatever. I mean, I don't think anybody's expecting, as you've said, the 77 games that his numbers, 30 stolen bases.
Yeah, one caught stealing. It was a big one, but it was just one. All right, everyone, that does it for us. It's all over. It's come to an end for the evening. Great show today. We had our buddy Brock Hewer joining us live from spring training. Randy Sullivan from the Florida Baseball Armory talking Logan Gilbert. He's Logan Gilbert's pitching coach since he was 15 years old, so a really cool conversation with him. And, of course, John Schneider, president of football operations and general manager for your Seattle Seahawks. So if you missed any of that, you missed a lot. You can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, click on our picture, and it's right there waiting for you as it is each and every night after the show. And don't forget to just click subscribe and then never think about it again. Just make your life easier. Totally free. It's a beautiful thing. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Mike McDonald does not mess around. Not at all. And if you don't fit, you don't stick. A couple of linebackers, an offensive coordinator, safeties, corners, linemen who lost jobs. He wants it done his way. And I like that.
I think ultimately this just feels like, hey man, Mike McDonald's got this kind of conviction. And I don't suffer fools. And if you're not going to buy in or you don't have the tools that work with what I want to do, we're going to move on.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I am so sorry I was late. I was at the retina specialist getting my first AMD treatment. I was worried that the injection would hurt, but it was much better than I expected.
I'm so glad you're getting your AMD treated. Did you go to the same retina specialist that I see for my diabetic retinopathy?
Yes, and I was already having blurred central vision. And the retina specialist told me that by treating it early, I had a better chance of saving and even improving my vision.
It's important that we see an expert for our retinal conditions. A retina specialist also treated my son when his retina detached several years ago. The surgery saved his sight. When your vision is at risk from retinal disease, you need the expertise of a retina specialist. Retina specialists are highly trained physicians and surgeons who treat retinal conditions in adults and children, as well as severe eye trauma. If you experience blurred central vision, a curtain-like shadow in your vision, floaters, flashing lights, or wavy lines, see a retina specialist as soon as possible.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. It's time to play ball.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike three.
Mariners Spring Training Baseball is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, T-Mobile, Global Credit Union, and by your local steel dealer.
It's driven well, it's driven deep, and it's driven out of here. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to Mariners Baseball. We have a beautiful, beautiful Thursday afternoon here in Peoria, Arizona. Blue skies, temperature right now at 78 degrees. And we're going to have a lot of baseball for you. We're going to have a split doubleheader. The Mariners are here in Peoria getting ready to take on the San Francisco Giants. And down the road in surprise, the Mariners play the Texas Rangers. Hi again, everybody. Rick Riz, along with Gary Hill Jr., Shannon Dreyer, Charlie Furbush is back. He is going to join us on the call today. So the pitching matchups here in Peoria, Mariners against San Francisco. Bryce Miller will get the start for the Mariners. 12-8 last year. This young man out of New Braunfels, Texas, had a tremendous season. He had a 2.94 earned run average, the sixth best in the American League in 31 starts. And going for the Giants, it'll be Landon Roop. He gets the start today for San Francisco. As we said, the weather here in Peoria, absolutely picture perfect, not a cloud in the sky. Coming up next, Gary Hill has a visit with young second baseman Ryan Bliss, off to a good start this spring. So Gary, along with Ryan Bliss, coming your way on the pregame show. The Mariners against the Giants here in Peoria. Glad you could join us for all the play-by-play. We'll be back with Ryan and Gary after this timeout.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawk legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
What's better than a zero-turn mower? 0% financing for up to 60 months on your entire purchase. Rick Riz here for Steel, the preferred handheld outdoor power equipment provider of the Seattle Mariners. Take advantage of Steel's 0% financing and up to $1,000 in instant rebates on select zero-turn mowers. Get a comfortable ride and a perfect cut with Steel's American-made mowers. Start easier, work smarter, and finish faster with Steel. Find your local Steel dealer at steeldealers.com.
Chance to catch up with Ryan Bliss.
Yeah, last year, I mean, a really momentous year for you, right? For any young player who makes their debut, you played in just over 30 games for the Mariners. When you reflect back on last season, what are some of your just initial takeaways?
Yeah, Seattle's an awesome place to play. The fans are great. The environment is amazing. Every night is pretty cool. Learning how to be a big leaguer is one thing that I learned. Seeing it every day up and close. Like, yeah, you hear what it takes to be a big leaguer. Yeah, you hear all the things, but actually when you get into the trenches, when you get into the game, in front of the stands, in front of the 50,000 and the pressure, all that, it taught me. Last year taught me a lot on what it looks like. And I tell everybody, this was the first time really not playing every day. So sitting back on the bench and just watching and observing the game of baseball, I saw a whole different perspective of the game that I never truly got to see. I think that helped me as well too. Sitting on the bench and just learning, like listening to how the game's coming about, knowing when you're going to be up, when your role is, hey, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, this guy's coming up to bat. You may have to run for this guy, go in here. So how can your brain be prepared? So little stuff like that you see, and I think it's only going to help me out going forward.
Experiencing it last year, how has that changed your off season, getting ready for this upcoming season?
Yeah, it's actually giving me a little bit more clarity of what I need to do to stick in the bigs and help the team win, if that makes sense. I've got a pretty decent sample size, 63 at bats or something like that. So I was able to use all that, see where I was getting exposed, see what was going wrong, see what was going right. And now this offseason, I'm just diving into, all right, this is what I need to work on. Now I know, all right, this is how I got to get better. So this offseason has been taking what I've learned while I was in the bigs, the struggles and even the good things, remembering the good things I did and how I felt, continuing to do those things on top of doing stuff that I got to get better at. It's been a big focus this offseason.
Let's not overlook that Ryan knows the exact number of at-bats that he had from last year. 71 plate appearances, whatever.
Something like that. Yeah, it might have been.
We're talking with Mariners infielder Ryan Bliss. Ryan, when you go back and think about last season, if you take out, your first hit and the first time you're in the box in your debut, what was that moment where you're like, man, I'm in the big leagues. Like, this is happening right now. Is there something that stands out to you?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, the first couple of weeks, it goes so fast. You're finally in the bigs. You're trying to find your footing. You're trying to find, your little routine and everything. And I would say, the day game in Cleveland, right before we went to Miami, I remember telling myself, "Hey, you're in the bigs, man. Enjoy it. Like, enjoy it up here. Just go have some fun. Like, go have some. You're in the big leagues." And I just remember going out that day saying, "I'm just gonna give it my all today. I'm in the bigs. Let's enjoy it." Had a pretty good stretch there, and I think that's when it kind of, all right, this is the same game that you've been playing, just brighter lights, more people. So just go out there and go get after it.
Is there someone you ran across that? I mean, I feel like everyone has, no matter how long you've been in the game, everyone has somebody you run into where it makes you feel like a kid again. Did you have that big league experience of running into someone along the way?
100%. Yeah. Francisco Lindor, he hit a double or something, got the second. He's standing on the bag, and I'm sitting there right there about to hold him on. I'm like, this is Francisco Lindor. I've worked out with him before. I've seen him. I've seen him from far away, obviously, but just to be on the same field as him, knowing that I have to compete right here with him, doing the same thing, it was like, okay, this is pretty cool. This is a cool experience. So yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Ryan Bliss is our guest. Ryan, when you go back and you think about kind of the Mariners hitting philosophy that it has been for the last couple of years, right? There's been this real emphasis on swing at strikes, take pitches off the plate, dominate the zone. And it sounds like hearing those within the organization, Jerry DiPoto and others, in kind of months after the season, they're kind of reassessing how they're viewing that. And maybe that there was too much of an emphasis on certain things. I'll let them handle the specifics, but that's the gist of it. When you are working out in the cage during the off season, is it easy for you when you're thinking about getting in the box come April? Is it easy for you to formulate what your hitting philosophy is?
100%. Yeah, that is one thing that I think the Mariners do a really good job is telling you, hey, this is your game map. This is your game plan. This is what's going to help you in the game. And yes, this offseason, going up to the plate, I know for me, I got to hit the fastball. That's something that I've been thinking about. It's something that we've been talking about. So, this offseason is just how can I get on time for a fastball and put a good swing on and put it forward with good contact. So that's pretty much how all that's going into, and it's pretty much that's the game plan. That's going to help me in April. Once I get in that box, okay, this is what I've been working on. This is what I've been training for. This is what, as a team, we've been talking about and coming up with. And you can see that is overall the whole game plan is coming to more of a simpler, hey, we need to have good at bats, put stuff forward. And I think it's going to be a game changer.
All right. Can you spill the secret? Like how do you hit the fastball?
I'm still trying to figure it out. We'll see. We'll see once spring come. For me, yeah. So we'll see. But been working hard at it. So we'll see.
All joking aside, is it just a matter of timing? Is that what it comes down to?
Honestly, I think that's for me and what I've seen. It's just a matter of timing. Can I be on time and can I be ready for a fastball? The fastball is going to be the hardest thing, the hardest pitch we're going to see, and it was the hardest pitch. It was the toughest pitch that gave me troubles in the big. So for me, it's can I be on time for the heater, and I'm not going to miss that pitch. That's pretty much as simple as it is. I know it sounds pretty elementary, but as much as I've been talking to people and as much as I've been seeing in training, it's just about, hey, be on time for this heater and put a good swing on it. That's it. I'm not going to be thinking about extracurricular things.
I mean, as we kind of joked about earlier, it was a relatively limited number of at bats, but nonetheless, it's interesting that you took that away from your 71 plate appearances in the big leagues last year. But I mean, did it surprise you that the fastball is what you struggled the most with? I mean, it seems like that would be the pitch that would maybe have, just in terms of the pure stuff, the most carryover from double or triple A to the big leagues. I mean, you've seen 95 to 97, but is it the other pitches that go along with it that makes the fastball more difficult?
Yeah, it definitely is. It's actually funny that I've never had that question, but I don't know why. I think it's just because up there they can all the secondary pitchers are just a little bit better. So maybe you have that little small thing in the back of your head. It's like, hey, this guy has an elite secondary pitch, boom, and then he does throw the fastball that you should usually hit. You're just off. Like that's it. And that's pretty much when I was going good, I was just on the heater, and when I was going bad, I was thinking about the other stuff. So just try to simplify that a little bit.
Yeah, what is the biggest difference in facing pitchers day in and day out at the major league level?
I tell everybody in the minor leagues, you get 2 pitches to hit in that bat. In the bigs, you get 1. That's as simple as you get. Yeah, they're going to give you a pitch to hit in the bigs, but I think the biggest thing is you can't miss your pitch. Most of the time, you miss that one pitch in your bat. These guys are too good. You're not going to get another one. And I think that's where guys get in trouble. And I think that's where a lot of stuff stems from. Yeah, like you think about, okay, I swung at this pitch with 2 strikes in the dirt, but you look at the 1-1, the fastball was right down the middle that you missed. The at-bat should have been over. So I think that is probably the biggest difference, that I've seen. In Double-A, that 1-1 pitch you miss, you may get it on 1-2 as well. You just don't get that many opportunities in the big. So I think that's the biggest difference.
Okay, so we hear people talk about missing pitches like you just did, and I think some people might think like, oh, that means he swung and missed at it, right? But we've seen it. It means that you maybe got a fastball down the middle, you just fouled back.
Yes.
Same thing, right? I mean,
It's
you
the
don't
same
move
exact
forward.
thing. Yes. Not missing the ball is not whiffing into the ball or not
Right.
hitting the ball. It's just not putting it forward. That's as simple as I can get. That pitch in the zone that you're supposed to hit, you don't put it forward. Now you have a strike on you. So essentially, you missed it.
What are you interested in terms of metrics about yourself?
For me, I like to just look at launch angle and exit velo. For me, if I can just keep the ball, especially in T-Mobile, I've learned you're probably going to have to err on the side of missing lower than higher trajectory on your launch angle in Seattle. Um, and can you square the ball apart? I mean, that's pretty much the two things. That tells me if I'm in a good spot. If I'm hitting the ball with a high launch angle and at 90 something, that's just not going to play. So just using those, not necessarily getting all the way into it, but you do use those metrics to help me figure out where my swing is.
Does that mean air more on the side of a line drive?
Yes, air more on the side of a line drive, hard hit, low liner. Those plays, especially with blessed with some speed, so putting the ball on the ground gives me more opportunity than somebody catching a pop up.
That's Ryan Bliss. The Mariners pregame show continues, brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest, the best in the Northwest. We'll come back with the starting lineups and play-by-play right after this.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
You are listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, Bryce Miller is going through his warm-up tosses. We're just about ready to start this one as we take a look at the starting lineups for today, brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy benefits like 24/7, 365 personal service, no-fee accounts. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, strength in members. Well, it's a split squad day, and the one that we have in front of us, Mariners and the Giants. This is what the lineup looks like. Victor Robles at the top, the DH. Julio batting second and center field. Austin Shenton at first base will follow. Blake Hunt will do the catching. Ryan Bliss after that at second base. Cade Marlowe in left. Ben Williamson will be the third baseman. Carlos Jimenez in right field. Brock Ryden will be the shortstop. He'll bat ninth. And we get to see Bryce Miller up on the mound for the first time. Gary Hill alongside Rick Riz, Charlie Furbush. And man, what a breakout season it was for Bryce Miller. He just could not have been any better last year for the Mariners. And I think we're all excited to see what the encore is going to be for Bryce Miller this year.
If it's anywhere near last year, it's going to be outstanding. 12-8 record, number 6 best ERA at 2.94, a whip under 1. Charlie Furbush, that's incredible for anybody, but especially a young pitcher. He came up with a splitter during the season, brought it in the ball game, but that's Bryce Miller.
It's incredible stuff. Excited to see his debut in spring.
And he is ready to go. The Mariners in their Northwest green jerseys, white pants. The San Francisco Giants, black jerseys, orange lettering and numbers, gray pants on a beautiful, beautiful afternoon here in Peoria. Game time temperature 78 degrees. Here we go. Bryce Miller on the mound. Stepping in, Lamont Wade Jr. Bryce ready. Here's the windup and the first pitch of the game on the way, and it's going to be up and in for ball 1. Welcome back to the booth. Charlie Furbush did a great job in his broadcast debut with us on the color analyst part of the job. Did you have fun yesterday, Charlie?
Had an absolute blast and glad to be back again today. And like I said, excited to see Bryce throw some bullets today.
Now the windup and the 1-0 pitch to Wade, and it's down low for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. When you talk about this ball club, the first thing Charlie and Gary and Shannon you look at is the starting pitching. I mean, it's built around starting pitching, the best 5 starters in the game. We visited with George Kirby yesterday in the pregame show. Here's the pitch, and it's inside for ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. So anytime you start a ball game, you put an ace out there on the mound.
It's incredible. That's what Mariners have 1 through 5 guys that are throwing 95 on the regular, if not harder than that.
Miller ready, little sigh on the mound, the windup and the pitch. Strike on the inside corner, 3-1. Umpires for this afternoon's game, David Sinski is the umpire at third. The windup and the 3-1 pitch is high for ball 4, so Lamont Wade Jr. gets aboard with a leadoff walk. So 1 on for San Francisco. A lot of baseball today, split squad game, so a lot of players getting a chance to play today because over in Surprise, the Mariners are taking on the Texas Rangers. And this is 1 of 4 split squad days here in Arizona. We'll set up the defense for the Mariners. Here's Marco Luciano, right-handed hitter. Miller ready, fires away, fastball for a strike, 0-1. Mariners have Cade Marlowe in left, Julio Rodriguez is in center, Victor Robles is in right. Ben Williamson at third, Rock Rodden at short, Ryan Bliss, Gary's guest on the pregame shows at second, Austin Shenton, the first baseman, batter Miller and Hunt. Here's the pitch on the way, and it misses for ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. Beautiful weather here in Arizona. Charlie, you can't beat the weather here in Arizona. The month of March is perfect, and the folks down here in Arizona love this time of the year.
Best time of the year. Everyone's excited to see baseball back.
The 1-1, and it's down low for ball 2, 2 balls and a strike, because the folks down here in June, July, and August go to hot to broil.
Exactly. 110 degrees on the regular will get you.
Miller ready, the sign, the set, and the 2-1 pitch. Instead, a toss over to first base, and the ball gets on by Shenton down the right field line. Heading for second is Wade. So now the Giants have a man on in scoring position as that ball got tangled up with Shenton trying to make the catch and the tag on Wade coming back to the bag.
Yeah, I think we'll be working on some PFPs tomorrow. Not the cleanest throw over to first, but that's what we get him out here in spring. Get it out here early, and I guarantee Bryce won't make that error again.
That's what spring training is all about. Firstly, especially that first start of the year. You can throw this start away no matter what Bryce does out there today. He just wants to get the first outing under his belt. Now the pitch to Luciano, swing and a miss. As the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Arm looks live, seeing 96, 97 on the gun right now. Just tells me he's ready and sharp, so just got to hone in on some consistency and continue to execute.
For Bryce, a chance to mix in all his pitches. Here's the next offer. Swing and a miss. He tried to hold up, but he went after it. Fastball for strike 3. So Miller with his first strikeout of the spring. Down goes Luciano. That'll bring up Jung-Hoo Lee. 1 on, 1 away, just underway here in the top of the first inning. Charlie, first broadcast yesterday. How much fun did you have?
10 out of 10 fun. Just had great hanging with you, Rick, and Gary, and just getting to see the boys in action.
And now here's Lee, left-handed hitter. Was hurt early last season, missed a lot of playing time. The pitch to him is up high for ball 1. The game's easy up here, isn't it?
Much easier than on the field, but certainly a different vantage point. Excited to see how this unfolds.
Way to lead at second, and now the 1-0 pitch on the way to Lee. Swing and a high fly ball deep into right field. Robles going back to the warning track near the wall. He's got some room, feeling for the fence. He makes the catch. Tagging at second, heading for third is Wade. The wind blowing out, and Victor Robles had some room to work with, not much, but he makes the catch for the second out of the inning.
I don't know if we're going to see a home run today.
Yeah, that wind.
It was screaming in earlier, and it's hard to know. I guess right now it's kind of shifting to left field, so it's hard to know, but it is a windy day, so I do not envy any outfielder day. It's going to be rough out there.
That wind helped out right there. Here's Luis Matos, and now time is called by the home plate umpire. Wind was blown out to center. It has shifted. It is very breezy this afternoon. The look in by Bryce, and the pitch on the way to Matos is outside for ball 1.
This is the kind of day you feel so bad for the outfielders. We are going to see a missed play or two today, given the conditions. So
Pop-ups, fly balls, definitely. But look at the flags blowing in from center field right now, usually blowing out. Here's the stretch, and the 1-0 pitch is a strike, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Always like pitching on these days.
I bet you did.
Yeah, for sure.
Weird that you would like that.
Why, Charlie?
I wonder, especially when the ball flies down here. Knock it down for me.
And they've got some help on that fly ball by Luciano. Next pitch, swing and a miss by Matos. And the count is now 1-2. Bryce looking to get out of a little bit of a jam here in the top of the first inning with Wade on at third and 2 outs.
Let's see if he attacks him with the fastball or he's going to go back down with the slider away.
Always a good choice, pretty much with whatever he wants to do. He's got so many good pitches. The 1-2. Check swing. It's down and in. And he didn't go. Ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Just looked like he overthrew that just a little bit.
Count evens 2-2 on Matos. San Francisco in the National League West. Everybody looking up at the Dodgers in that division. Giants last year were 2 games under 500, 80 and 82, 4th place in the West, 18 games out. Here's the pitch, swinging a pop-up out of play on the first base side. And the count is still 2-2 on Matos.
Another 97 on the gun there. Coming out firing, Bryce. It's great to see.
Sure is. Full assortment of pitches. Man, he's really grown into one of the better pitchers in the American League. Now the stretch of the 2-2 again. Swinging a hardy ground ball to third. Tricky hop handled by Williamson. Toss across in time for the out on Matos. That's going to retire the side, and a nice play by young third baseman Ben Williamson off to his left. Miller gets out of a little bit of a jam. No runs, no hits, no errors. Runner stranded at third. We're underway here in Peoria. Home Street Bank score. The Giants nothing, and the Mariners coming up.
Why choose Care Partners Senior Living over in-home care? Amanda here. The answer is simple. Care Partners communities provide safe living spaces with medical professionals on site. We assist you with your mobility so you can participate in activities whenever you like. You can have privacy and socialize at your own pace. And you may find Care Partners more affordable than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
RV buyers, if you're looking for superior engineering, craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty, it's Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent, or visit valleyrvsupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Seattle, it's almost showtime at T-Mobile Park. Be here when the action gets started March 27th with Mariners opening day, featuring a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues with Randy Arozarena Crossed-Armed Hoodie Night March 28th and Hello Kitty Bucket Hat Night March 29th. Then don't miss the 3-day Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway March 31st to April 2nd with tickets starting at $10. So get ready, get set, Mariners baseball is finally on deck. Grab your tickets at mariners.com.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit. And member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, we go to the bottom of the first inning. Giants nothing, and the Mariners coming up to face Landon Roop. R-O-U-P-P, 1-2 last year with San Francisco. The pitch to Victor. Inside for ball 1. Robles, pretty much Charlie and Gary, was Mr. Excitement last year when he finally worked his way into the starting job in the outfield. Next pitch is outside, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. In September, he hit .389.
Incredible. Incredible.
Hit .328 for the year after being let go by the Nationals. Next offer, swinging a foul out of play on the first base side.
That's the exciting part, though. You get a trade, you're not sure what you're going to get.
Yeah.
I think we absolutely got a steal right here, and being able to sign him up quick, and you've already seen what he can do.
That was exactly the case with Robles because, you know, he was one of the top prospects coming up with the Nationals years ago. Here's the next pitch, swing and a miss, off-speed pitch, and a beauty from Roop. And the count goes to 2-2. But with Robles, he was hitting just 120 with the Nationals. No home runs and 2 RBIs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ground ball foul on the third base side.
You've seen it time and time again. You get a trade, get a new environment, new team, new coaches, new way of learning, and it can just completely flip around your season. So we got to see that firsthand last year.
Yeah, sometimes the grass is greener on the other side. I mean, you left the Tigers after a short time in Detroit. What was that transition like for you when you came to Seattle?
That was tough, I'd say. You know, we were in first place and then got traded to a last place team.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a soft liner right back to the mound, taken by Roop, the pitcher, right off the bat handle of Robles, soft liner. And there's one out for the Mariners here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, but, you know, I got to see kind of both spectrums of it. The great winning, and then, you know, we weren't so great in 2011, but I mean, it was an incredible experience, and honestly one that I'm so thankful happened for me. It brought me out west, and now I'm still here, Rick, hanging out with you.
It's great to have you here. Here's Julio. Pitch on the way for a strike, 0-1. Julio's reached that status where you don't have to mention his last name, do you?
That's right. Everyone just knows Julio, right?
We'll throw it out there. Julio Rodriguez, the hitter. The windup and the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ground ball foul down to third base coach Chris Negron, and the count is 0-2 on Julio. The American League Rookie of the Year back in 2022. Chris trying to get the ball to a fan, hit the top of the net. Back out there at third base, coaching for the Mariners. The 0-2. Swinging a ground ball to short to Hopper. One-handed the ball is Koss. His throw to first in time to get Rodriguez for the second out of the inning. So 2 up, 2 down, no score. We're just underway. That'll bring up first baseman Austin Shenton. Shenton growing up in Bellingham, Washington. Came up with Tampa Bay last year at .214, a home run, and 3 runs batted in. And good numbers at AAA Durham, 20 home runs and 65 RBIs. The pitch, low and outside for ball 1. Charlie, in your minor league career, did you ever play in Durham?
No, I did not. Didn't make the trip. I got called up before we made the trip.
Oh, so. Good. Here's the pitch. Swung on, line drive, gap left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. A one-hopper out to Meckler out there in left field for the Giants. Austin Shenton with a base hit the other way. Edgar Martinez loves that. So does Kevin Seitzer, Bobby Magallanes, the new hitting coaches, along with Edgar.
Just putting the ball in play and getting the offense started.
Brings up catcher Blake Hunt. Hunt time with Tacoma last year and AAA Norfolk. And Tacoma hit .293, 4 home runs, 20 RBIs. Big guy, right-handed hitter. The pitch from Roop is outside for ball 1. Giants 2-2 on the spring. And they're managed by Bob Melvin, now in his second year with San Francisco. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul. And the count is even on Hunt at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bobby's had a tremendous career as a manager.
Incredible. He was with the Mariners at one point. You know, and to see what he's done in the Bay Area, down in San Diego, and now back in the Bay Area. Yeah. So, yeah, highly respected manager across the league.
3-time manager of the year. Giants, A's, Diamondbacks. Here's the pitch. Check swing, a breaking ball for a strike, and the count is 1-2 on Hunt. And Bobby came up as a catcher in the Tigers organization.
Yeah, there's something about catchers becoming managers now, isn't there?
Well, they got the game in front of them. They got to take care of a pitching staff, which is the biggest job for a manager. They just get it. You take a look at all the managers in baseball, most of them are former catchers.
Hey, they're great communicators, having to communicate with the hitters, and also, like you said, the pitching staff goes a long way.
Here's the set by Roop, and the right-handers 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and that's going to retire the side. And we go to the top half of the second here in Peoria. Home Street Bank score, the Mariners 0 and the Giants 0.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Calvin is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I started using drugs while I was 14, and for the next 15 years, my life was a mess. I was addicted and homeless. The mission gave me the strength I needed to leave my past behind and start a new life with God. I am so grateful for the restoration of my life.
And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired. Volunteer volunteer or donate at ugm.org.
For reaction to today's game, tune into Brock and Saul, weekday mornings from 6 to 10.
Something is brewing here in a belief system late in the games. Soto Mojo. 2 out, so what?
On Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Trax.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Hey, Rick Riz here. Spring training is in full swing, and just like your favorite team, your roof needs to be in top shape for the season. Get $500 off your roof replacement by calling 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF to schedule your free comprehensive estimate. 3 Tree Roofing's expert technicians provide high-quality roof installations paired with the highest warranties in the industry. Call 206-312-ROOF or visit 3treeroofing.com and save $500. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Our Home Street Bank score, the Mariners nothing and the Giants nothing as we go to the top half of the second. Catcher Sam Huff will lead it off for San Francisco. Bryce Miller delivers. Big breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. Miller, 4th round pick in June of 2021 by the Mariners out of Texas A&M. Went to Blinn Junior College. Here's the windup and the pitch high and outside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. You know, going back the last few years when the Mariners called up Bryce from the minor leagues, the Mariners are so good at seeing beyond the numbers or look at the numbers that really tell a story. Here's the pitch on the way, a strike on Huff, and the count is now 2-1 because a couple of years ago when he got called up from Arkansas, his numbers weren't that great. He was like 0-2 with an ERA of over 6. And he got called up to the big leagues. And then in his major league debut, he had a perfect game through, I think, 6 innings in Oakland. Here's a swing and a pop-up out of play. The wind grabs it, takes it way into the seats down the right field line. The count is even on Huff at 2 balls and 2 strikes. He had an outstanding rookie season. But the Mariners saw something in Bryce that, you know, he's going to be all right when he gets to the big leagues. And he certainly was. The 2-2. Swing and a miss and a breaking ball down and away for strike 3. Huff goes down swinging. 2 strikeouts for Bryce Miller. 1 out for the Giants here in the second.
Yeah, the Mariners can easily see not only how he pitches, how he attacks hitters, but you get to see the pitch shape and see how the ball spins and moves. So there's a lot of external factors that you wouldn't see on the normal stats that he shows. So being able to, you know, execute and see what he did his rookie year, he's just continuing to get better and better.
Here's second baseman Brent Wisely, left-handed hitter. Miller has that familiar little wiggle waggle of his glove as he gets a sign from Hunt, his catcher, this afternoon. Delivers a pitch inside for ball 1.
Still looking good, 96. That's what we like to see.
No doubt about it. You can hear the wind in the background off our crowd mic, really blowing in from center field. The windup and the 1-0, low and inside, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. So Charlie, a day where you can get away with a pitch out over the plate.
Most days, yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Man, it's really blowing. Now the windup and the next offer is swing and a foul behind the plate, and the count is now 2-1. My good buddy Mike Anderson from Issaquah is here with his lovely wife Julie and Mike's sister Teresa. We went to Abuelo's, this great Mexican restaurant across the street after the game yesterday. Whew. I'm still full, Charlie.
Nice.
Great restaurants right around the ballpark here. Here's the pitch inside, ball 3, 3-1 on Wisely. Hope you make your plans to come on down.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure the folks in Issaquah are a little jealous of the weather, so it's nice to see this 80-degree day.
Oh, it's beautiful. Even with a win, the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, fly ball down the left field line. On the run, Marlowe in toward the corner, and it's going to be a foul ball. Out of play down the left field line, and the count is full now and Wisely at 3-2. This gives us a reminder that don't miss this year's opening week warm-up presented by Starbucks on Sunday, March 23rd. Enjoy behind-the-scenes experience at T-Mobile Park and appearances by Jay Buhner, top prospects, and more. Tickets are $10 and free for kids 14 and under at mariners.com/warmup. Rick Riz, Gary Hill Jr., Charlie Furbush, Shannon Dreyer. On a breezy afternoon here in Peoria, the windup and the 3-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike three. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bryce Miller. That is strikeout number 3 already for Bryce. 1 in the first, 2 here in the second. And now time is called. Manager Dan Wilson trotting out to the mound. That's going to be it for Bryce Miller. Outstanding first appearance here in Arizona this spring. So that's going to be it for Bryce, and we're going to go to the bullpen. Miller goes 1 2/3 with 3 strikeouts. Way to go, Bryce Miller. We go to a break. Mariners and the Giants will be back after this timeout.
And big savings. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
In the Pacific Northwest, there's one construction equipment rental provider of choice, Star Rentals. The Star Rentals team delivers superior customer service by leading with a culture of care and delivering unmatched follow-through across all 18 Star Rentals locations. Star Rentals is the largest independent construction equipment rental company in the Pacific Northwest, delivering quality care because they care. Learn more at starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
The man who brought the rock and roll edge to the Eagles, Grammy winner and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame member Don Felder. April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Performing hits like Life in the Fast Lane, Hotel California, Take It Easy, and more. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don Felder, April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Become an all-star saver with a 4% APY 4 or 7-month featured CD. Go to homestreet.com/CD hit to check out all the rates and learn more. Terms and conditions apply. $500 minimum opening deposit. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, the new pitcher for the Mariners will be right-hander Yorlin Calderon. A fine first start this spring for Bryce Miller. 2 outs, nobody on. Here's Casey Schmidt. Right-handed hitter, pitched by Calderon. A strike, 0-1. But how about Bryce Miller? 1 2/3 innings. No hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. He fanned Huff and Wisely back-to-back here in the top half of the second. No score in the ballgame. So Bryce has to feel great. Here's a swing and a high fly ball way out of play. Look at the wind take that thing out of the ballpark down the left field side, and the count is 0-2.
Maybe hit someone's windshield. That's how far it went over the park there.
Yeah, that's going to get way back into the parking lot. Now the stretch. And the 0-2 on the way to Schmidt. Swinging a ground ball foul on the third base side, and the count is still 0-2.
Yeah, it was certainly nice to see Miller come out firing, looking like he just didn't miss a beat from last year. So hopefully that's a great sign of things to come.
Yeah, Bryce looked like he was mid-season form. I know one guy really happy with his performance today. Listening to the broadcast back in Texas, Bryce's dad, Bill, and his mom. Here's the stretch, and again the 0-2. Swinging a fly ball into shallow right center field. Bliss going out. Ryan calling for it. Circles to his left. Stays with it. And he makes the catch on a windy Thursday afternoon. Way to go, Ryan Bliss. Not an easy play at all. That's it for the Giants. We go to the bottom of the second here in Peoria. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners nothing and the Giants nothing.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Cal Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Sometimes technology stands in the way of getting things done. That's why Pacific Office Automation is your trusted partner in helping solve your business problems. We provide custom office solutions with unrivaled speed, efficiency, and security for your customer, your company, and your community. Whatever your field, whatever your goal, we have your office game plan. Visit PacificOffice.com to schedule a technology assessment today. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Home Street Bank score. The Mariners nothing, Giants nothing. Bottom half of the second, and second baseman Ryan Bliss leads it off. Here's a pitch and a strike from Landon Roop. 0-1. Bliss with a nice catch and a pop-up in the shallow right field and the top half of the second. Here's a swing and a bounce foul behind home plate, and the count 0-2. Enjoyed Gary and Aaron's interview with Ryan Bliss on the pregame show tonight. He said something that obviously made a lot of sense. Everything he said makes sense, but down to the minor leagues. Here's the pitch on the way, and a swing and a miss for strike three, and there's one away for the Mariners here in the bottom of the second. He said in the minors, comparing the minors to the big leagues, the minors you'll get 2 pitches to hit during that bat. In the big leagues, you only get 1, and you better not miss it.
That's totally true. I mean, big leaguers execute at a high rate, and there's a little bit more, let's say less consistency in the minors. So totally makes sense.
Here's Cade Marlowe, left-handed hitter. Fastball on the way, a strike. Swing and a miss, and the count is 0-1 on Cade. So right away, we're seeing a lot of pitching, and Charlie and Gary and Shannon, we've seen a lot of offense by the Mariners first 6 games of the spring. Next pitch, a swing and a miss, and the count is now 0-2. The Mariners, the last 6 games, first 6 of the spring, have scored 51 times. That's number 1 for any team at spring training in the Cactus League or the Grapefruit League. The windup and the 0-2 to Marlowe. Low and outside for ball 1, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mariners coming off the season they had last year. That's a good sign. Putting the ball in play.
That's all we want to see. Get the boys moving, running around the bases, making action happen.
Roop looks in around that glove. Here's the pitch of the way, and a swing and a miss by Marlowe for strike 3. So Landon Roop with back-to-back strikeouts here in the second. He struck out 3 in a row, going back to getting Blake Hunt for the final out in the first. So 2 up and 2 down. That'll bring up third baseman Ben Williamson. Like what I've seen from this kid last spring, especially this spring. 3 RBIs and playing very good defense at third base. Here's the wind and the pitch. Breaking ball for a strike. 0-1. Tomorrow we have a night game. Mariners and the Padres here in Peoria. We'll see on the radio for a 5:40 start. Back home, here's a swing and a pop-up in behind first base. Wade Jr. is there in foul territory, and he makes the catch, and that's going to retire the side. 1-2-3 for the Mariners, bottom of the second. We go to the top of the third. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners nothing, and the Giants nothing.
All right, I've trained for this. I'm ready to face endless negotiations. Wait, what's that?
It's your Friendly Valley GMC team. Is that stress on your shoulders? Shh, relax into stress-free car shopping with Valley GMC. You'll find the perfect car at the right price. The one that fits your dreams, like warm, comfy slippers with Bluetooth and built-in GPS. Visit Valley GMC, the friendly folks in Auburn.
Friendly and stress-free, we're Valley GMC.
You're listening to Mariners baseball on Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes.
Hear Brock and Salk on FM.
This is well within your grasp. You're certainly talented enough. You certainly have the horses.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Super excited about the opening of the new hotel at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's right. It opens this summer. Deluxe King and 2 queen rooms, Premium King and 2 queens, Grand Suites, Signature Suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Even better, an expanded gaming floor, plus the destination spa and a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center. Lots of new food venues as well. For more, go to snocasino.com. Yes, Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Calvin is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I started using drugs while I was 14, and for the next 15 years, my life was a mess. I was addicted and homeless. The mission gave me the strength I needed to leave my past behind and start a new life with God. I am so grateful for the restoration of my life.
And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired. Volunteer or donate at ugm.org.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, we go to the third inning. It's great to have you with us here from Peoria Stadium. Mariners and Giants. No score. New pitcher on. Edward Brizardo will take over on the hill for the Mariners. Wade Meckler will be the hitter. So Brizardo from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Swung on, line drive right to second base. Ryan Bliss leans down, makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 away. That's efficient.
Gotta love to see it, Gary. Efficient is what we want.
Christian Koss will be the hitter here. Speaking of things you gotta love to see, Bryce Miller's outing was pretty eye-popping. He looked great. Threw 29 pitches in his appearance. Here's the pitch to Koss. Strike on the edge. He touched 98 in his outing, and he mixed in 6 different pitches along the way. I don't think it could have gone any better for Bryce Miller. This stuff looked great. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, a chopper right back to Brizardo. Gets by him. It's picked up by Williamson. Throws to first in time. That's a great play by Ben Williamson, flashing the leather to get Koss. And that's the second out of the inning. Well, we've heard about his defense, and he showed it off right there.
Number one, so quickly to get to the ball, and then the quick transfer in and out of the glove on the run to get on his back foot right away to get off a dart over to Shenton at first base. Tremendous play by Ben Williamson.
Brings up Lamont Wade Jr., leadoff man for the Giants. Brizardo set. Here's the pitch. And he sends it over for a strike. Hey, stay ahead of the curve and subscribe to Mariners Mail and 24/7 texts. Mariners Insider get access to exclusive pre-sales, breaking news, special offers. Here comes the pitch. That's down low, taken for a ball. And all the latest from T-Mobile Park, just go to mariners.com/insider. Text Mariners to 24/7. I got the numbers right that time to come on board. It's complicated. It's a lot of numbers. The 1-1. That's upstairs. 24/7.
You got it.
I did it.
You got it.
Gold star for me.
Good job, Pierre.
2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Count even, 2-2.
Junior, Mickey Mantle.
Yeah.
24/7.
Ice cold beverages, ice cold beverages. Yep.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2. That's down low. Good thing this job doesn't have much to do with dealing with numbers, so everything's fine. No concern.
Nah.
Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Brizardo set. Here's his pitch. Just outside. Wade throws the bat away. He draws the walk, and the Giants have a base runner here. Luciano will be the hitter. He struck out his first time. Brizardo was up and down last year for the Mariners, but really finished strong. Had a really nice September for the M's. 10 games in that final month. Struck out 12 in 10 innings. Only give up 2 earned runs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Throw through to first base. Hunt just kind of lob toss it to first to chase Wade back. So 0-1 the count. Bizzardo, one of the favorites to break camp with the team out of the bullpen. Here's the pitch. Down low, taken for a ball. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, you look on paper and kind of guess. There looks to be at least one open spot as camp breaks, as long as everyone else stays healthy. Bizzardo ready. Here comes the 1-1. That's outside. You figure Troy Taylor won't be ready to start the season, but hopefully it'll be sometime in April. Matt Brash, maybe end of April. Jackson Coar, sometime towards the end of May, but that should leave at least one spot available. Here's the pitch. Swing and miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Bizzardo probably has the leg up based on what he did in September.
Yeah.
You know, and those were some big important games that we were playing. So.
Can handle the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball down low. And another guy, Legumina, will get his turn to pitch today. That's another name to pay attention to. He has a chance to join Bizzardo on the staff, breaking camp. 3 balls, 2 strikes. His pitch. Fouled off, out of play. First base side. Legumina was really good his first time out. It'll be good to see him again today.
Another interesting name is Shintaro Fujinami.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I watched his stuff when he was throwing the bullpen, and the ball explodes when it gets up to home plate. The other pitches, everybody's got a splitter there. It'll be fun to watch.
Here's the 3-2. Just off the plate. So he's walked a couple in a row after retiring the first 2. And keep in mind, we are playing with the challenge system here. No challenge there, but just something to keep in mind as we move through this one. That's always an effect here at Peoria Stadium.
Yeah, so far I think it's a pretty good system. You know, it goes pretty quick.
It goes quick. I think that's the key. I've been impressed with it. And what's helpful from a viewer's perspective is they put it on the board. You can see exactly where the pitch was, which is great. Here's the pitch, down low, taken for a ball. The communication during the process, I think, has been really good. The umpire announcement, on the screen, it's been fast. Here's the 1-0. That's too high. All of a sudden, Bizzardo kind of searching around for the strike zone a little bit, facing Lee here. He's falling behind 2-0.
Well, the results are shown on the big board out there in left field. It's like the results of the Hydros, you know. The umpire wins or loses. You know.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Yellow. Throw to second base. That's close, but not quite in time. The tag was down, but just sneaking his hand in there was Wade.
But again, we've talked about it since the game started here during the spring. It's just magnifying the fact that the umpires are really good.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the 2-0. Strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Bizzardo trying to get the final out here.
For the quickness of it, it's under 10 seconds. It's seemingly you find out quickly and get the call right.
Bizzardo's pitch. Swung on, slash to left field. Long run, Marlowe. He's towards the line, He's going to watch this one into the seats. Maybe on a different day he has a play on that, but the wind is really gusting today. And it just grabbed it and pushed it into the seats.
Yeah, almost looked like it was going to be in play for a second, right?
I mean, off the bat, it looked like it was going down the line,
but 20 seats deep now.
Wind really blowing today. At times blowing straight in at us from center field. Other times kind of pushing towards left. Here's the pitch. Swung on a chopper first base side. It hops over the bag, but just foul. We'll do it again. Bizzardo run out of pitches here. He's had to work all of a sudden here in the 3rd inning. Mariners have the bullpen going. This could be the last batter either way. Still at the point of the spring, you don't want to extend anybody during the course of an inning. He's ready. His pitch. Strike 3 called. He froze him. So he leaves a couple of runners aboard here in the 3rd. He gets the punch out, and that's it for the Giants. We move to the bottom of the 3rd. No score on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariners Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at Mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Experience the best games, the best food, and the best rooms and suites at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. It's a home run. Muckleshoot.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Carlos Jimenez will lead things off for the Mariners here in the 3rd inning. Here's the first pitch to him, and he watches it just off the plate. A ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Jimenez, 22 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. Batting from the left side. The pitch to him, swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. He was in the 2019 international signing class at 16 years old, and really had a breakout year last year, playing in the Complex League, and then got promoted to Modesto, where he really played well down the stretch. Here's the 1-1. That's down low and away. In fact, he was one of the big keys for Modesto winning the championship last year. In over 50 games, he slashed .295 with a .393 on base. The 2-1. Swung on, fouled back. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. You know, the Mariners have such a deep prospect class, and there's a lot of guys we talk about routinely. The 2-2. That's down low and inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And because of that, I feel like some guys get lost a little bit, and it feels like Carlos Jimenez may be one of those guys that doesn't get talked about a whole lot. The 3-2. Swung on, chopped foul, the first base side, but certainly after the year last year, he's on the Mariners' radar. It'll be interesting to watch where he ends up this year and how his season goes.
Yeah, just because you're not on the top prospect list doesn't mean you're an elite baseball player, so it's great to see him make some strides last season.
The 3-2. Swung on, popped up. That's out of play behind home plate. You know, especially when you're talking about international signings, Jimenez signing at 16. That's. Here's the 3-2. Swung on, chopped foul. So young, so much room to grow, and you really never know where a player's going to end up or where their ceiling is. He's still only 22 years old. Still has a lot of room to grow.
When I ever see, a kid signing at the age of 16, I think, what was I doing when I was 16? I was a sophomore in high school trying to figure out geometry.
3-2, strike 3 called. Jimenez, he wants to challenge it. He tossed the bat away, thought it was ball 4. He tapped the helmet, wants to challenge, and now he's walking back to the dugout.
It says that they're going to challenge.
I was wondering about this. So, I don't know if they're able to challenge today. I was looking at some of the numbers. Here's Brock Rodden. And when Miller was pitching, they haven't been showing the StatCast numbers. Like, we haven't been getting exit velo and whatnot. So I'm wondering if the system is just currently not working. Here's the pitch. So it's a strike on the corner, no balls and 2 strikes.
They popped up on the board, stand by for the challenge.
Yeah, I think the system might not, because we're not getting our normal StatCast numbers. Here's the 0-2, swung on a miss, down he goes. That's what the system relies on. It's all the same. Yeah. It comes from the same data point. So that's too bad because he clearly felt like it was ball 4. He tossed the bat away. He was on his way. From our angle, it looked like it was a bit outside. Who knows? But
when you toss the bat away, that's as good as tapping your helmet saying, I want a challenge.
Now, I don't know if he wanted to challenge because he tossed the bat away. Here comes the pitch to Robles. And that's on the corner for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. No score, your Home Street Bank score. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, chopped, fouled on the third base side. Hey, baseball season officially back. Now's a great time to check out a Mariners season ticket membership. With the reserve plan, you can lock in your games up front, guaranteeing the best seats at the best prices. Here comes the pitch to Robles. Outside, did he go? He did not. Plus, you can skip the ticket fees, enjoy exclusive perks. Learn more at mariners.com/reserved. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Third inning. Here's the pitch to Robles. Swung on, ground ball right to shortstop. Koss picks it up, bright orange shoes, fires it across to get the out, and that's it for the Mariners. They go 1-2-3 here in the third. We move along to the fourth. Still no score on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techy.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
People thought I was negative on Twitter when I said, I am Salk.
You're negative. You are negative.
Find I am not
negative.
Yes, you
are.
Brock
and Salk. Every morning from 6 to 10.
So how is that negative?
Because you're negative.
What? Oh, you're gonna
because I'm on the other text line with you. I go back and forth with you.
Yes.
You are tremendously negative.
Absolutely, positively.
You're negative in all regards.
Not.
It's not even just this. And now you're just a big old negative Nancy.
I'm going to punch you.
You're more negative than me.
This is Seattle Sports.
On 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Having electrical issues? Call Beacon Electric today for a $59 special. Beacon Electric will shock you with the quality of our work and our low prices. Stop freaking. Call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN or online at beaconplumbing.net.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up this season to make your car buying experience a home run. The 2 stores' all-star lineups provide the largest inventory in the region and the best savings on new Toyotas. Take a trip around the bases to Toyota of Kirkland and Renton, and they'll knock your car buying experience out of the park. Whether you're in the north or south, they've got you covered. Come visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
No scores. We head to the fourth inning. Mariners and Giants. New pitcher, Casey Legumino, who we just talked about, will take over on the hill here for the M's. Mariners acquired him in the offseason from Cincinnati. Late in the offseason in February. Here's his pitch to Montos. That swung on, fouled back, out of play. Really interesting guy out of the bullpen. Has a unique arm angle. You can think Paul Sewald. Think Tyson Miller, who was in Mariners camp last year, the 0-1. A slider that's whipped outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. He's garnered a lot of excitement in camp so far, so we'll see how it goes for him. The Gonzaga product, kicks, steals. Swung on, popped up, that's out of play. So he's ahead, 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's especially tough on righties, as you can imagine, with the lower arm slot.
Got some deception there, Gary. It looks like that 95 is playing about 97 today.
Works on the first base side of the rubber, 1 foot in front of the other, kick, steals. Fouled off again, first base side. Into the crowd. Do it again, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah, 95, that's not bad, especially with that arm angle. You're right. That could be tough. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled off again, first base side. A defensive swing, nearly went down to a knee to foul it off as he stays alive.
Quite a bit of break on that breaking ball there, so it could be a very effective out pitch for him. I think I'd like to see another breaking ball right here.
Yeah, see who he goes to. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, popped up a mile high to left field. Marlowe is in. He's shielding his eyes. He's over. The wind is pushing it a little. He leans over, makes the catch just above the cap. And that's out number 1. Let's pause for station identification on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
First pitch to Sam Huff is fouled first base side, out of play. I feel like every time an outfielder catches a fly ball today, we should stop the game and kind of have a quick ceremony of thanks.
I think we're all holding our breath.
Give a gold glove.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on line drive right field, racing over Bliss. Goes to a slide. He's got the ball but loses it. And Huff is safe. That's going to be a base hit. Good job by Bliss to get the ball. Just couldn't quite get a grip of it. So that's a base hit for Huff. So he's aboard with 1 out here in the 4th inning.
Second baseman, Brett Wisely.
Brings up Brett Wisely playing second base. He struck out his first time. Bryce Miller got the start. He looked excellent. Pizarro pitched last inning. Here's the pitch to Wisely. That's upstairs, taken for a ball. This is actually one of 2 games the Mariners are playing today. The Mariners are playing the Rangers in surprise, and right now Texas is winning 1-0 in the 4th. Here's the pitch. Swung on, foul back to the screen.
Mike Cameron is managing that team
Yes,
over
he
there.
is.
Surprise.
It's awesome.
Saw him at breakfast. I said, hey, just honor Lou Pinelli. You got to get ejected and throw first base, right? He said no.
Here's the 1-1. Lays down a bunt, drops it right in front of home plate, and miscommunication there. That's a base hit. Looked like Hunt peeled away for a moment. Legumina thought Hunt was going to get it. I'm not sure if either of them got it, if they actually could have made a play. That was a great bunt by Wisely. Now there's runners at first and second with 1 out.
Kind of in no man's land where kind of meet at the same time who's going to take it. And, you know, if you don't make the quick reaction, you really can't get the guy out at first.
In that game against Texas, Tyler Locklear has 2 hits, including a double, so he's 2 for 2 in the game. Arozarena in the lineup. He has a hit as well. Here's Casey Schmidt. The pitch. He finds his own, a strike. Like a fastball at 93 miles per hour. He delivers, shows bunt again, takes the bat back, and it's taken for a ball.
I always like to thought that if someone's showing bunt, then they just don't want to hit against me. So maybe that's what we're seeing.
Yes.
You know, 2 bunt attempts, just looking real sharp on the mound.
The pitch swung on, fouled. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Talking to Trent Blank a couple days ago about Legumina. They're doing some work with his off-speed stuff to make that deception really work for him, work even better for him. And this game so far today, he's thrown mostly 4-seamers. We've seen a slider and a sweeper and also a changeup. So he's mixed in 4 pitches so far in this outing. He delivers. Down low.
There's the sweeper right there. Just pulled it, right? It's just, this is where spring is going to be super helpful, is making some mistakes and then quickly fixing them. So be a good pitch to actually double up right here.
Yeah, you could see how the sweeper would be a devastating weapon for him with the arm angle. The 2-2 swung on, fouled back. He went fastball that time. It was 94 on the edge, but good job as Schmidt spoils it. Two balls, 2 strikes. He's set. His pitch. Swing and a miss. He went waving at a breaking ball just off the zone. That's the first strikeout for Legumina.
Yeah, it looked like a little frisbee out there. Just keep breaking away from the hitter. So
that's exactly what you were talking about. That's the pitch you were looking for. And
I think it's the pitch you're going to be able to strike guys out and really limit damage.
Well, you can see why everyone is so excited about him. what he can be at his best. We've seen this type of pitcher be so effective for the Mariners the last few years. Here's the pitch to Meckler. That's a strike.
Especially when we're waiting for Matt Brash to get back. This could be a guy that could fill in that gap.
No balls, a strike. 2 outs, runner at second, no score. The pitch down low. Yeah, the Mariners at times struggled last year getting the ball to Munoz in the 9th, so there are some leverage jobs to be won for the Mariners out of camp this year. Here's the pitch. That's upstairs. We haven't seen Santos yet on a mound in the spring game. We're excited for that, certainly. Munoz has looked great. He hasn't pitched in a game yet, but he's pitched to batters on backfields and has looked phenomenal. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, ground ball up the middle, charging hard. Rodden gloves it, throws on the move, and it is in time. That's a great play. Rodden, the minor league Gold Glover. A tremendous play. Mariners have flashed the leather today, and that's it for the Giants here in the 4th inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Still no score. Mariners and Giants on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
When it comes to battery-powered equipment, Steel is at the forefront of innovation. Rick Riz here for Steel. With lightweight and quiet operation, low maintenance, and zero emissions, Steel maximizes the benefits of battery-powered tools while delivering powerful performance. Right now, get a steal of a deal and power up with a free extra battery up to a $300 savings on trimmers, multi-tools, sprayers, and edgers. See all the free battery offers at SteelUSA.com and click Deals. Steel, trusted by me and the Mariners.
Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Sometimes technology stands in the way of getting things done. That's why Pacific Office Automation is your trusted partner in helping solve your business problems. We provide custom office solutions with unrivaled speed, efficiency, and security for your customer, your company, and your community. Whatever your field, whatever your goal, we have your office game plan. Visit PacificOffice.com to schedule a technology assessment today. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Hey Mariners fans, this is Dan Wilson for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Everyone should know their blood pressure and cholesterol level. If they're too high, the risks of heart attack, stroke, and heart disease increase. That's why an annual wellness checkup with your doctor is so important. Simple things like eating healthy, daily exercise, and working to quit smoking will give your heart the support it needs to keep you in the game for extra innings. To schedule your annual wellness appointment, go to vmfh.org/Mariners.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Julio will stand in for the Mariners here as we move to the 4th. No score. Mariners and Giants. Julio grounded to short his first time. Spencer Bivens on for San Francisco. Here's the pitch. It's over the corner for a strike. Bivens, black jersey top, orange cap, gray pants, showing off a lot of black stocking. Brings the black glove to the belt. Here comes the pitch to Julio. Swung on a high chop down the third base line, waiting for it. Schmidt. It's going to go foul. Lucky for him because he had no play on Julio, if that stays fair. Julio will amble back to the batter's box. He's now down 0-2.
Yeah, I think we're all excited to see what Julio can do this year, continue to build off last year, and we know the type of player he is. Still so young.
I know. That's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm. He already has so much experience, so now that we got Edgar helping out the hitters, I see some big things happening.
Taps the plate a couple of times, casting a shadow. Bright sunshine. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit hard right to shortstop. Koss smothers it, lobs it across in time to get the out. That was sizzled off the bat, but in the exact wrong spot, and that's the first out here in the 4th inning.
First baseman, Austin.
Bring us Boston Shen. He owns the only hit the Mariners have had so far. Today is, unlike most days in Arizona, not the ideal hitting day with the wind screaming in. I mean, pitchers should have a day or two to their advantage, I guess, down here. Because they don't get many. This would be one of them. Here's the pitch to Shenton. That's over the corner for a strike, 0-1. Shenton's off to a nice start this spring. Playing first base today. We've seen him at third and first so far. Looks like the pitch comm has stopped working. In 2021, at the trade deadline, Shenton traded to Tampa Bay in the Diego Castillo deal and picked up by the Mariners again in November. Here's the 0-1. That's high after he was DFA'd by Tampa Bay. Made his major league debut last year with the Rays. Slightly open stance from the left side. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss.
Always nice to get a guy back after you trade him.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably not in the plans, but everyone, their career kind of takes them in different directions. So it's great to see him back in a Mariners uniform.
Oh, he is thrilled to be back. He couldn't be happier to be back in a Mariners uniform. Here's the 1-2. Strike 3 called. Frozen. That's the second out. I mean, he grew up in the system with a lot of the players that are on this team right now. Spent a lot of time with Julio in the minors, for example. George Kirby, a lot of different guys he spent time with in the system. And now reunited with a lot of players he got to know so well coming through the Mariners system. Here's Blake Hunt. Speaking of players reacquired, here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled back. Blake Hunt was traded to Baltimore and reacquired by the Mariners.
I'm sure he's thrilled too to be back.
He's a big part of the catching depth for the Mariners right now. Here comes the 0-1. It's on the corner for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. No score on a blustery day here in Peoria. Here's the pitch. Inside, that got him. So Hunt hit by a pitch, and the Mariners have a base runner here. They haven't had many, just the second base runner so far for the Mariners today.
Second baseman, number 1, Ryan Bliss.
That brings up Ryan Bliss.
We'd love to see Bliss take another step forward this season and establish himself as an everyday major league player.
You know, in talking to him, and this part's not a surprise, but it's amazing how much major league time makes a difference in your offseason and what you have to figure out. What's the next step? What do I need to do? And it sounded like it was very clarifying for him his time in the majors last year. The first pitch was low, 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0 to Bliss. Off the plate.
And you heard in that pregame interview, he really needs to focus on hitting the fastball.
Yeah.
You know, and taking his advantages when they show up, because at the major league level, it's going to be, you know, you may only get 1 pitch per at bat, so got to take advantage of it.
2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Hunt at first base. The pitch to Bliss. Swing and a miss. He was going for it there.
Yeah,
you got the fastball.
Prime example. It's one you can't miss. You got to put that in play. So, but you know, 95 is hard to hit no matter where it's coming from.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-1. Swung on, lifted, center field, hit well. Lee is back. He's at the track, goes to a slide, and he makes a sliding, tumbling catch. Or no catch. Around third base is Hunt. He's going to score. Bliss into third. The throw goes over the head of the third baseman off the Mariners dugout. And Bliss is safe at third.
The first base umpire.
The umpire says he was out.
Yeah.
What a play.
After all that, now the umpires are going to come in and talk about this. I feel like one umpire called it a hit and one called it a catch.
The first base umpire actually, I think, had a better angle going out on the ball because Lee is out there in right center field, reaching to his left, sliding to his left. Second base umpire, a little bit different angle, and maybe couldn't see the ball.
Well, there's no replay down here, so whatever they decide in this conversation is what they decide. So
half the team is off the field, the other half of the dugout.
Is it majority rules right here?
Yes.
You know?
That's exactly right. And the home plate umpire's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That was 9 miles away.
Yeah.
I can't see
You
it.
know what? It's a spring training game. He's out. Oh, no. Actually, it's Ryan Bliss. I would have never tripled.
That's right.
Well, this is a long conversation. They're really talking this thing through.
Let's see.
It's a triple.
It's a triple. There you go. Good for him.
RBI triple, and the Mariners have the lead.
And the crew chief said to the two umpires, looked at one of the umpires, said, what did you see? Okay, what did you see? And he had to play Judge Judy and go, okay, I'm going with you. You had the better angle.
Should have just asked the center fielder, hey, did you catch it?
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd be honest.
Oh, yeah, right.
And here's Bob Melvin, which you don't see in a spring training game all that often.
And there's your chance to get ejected right there, right?
Yeah. A spring training ejection.
And then background, they're playing We Can Work It Out by the Beatles. Those guys in that booth next to us, they do a good job with the music, finding the right music for the theme of what happened.
Here's Cade Marlowe. Bliss at third base. Mariners leading 1-0. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, speaking of Bliss there, that wasn't a heater. He got to hit that breaking ball out there, so great piece of hitting.
You know, he hit that really well, too.
Yeah.
The wind knocked that thing down because he got it. Here's the 0-1. Swung out, popped up. Left side. That's going to get well into the crowd thanks to the wind.
Yesterday, Gary, that ball would have been off the batter.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I think it would have been.
Yeah.
Instead, it's
a controversial triple.
Center field. Yeah. Lee almost made a great play. Given the conditions, that would have been spectacular. Really impressive. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Cade. Down low. The wind just continues to whip through. Flags all flying straight in here in Peoria. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Mariners leading 1-0. Your Home Street Bank score. The pitch to Cade. Swing and a miss. And that's the final out now for the Mariners. So the Mariners done in the 4th. We move along to the 5th inning. Mariners now leading 1-0 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Hey, Rick Riz here. Spring training is in full swing, and just like your favorite team, your roof needs to be in top shape for the season. Get $500 off your roof replacement by calling 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF to schedule your free comprehensive estimate. 3 Tree Roofing's expert technicians provide high-quality roof installations paired with the highest warranties in the industry. Call 206-312-ROOF or visit 3treeroofing.com and save $500. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I'm at the gym. I be low key at the gym. I be hat on, hoodied on, headphones in.
So
I don't
no
talk
one
to
recognizes you? Are you a celebrity?
No.
Stop. Do you have sunglasses on too?
I just get in my zone and block everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I couldn't block this out.
Okay.
One day I'm looking at this guy and he's wearing a Kobe jersey. So I'm really feeling him. I go, that's my guy right there. He doesn't even know. Then I walk in today and my man has on a Larry Bird jersey. And I stopped my workout. I went over him. I go, hey, bro. Sir. I go, hey, you can't do that.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
It's Toyota truck and all-wheel drive season with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else. Now through March 3rd, get 3.99 APR financing on remaining new gas-powered 2024 Tacomas. Or lease a 24 Tacoma SR5 for just $269 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
And welcome back to the Peoria Sports Complex as we go to the top half of the 5th inning on a very windy, very breezy Thursday afternoon here in Peoria. Mariners now lead the Giants by a score of 1-0, and Shintaro Fujiyami will be the new pitcher for the Mariners. Delivers to Koss, the Giants shortstop, and it's low and outside for ball 1. Ryan Bliss turns up with an RBI 2-out triple in the bottom of the 4th inning to drive in the game's only run right now. Fastball on the way, and it's up and in and grazes the shoulder of Christian Koss, so he's hit by a pitch. The Giants have a man on at first base. So that ball was tagged into that teeth of the wind. Stiff breeze blowing straight in from center field right now. Usually the wind blows out here in Peoria. So a 1 on for the Giants, and here is Shintaro Fujinami, who was in the minor leagues last year at Syracuse, Binghamton, St. Lucie, the Mets organization. Here's the pitch on the way, a strike on Lamont Wade Jr., 0-1, but he spent 10 years in Japan pitching for the Hanshin Tigers. Over that 10-year period in Japan was 80-66 with a 3.16 ERA. Here's the stretch and the 0-1 on the way to Wade. High and outside for ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. He made 3 All-Star teams over there in Japan. Named the 2015 Japan All-Star Game MVP that year. Fujinami from the stretch and the 1-1 to Wade. Fastball misses outside at 97 miles an hour. So Charlie gets it up there in a hurry.
It's an easy 97.
Yeah, saw 98 earlier as well. So this is a live arm.
2-1 on Wade. The stretch and the pitch. Here she comes. Low and outside for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. But the key, throwing strikes.
Yep, for all the kids listening, throwing strikes is going to be the most important thing. No matter how hard you throw, don't throw it around the zone and can't be effective.
Talk to any pitching coach. Best pitch you could throw, strike 1. Now the 3-1 pitch. It's high, ball 4, so a hit, batter, and a walk. And now the Giants have runners at first and second with nobody out here in the top of the 5th inning. That'll bring up designated hitter Marco Luciano. Of all the pitching coaches you spent time with, who were some of the better pitching coaches for you?
For me, it just stands up with Carl Willis. He's, former Mariner pitching coach over for the Guardians now. Just a top-notch all-around guy in so many different ways.
Love Carl. Here's Luciano. Swinging a ground ball to first to Hopper. Taken by Shenton down to second for 1. The relay Bliss back to first. Gets on by the pitcher. Fujinami gets down the right field line. And here comes Koss on to score. And the Giants have just tied the game at 1-1. Mariners trying to turn a double play. They get Wade at second. A throw by Bliss back to the pitcher Fujinami, trying to cover first on the play. It's on by Fujinami. So 1-1 tie. 1 out and a runner on at first base. 3-6 fielder's choice for Luciano. Here's Jung-Hoo Lee, left-handed hitter. The stretch and the pitch in there for a strike. 0-1. Lee 0 for 2 on the day. He has flied out to Robles in right and struck out back in the 3rd. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Fastball is high and outside. For ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike.
97, 98. Just got to hone it in, try and throw some more strikes.
Get it on the edges. Here's the stretch. And the 1-1 swing and a miss. That goes flying off the head of Lee. And the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. When did your control come around? Was it in the minor leagues?
Probably in college. It was the first time I realized that I could consistently throw strikes. And for me as a left-handed starter, having to face a lot of righties, was to throw an inside strike to a righty.
Get it in there. Charlie Furbush helping us out on the broadcast yesterday and again today. Here's the pitch. High and outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And most pitchers in college figure that part out, and being able to command the fastball, the regular, being consistent with that.
Outfield straight away. Now the stretch and the 2-2. Swinging a foul out of play in the third base side. And the wind really kicking up.
Yeah, another 98 on the gun. This is a guy that really could fill the gap here. You know, if he can figure out some consistency, you got to see how good his stuff is.
Fujinami in with a sign from Hunt. And the 2-2. Swinging another pop-up out of play on the third base side.
Good splitter there.
Splitter at what, 90? Huh?
Yeah.
Still 2-2.
It's a got the stuff to be an effective major league reliever, but consistency is going to be the thing that he's going to have to continue to work on.
Fujinami from the stretch, and again the 2-2 pitch. Check swing, little chopper, fouled away to the right side of home plate. And it's still 2-2, and Lee hanging in there.
Yeah, you can see the hitters. They got to honor that 98-99. So when you get another pitch at 90-91, splitter dropping off the table, really can mess with the hitter's timing. So
yeah, we're seeing Lee way out in front.
Totally fooled.
Luciano lead at first, and again the 2-2 to Lee. Fastball is up and outside for ball 3. And let's see what Luciano does over at first base. 1 run in, game tied at 1-1, top of the 5th. Runner at first, 1 out. Fujinami looks in as a sign. Luciano goes, swinging a ground ball foul on the first base side, and the count is still 3-2. Giants trying to stay out of the double play. Hope you make your plans to come on by T-Mobile Park Thursday, March the 27th, opening game of the 2025 season when Mariners take on the A's. And we just saw the A's yesterday. There goes Luciano, pitch on the way, and again it's outside for ball 4. So Lee with a long at bat, he walks. And now the Giants have runners on at first and second. Second walk given up by Fujinami and a hit batter. And the batter will be right fielder Luis Matos. Just keeps missing to the arm side with his pitches to a left-handed hitter.
Max effort guy, but can't seem to hone in the release point right now. And this is what spring's for. Hopefully he can figure it out and get the kinks out.
Still looking for that ground ball double play to get him out of the inning. Here's Luis Matos. Runners get their leads. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses outside for ball 1. So Luciano on at second, Lee at first base. Giants with a run without a hit. Couple of walks and a hit batter. The stretch and the next pitch. Swinging a fly ball deep into the center field gap, and going back is Julio Rodriguez. This one is off the base of the fence. Luciano will score. Lee right on his heels. The throw in is cut off. No relay to the plate. And Luciano and Lee score back-to-back on a double into straightaway center field off the bat of Luis Matos. And the Giants now lead at 3-1.
Now you can see Julio just turn around thinking that was a homer, but you got to see the wind kind of knock that down and hit the fence. So,
I mean, I was wondering what it would take to hit the wall in center field, and it was, that was crushed. So we got stat cast back. That was 108 off the bat. That was absolutely drilled. Yeah. And he got it to the wall.
Into the wind.
I mean, Julio's reaction was the best because that ball should have been gone. Yeah.
410 to center, so
the Giants,
it's a poke.
3 runs are in. 3-1 Giants. Still 1 out here. Sam Huff. A look back by Fujinami. Fastball cut on and missed. 0-1. Giants have their 3rd hit on the afternoon. Huff has one of them, 1 for 2 with a single. Here's a swing and a foul back, and the count is now 0-2. Every time I see this kid's name, I think of the old New York Giants linebacker, Sam Huff. That's how old I am, Charlie.
That's how old you are. You're a young buck, Rick. Come on.
Thank you, Charlie. Matos on at second. Fujinami with a look delivers. Low and inside. Knocking it down is Hunt. For ball 1, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
One thing that we were talking to Trent Blank about Fujinami in particular, that he would start working on a 2-seamer. So it looks like we've seen the sinker more than the 4-seam 11 times so far in this outing. So it's one thing to keep in mind in this outing. Like there is experimentation going on, and so sometimes it's not about the results, like the walks and home runs. It's about finding out what that pitch is. Can it work in a game? That sort of thing. Charlie, you got to know all about that. Like, this is the time to try and figure that stuff out.
For sure. Just from my experience throwing a slider, which was new to me, like I said yesterday off air. I tried to throw a cutter and it didn't really work out. So really had to add some extra spin, which allowed me to, develop a slider.
Yeah, this is the time and the place to work on, well, everything. Next offer. Up high for ball 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, you're always trying to work on something, but the one thing I always say to pitchers is don't forget what you're good at and what got you there. So
yeah.
Got to pitch to your strengths as well.
Get your fastball in that strike zone. 2-2 the count on Huff. Fujinami fires away. Fastball. Strike 3 called. Got him looking. So Fujinami with a strikeout. That's out number 2 for the Giants. They lead 3-1. That'll bring up Brett Wisely. Say, friends, the Mariners kick off the year at T-Mobile Park in less than a month. Be there for the opening series as Julio and the squad square up against the A's March 27th through March the 30th. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats and check out all the festivities during the first homestand. Well, Dan Wilson out to the mound. That's going to be it for Fujinami at pitching change. 3-1 San Francisco. Don't go away. We'll be back after this timeout.
Flavors and big savings. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
In the Pacific Northwest, there's one construction equipment rental provider of choice, Star Rentals. The Star Rentals team delivers superior customer service by leading with a culture of care and delivering unmatched follow-through across all 18 Star Rentals locations. Star Rentals is the largest independent construction equipment rental company in the Pacific Northwest, delivering quality care because they care. Learn more at starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
The man who brought the rock and roll edge to the Eagles, Grammy winner and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame member, Don Felder. April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center.
Welcome to the Hotel.
Performing hits like Life in the Fast Lane, Hotel California, Take It Easy, and more. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don Felder, April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Become an all-star saver with a 4% APY 4 or 7 month featured CD. Go to homestreet.com/CD hit to check out all the rates and learn more. Terms and conditions apply. $500 minimum opening deposit. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, Taylor Floyd, the new pitcher for the Mariners, looking to get the final out for the Giants here in the top of the 5th inning. Giants lead 3-1. That's it for Fujinami. Batter is Brett Wisely, and he takes a strike, 0-1. Giants have Matos on at second base. Our Mariners webcast today brought to you by the Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Here's the set by Floyd, and the right-hander's 0-1 pitch. Wisely takes low. And outside for ball 1, Rick Riz along with Gary Hill Jr. and Charlie Furbush on a very windy Thursday afternoon here in Peoria. The stretch and the next offer. Breaking ball for a strike, 1-2 on Wisely. 3 runs for the Giants on just 1 hit here in the top of the 5th inning. Floyd looking in, and now time is called. As Wiley gets a little break from the home plate umpire, Mr. Arrieta. Not a bad crowd this afternoon. Under the lights tomorrow night when the Mariners take on the San Diego Padres. The stretch and the pitch. Swinging a pop-up out of play on the third base side. And the count is still 1-2. Charlie and Gary, I'm looking forward to that. Get a chance to sleep in.
There you go. Night games are exciting. Get you really prepped for the season. I've always been a proponent of playing more night games, but it's not up to me.
Tim Hevley, they don't ask you, Charlie? They should. Tim Hevley came up with I thought, a really good idea this morning. Here's a swing and a drive deep into right field. Robles going back on the run, dives, and he makes the catch. Oh, ball comes out of his glove. Here comes a runner in from second, Matos. In at second, Wisely with an RBI double. And now the Giants lead by a score of 4-1.
It really felt like that wind just knocked it down. Hard to catch.
And that wasn't Robles out there in right field.
We have Jimenez out there.
Jimenez almost made an incredible catch out there in right field in the corner. With that wind blowing in from right field, looked like he had it but just couldn't hang on after the dive, so give Wisely a double and a run batted in. Here's the pitch on the way to Casey Schmidt, and he takes a strike 0-1. So 4 runs are in. The Giants now lead 4-1 here in the top of the 5th inning. The stretch and the pitch. Breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. But Tim Hevley, I thought, came up with a great idea this morning. We were talking the baseball information office. He said the last 3 or 4 games should be night games to get the guys' bodies in tune to starting the season. Here's a swing and a fly ball straight away left field. Marlowe going back. He's there and will make the catch, battling that wind, and that's going to retire the side. But the Giants come away with 4 runs on just 2 base hits. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, halfway point. Home Street Bank score, the Giants 4 and the Mariners 1.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit. And member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center, where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawk legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Experience the best games, the best food, and the best rooms and suites at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. It's a home run. Muckleshoot.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Third baseman Ben Williamson leading off the bottom of the 5th inning with a swing and a ground ball to short. Cost to his left. He's got it. Throws to first in time to get Ben. And there's one away. Bivens came on in the 4th inning. He's out there in the 5th. Mariners got a run off of him in the 4th. But the Giants get 4 runs in the top of the 5th inning. They took advantage of walks and a hit batter and a couple of big base hits. They lead it 4-1, and that'll bring up Carlos Jimenez. Almost made a tremendous diving catch down the right field line in the top of the 5th inning. Already a pitch infraction by the home plate umpire. Yep, a strike on Jimenez. Here's the pitch in the way. Swinging a broken bat. Ground ball cued right off the end of the bat. Foul along the third base line to the count 0-1. These infractions, Charlie, happen so quickly, and Gary and the umpire just turned around and said, strike.
Very interesting. Almost didn't even see it happen.
I didn't.
Yeah. No, it happened so quick.
So now Jimenez back to the dugout to get a new bat. Shards of wood line up that first base line. Well, the wind dying down a little bit. It was really blowing in from center field. So Jimenez back up there. The stretch of the pitch from Bivens. Swing and a miss. Change up for strike 3. And the Mariners quickly have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring up shortstop Brock Rodden. Rodden 0 for 1. Struck out back in the 3rd inning. Spring training well underway. The Mariners 3-3 on the spring. Records don't mean much at all. But right now we're getting a chance to see a lot of kids Find out what they can do. The windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss by Rodden, 0-1. Remember, this is a split squad game. Mariners also over in Surprise, taking on the Texas Rangers. And Mike Cameron is the skipper for that ball club today. The stretch and the pitch, swinging a liner right to the third baseman. Schmidt playing off the line, and that's going to retire the side. Rodden lines out. That will end the inning. We go to the top half of the fifth here in Peoria. Home Street Bank score. The Giants 4, the Mariners 1.
Seattle's closest sportsbook is your place for a true in-game betting experience. Download the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook app to get in on the action while watching your favorite games at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the new hotel is opening up this summer with breathtaking views of the Cascades and Snoqualmie Valley. Even better, an expanded gaming floor plus the destination spa. It combines effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. For more details, visit snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
For reaction to today's game and the latest news and opinion on the Mariners, tune into Wyman and Bob.
That is unbelievable. Pretty amazing to really be able to believe in what the pitching staff is doing, and it's ridiculous numbers.
Weekdays from 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports.
Hi, everybody. Rick Riz here. Come to Sandberg Volvo in Linwood for an unbelievable selection of new and certified Volvos, plus a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles in every make and model. Sandberg Volvo is the only consistent Excellence Award winner in the entire Pacific Northwest for customer service. Enjoy valet service and free towing, plus an exclusive lifetime warranty on parts and labor with any service visit. It's a quick drive from anywhere. Sandberg Volvo in Linwood, or visit SandbergVolvoCars.com.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Calvin is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I started using drugs when I was 14, and for the next 15 years, my life was a mess. I was addicted and homeless. The mission gave me the strength I needed to leave my past behind and start a new life with God. I am so grateful for the restoration of my life.
And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired. Volunteer or donate at UGM.org.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, we move to the sixth inning. Mariners and Giants. San Francisco leading 4-1. We have lots of changes for the Mariners. Josh Fleming will take over on the mound. The veteran lefty. Raposo will be the new catcher. So a new battery. Pretty fun as we look to shortstop right now. Here comes the pitch. Felnine Celestin has taken over as the shortstop. The first chance we have had a chance to see him in a minor league, or a spring game rather.
Got Ty Pete in center. Hogan Windish at first.
Second pitch is down low. So 1 ball, 1 strike.
Raposo catching. Rombush is at second. Blake Rombush. Sundstrom in left.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, bloop job, short center field. That's down, base hit. So leadoff man aboard here for San Francisco in the sixth. They put 4 runs on the board in the fifth. They lead 4-1. Your Home Street Bank score.
Now playing right field, 0, Antonio D'Onofrio. Third baseman, Christian Koss.
So it looks like the Mariners have changed things over completely here. Fleming, his pitch. Swung on, popped up, soft contact again, short right field. This is going to be a tough play. Basket catch made by the right fielder. Donofrio with the catch. It's a nice play. It's not easy with the wind. Everything kind of adventure.
Yeah, so much for the wind dying down, Rick. It's picked right back up.
Yeah, kicked up again for a while. The flag was kind of calm out there in right field above the burn.
So a runner at first base, 1 out. The pitch from Fleming. McCray shows bunt, takes the bat back. It's a ball outside. Across the way, Rick mentioned that the Mariners also playing Texas today. It's 3-0 Texas in the top of the 6th inning. Harry Ford has 2 hits. Locklear with 2 hits as well for the Mariners in that game, including a double. Here's the pitch. Runner goes. Throw through to second base. Not in time. So he's got second stolen in scoring position. So the former Tampa Bay Ray, Fleming up on the hill from the stretch with the runner at second. It's 2-0. Swing and a miss. Took a big rip at it. That looked like it was just floating to home plate.
Well, way to challenge him with an off-speed pitch, 2-0. I mean, this is you're going to have to execute that on the regular season, so it's good to see.
The 2-1. Swing and a miss.
Kind of the same thing there, Gary. A little floater right in, but missing barrels.
I mean, one of the toughest things about pitching, when you get in trouble or you get down, it seems like the natural instinct would try and go harder, throw harder. The 2-2. That's down low. Sometimes that's not the best approach.
No. You know, I always like to look at it from what are your best pitches, and then do you want to get beat with your least best pitch or your best pitch? So, you know, kind of just focus in on what you're good at there and say, I'm going toe-to-toe with you with what I got.
3-2 to McRae. Swung on, popped up. Should be an adventure up on the infield. Now it's pushed towards foul territory. Long run. Here comes Sweezebell. He goes to a dive and he makes the catch near the coach's box. That was a great play. In the gust. Comes up with the baseball in foul territory. You could hang a star on that one for sure. What a play.
Incredible. Another one. Hold your breath. There we go. Oh, he got it.
He just knew it was going to be bad off the bat.
I mean, his hat flew off his head. That's how windy it was.
He was on a full sprint on a pop-up that on a normal day would have just been on the infield. Here's Luciano. Here's the pitch. That's down low, taken for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs, runner at second base, 4-1 Giants. Fleming set. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped foul, third base side. Hey, Mariner value games are back this season. Score tickets starting at $10 on 30 select dates, including all 3 games on the opening homestand against the Tigers, March 31st to April 2nd. Just go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete schedule. Fleming's 1-1. Swing and a miss. He was behind a pitch at 80 miles per hour, just on the corner. You can see his jersey in the wind just flutter as he stands there at home plate. Fleming's slight nod of the head, now comes set. The 1-2. Swung on, ground ball, scooped up there by Sweezebell at third. His hat falls off, throws to first, a tag applied by Windish. And that's the out in the 6th. Well, it was an adventure, but Mariners keep the Giants off the board. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 4-1 San Francisco on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Looking to take your business to the next level? With Home Street Bank's flexible business banking solutions and high-touch relationships, you can swing for the fences with confidence. Learn more at homestreet.com/home run. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, all loans subject to approval.
As we age, the home can become an unsafe place, but at Care Partners Senior Living, help is always nearby. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, so you can participate in activities whenever you like and socialize at your own pace. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
Seattle, it's almost showtime at T-Mobile Park. Be here when the action gets started March 27th with Mariners opening day, featuring a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues with Randy Arozarena Crossed-Armed Hoodie Night March 28th and Hello Kitty Bucket Hat Night March 29th. Then, don't miss the 3-day Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway March 31st to April 2nd with tickets starting at $10. So get ready, get set, Mariners baseball is finally on deck. Grab your tickets at mariners.com.
Hi Mariners fans, this is Dan Wilson on behalf of Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Over the years, I made a lot of throws to second, but picking off runners put a lot of pressure on my throwing shoulder. Now that I'm focused on coaching and spending time with my family, I keep on top of my stretching and warm-up routines, and I check in with my orthopedic specialist when things don't feel quite right. If shoulder or any joint pain is keeping you out of the game, talk with an orthopedic specialist.
Go to vmfh.org/Mariners.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
For Seattle, back from the top of the batting order, the DH, number 10, Victor Robles.
Victor Robles will take his final plate appearance here. Bottom of the 6th inning. It's 4-1 San Francisco. Robles, the only starter that has not left the lineup. He's the DH today. So take a toll hold in. Robles, if you haven't seen the outfield, the starting Mariners outfield, they've all dyed their hair this spring. And so we asked Victor, what color are we calling your hair? And it was actually perfect. He said cinnamon is the color. And I think that's a perfect description of it.
No, it is. I was going to say burnt orange.
Yeah.
But it's a cinnamon.
It's cinnamon,
I
yeah.
like cinnamon better.
Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. So Robles rolling with the cinnamon here in Arizona. No balls and a strike as he swings through. Here comes the next pitch. That's off the plate. Lou Trevino has taken over on the hill for San Francisco. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tall righty set. Here comes his pitch. Swung on, foul back. Loses balance a little bit. Even on a foul ball, Victor Robles stays entertaining as he jogs around the home plate area. Everything he does just seems high energy. Played so free last year. Fun. Chaos ball. The whole thing was great. The 1-2. Bounces in, goes all the way to the backstop. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. And really just injected so much life into the club last year.
I mean, it looks like he's playing out in the sandlot. He's just having fun. You know, tremendous talent. The kid can do anything defensively, and with that bat run.
The 2-2 inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And he does it with some kind of flair. You know, he is an entertainer.
It'll rub off on the other guys too.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Swung on club foul, third base side into the seats. You know, he had so much, just such a giant weight of expectation in Washington because of his prospect status and being compared to Juan Soto for all those years. It had to be so freeing to come to Seattle and just play so well. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And not have to carry around that weight of expectations that he did in Washington as he goes down on strikes. So there's 1 away here in the 6th.
Yeah, it's certainly tough to have those expectations and feel like you're not living up to them, right? So to be able to get a fresh start, new environment, and just be free and play, and we got to see that.
Here's Ty Pete. Pitch to Pete. And he fouls it away. 0-1.
Also seems like, too, that the Mariners are really good with the guys that they have in their clubhouse, make the transition easy for the new guys when they come in. They create a great atmosphere. Hey, just go out there and have fun and do what you can do.
Here's the pitch. That's a breaking ball down low. Well, talking to Victor about that, he said that was one of the biggest things for him is when he got to the Mariners, they told him to just be yourself. And he found that to be very freeing.
Seems so simple.
Yeah.
It's great advice.
The 1-1, that's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. And he connected that directly to the way he runs the bases and his aggressiveness stealing bases. Okay, you want me to be myself? That's part of being me. I'm going to run wild. Here's the 2-1. That's swung on, foul back out of play. He swiped 30 bags in his short time with the Mariners, only caught 1 time.
That was that real fake.
Yeah, it was that one.
Yeah. But that's all right. That's what you get with Victor. He's
The
fun to
2-2.
watch.
That's outside. Yeah. You know, he'll play through this season, and he's going to have some times where he'll get thrown out, and you'll say, well, you probably shouldn't have gone, but you got to take the bad with the good. And there was way more good last year than bad for sure, as that pitch is swung on and missed, and down goes Pete for the 2nd out.
But all the great base runners, all the great base stealers, they're not afraid to run. You know, if you're hesitant at all, a fraction of a second, you're out at second base. and he's not afraid at all to take off.
So Windish will stand in the pitch. Strike at the knees. Windish has clubbed a couple of home runs down here. They really have to get in one today. Here comes the 0-1. Swung on line drive on one hop right to shortstop. Koss has it, flips it across in time. That's a 1-2-3. So the Mariners put away in the 6th. We move along to the 7th. Giants with the lead 4-1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Shake up your plans and reach for a classic Smirnoff Ice. It's refreshingly crisp and packed with delicious fruity flavor. Perfect to pair with burgers and dogs at the barbecue or crack open to cheer on games with the squad. Grab a convenient variety pack to bring 4 favorites: original, apple, screwdriver, and green apple. Head to a store near you. Stock the fridge and start the party. Enjoy responsibly. Message for 21 plus. Smirnoff Ice Premium Malt Beverage. The Smirnoff Company, New York, New York, 2024.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got 2 great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or, if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a Reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up this season to make your car buying experience a home run. The 2 stores' all-star lineups provide the largest inventory in the region and the best savings on new Toyotas. Take a trip around the bases to Toyota of Kirkland and Renton, and they'll knock your car buying experience out of the park. Whether you're in the north or south, they've got you covered. Come visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
We move along to the 7th inning. The Mariners and the Giants, 4-1. Giants with the lead here at Peoria Stadium. Cody Bolton will take over on the hill for the Mariners, as he'll face Jake Lamb, former Mariner and University of Washington standout. Lamb trying to hook on with San Francisco. So Bolton from the stretch. Here comes his pitch to Jake. Watches it over for a strike as he gets the corner. 0-1. Bolton spent part of the season with the Mariners last year. 17 games with the M's. From the belt, his pitch. Swing and a miss. And an ERA touch above 4 in 18 innings of work. Struck out 17 in his work. Also spent some time in Tacoma last year after spending part of 2023 with Pittsburgh. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, fouled back. No balls, 2 strikes. Carl Donovan Bolton. Although no one calls him Carl except his sister, and only when she's mad at him. So, which is not often, so. Here's the pitch. Swung on, popped up. That's out of play. Third base side.
When my mom yelled at me, Richard Alfred Riz, I was in deep doo-doo.
No balls, 2 strikes. Bolton from the belt. His pitch. Swung on line, drives. Celestin reaches out, can't make the catch. It rolls into left field, a base hit. So the Giants with the leadoff man aboard. Hey, let's pause for station identification on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Luis Matos will be the hitter. He had a 2 RBI double in the 5th inning. Runner at first base. His pitch. Strike at the knees. Mariners trailing the Rangers now 6-0 from Surprise in the 6th inning. Here comes the pitch. Down low. So not a lot of offense between the two split squads today. There's 1 run on 2 hits today here. No runs and Surprise on 5 hits. Bolton set. Here's the 1-1. Swung on, ground ball, could be 2. Cellison gloves it, underhand toss to second, relay to first, and plenty of time. Double play. Nice return.
Certainly feels good to get a double play under your belt once you get one on right out the gate. So great to see Bolton get it done.
Catcher, number 13, Logan Porter.
Logan Porter, the catcher, will take his plate appearance here. Here's the pitch. Swung on, ground ball right to Cellison again. Grabs it, fires it across in time. Makes the play, and just like that, the Giants are done in the 7th. We go to the bottom of the 7th, 4-1 San Francisco.
Interested in Mariners season tickets but don't want to lock into a set schedule? Consider a Flex membership, and you can choose your games and seats as the season unfolds. Enjoy perks like no ticket fees, exclusive pre-sales, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/flex. Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season. Whether you're starting a family, buying a home, or nurturing a growing business, they'll help you navigate life's biggest milestones. And they've been doing it with a smile for over 100 years. Look no further than Home Street Bank for all of your home loan, personal, and business banking needs. Go to homestreet.com/team. Again, that's homestreet.com/team. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, all loans subject to approval.
In the Pacific Northwest, there's one construction equipment rental provider of choice, Star Rentals. The Star Rentals team delivers superior customer service by leading with a culture of care and delivering unmatched follow-through across all 18 Star Rentals locations. Star Rentals is the largest independent construction equipment rental company in the Pacific Northwest, delivering quality care because they care. Learn more at starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Why choose Care Partners Senior Living over in-home care? Amanda here. The answer is simple. Care Partners communities provide safe living spaces with medical professionals on site. We assist you with your mobility so you can participate in activities whenever you like. You can have privacy and socialize at your own pace. And you may find Care Partners more affordable than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's 4-1 San Francisco. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Raposo will take the first plate appearance here. Charlie, I was just watching Ichiro. He just left, jogging down the third base line and leaving the stadium to go back to the complex. And on his way out, he said goodbye to Bob Melvin, who they have a close relationship, and said goodbye to Jake Lamb, who of course was a Mariner for a while. Here comes the pitch, and that's inside. He did not go. Raposo. And he greeted Lou Trevino, who was walking out, which made me curious if they had faced one another. Here's the pitch. Inside, that's a ball. Ichiro and Trevino faced each other one time, and Ichiro's 0 for 1. So, man, anytime you get a Hall of Famer with a 0 batting average. Here's the pitch.
Got to feel good.
That's down low. Do you have a Hall of Famer in your back pocket that you can think of offhand?
No, let's see here.
Should look this up.
Yeah, we should look this up.
Here's the 3-0.
I think of the people that are 2 for 2, 3 for 3 off me with all homers. But you know, future Hall of Famer. I think maybe Miguel Cabrera. I faced him a couple times. 0 for 2, maybe.
Pitch is down low and away. Ball 4. Raposo takes the walk.
I had Mike Trout for a minute, but then he hit one off my kneecap. So,
yes, that's right.
Yeah, that was one to remember.
Wow. I was looking at one, and Victor Martinez was 5 for 5 against you.
Yeah, former teammate. He just knew everything about me. Yeah.
Blake Rambush, the hitter. Here comes the pitch. That's inside.
Yeah, he gave me just a tough at bat. I just couldn't seem to do anything to miss the barrel.
Runner at first base. Here comes the 1-0. Strike over the edge.
The one guy, Ken Griffey Jr., couldn't hit. Little lefty, threw about 70 miles an hour. Tony Fossis. He said, I can't hit that guy.
I mean, the Mike Trout, here comes the pitch, and that's down low. He has second base stolen as Raposo takes off. So he swipes the bag. You're 100% right. 1 for 8. Yeah. Mike Trout. That's pretty great.
Yeah, the one was off my kneecap, so he said, enough of this.
Lefty, too.
Yeah.
A lot of that doesn't make any sense, but that's great work.
I appreciate it.
Good job, Charlie.
Lefties can get righties out.
Well,
sometimes.
Here comes the 2-1. Swung on, hot shot right to first base on the backhand. Lamb has it, drops it, and Rambush will be safe. And now the Mariners have runners at first and third with nobody out.
Jake, a little too nonchalant over there. He kind of popped the ball out of his glove and then tried to recatch it. Just dropped it. So the Mariners with a break. Got the tying run to the plate here with nobody out.
Derek Jeter, 1 for 5.
Yes.
It's a 200 batting average.
Thank you. Wow, I got a little story there. I actually think the biggest boo at T-Mobile ever been booed at home was facing Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
And his last at bat on his farewell tour. And everyone's just loving it. And his last at bat, 6th, 7th, or 8th inning, I came in. And to this day, I still think it's the best play I've ever made off the mound. He had a comebacker at me, kind of bounced off my glove, went over the mound. I ran and reached, grabbed, and kind of threw it from underneath. Bang, bang, play. And this is before replay, and I saw it pretty clearly. He was out by just a half a step, and I immediately got booed throughout the stadium. Like, everyone just wanted to see Jeter get a hit. So, yeah, I ended up getting booed by the home crowd. So. And I actually thought that might have been the one play that could have gotten on the ESPN Web Gem play. But it had to happen against Jeter, so I think they were like, we don't want to make Jeter look bad for this no-name Furbush guy.
Charlie,
you know, so
great play though.
Yeah, it was a top-notch play for me. So I've actually tried to find that play and I haven't. Maybe the internet has deleted it.
It's somewhere in the cloud, I guarantee.
That's right.
Lamb left the game. He hurt himself on that play, so he is out. New first baseman on. Sundstrom will be the hitter here with runners on the corners, nobody out. He takes off, swung on, drilled down the left field line. Fair ball going to the wall. Mariners get 1. Raposo around third. He'll score. Rambush held at third. That's going to be a double for Sundstrom. And the Mariners get a run. It's now 4-2. I'll bring up Sweet Spell.
For Seattle, third baseman, number 94, Luis Sweetspell.
Switch hitter out of Venezuela. Has runners on second and third. Slightly open stance from the left side against the righty. Here's the pitch. Strike at the knees. He played in the Winter League in Venezuela this past winter and finished second in Rookie of the Year voting in the Venezuela Winter League. Here's the pitch. Outside. He played on a team that finished 4th. They were 29 and 27. Teammates with Bizardo, who we saw pitch in this game, and Luis Torrens, a former Mariner. 1-1. Strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Spent last year at Modesto, had a fine year at Modesto. 119 games played, hit 15 home runs, 23 doubles. The 1-2. Swung on, fouled off at home plate. Stays 1-2.
Yeah, this is a situation where you just got to put it in play. You know, second and third, no out. Get the ball somewhere out there. Got to get another run in.
Mariners trailing 4-2, tying runs aboard. The pitch. Swung on, soft shot to left field, base hit. Mariners get one. They're going to try for two. Around third base, here comes Sundstrom. Throw is cut off, dropped. He'll slide. He's safe. This game is tied. Sweet spell, 2 RBI single. It is 4-4.
Great at bat right there, going the other way.
Great piece of hitting, down in the count. And like I said, you just have to put it in play. You know, at least the sac fly, something to move the runners over and advance them with no outs. So, something I'm sure the Mariners are constantly working on.
Donofrio will be the hitter. We may see a new pitcher first. Mariners 3 on the board here in the 7th inning.
JP Martinez, pitching coach for the Giants, out to the mound. And they're going to stay in there with Diaz.
Oh, Charlie, I found another good one.
Perfect. Let's hear it.
David Ortiz.
Yes.
3 for 12, 250 average, but no damage.
You know, one of those three is a bunt.
No extra base hits and 2 strikeouts. Are you serious?
Yeah.
One of them was a bunt?
What about Dustin Pedroia? I think that's another one. I mean, he might have done well against.
I feel like you take an Ortiz bunt base hit every single time compared to the alternative.
Yeah, he bunted down the third baseline, had a big shift on, and ended up meeting Seager at third base, and the ball basically settled right next to the bag. I looked at Seager and said, "Did he just bunt on me?" And Seager's like, "What a joke."
This guy.
Yeah, exactly.
New pitch count device coming out. Pedroia, that's who you asked for?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, give me a second.
Yeah, I think he had him pretty well too. That was an aggressive at bat. He was up there hacking to get you. So,
boy, he was a great little player.
Oh, 0 for 12 with 4 Ks.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, you own the Red Sox. Look at you.
Yeah, the hometown team, I have to say. Not today.
Here comes the pitch. Nope, throw to first base, and sweep spell. Chase back. Celestin is on deck. He'll take his first plate appearance. Here's the pitch. Strike over the edge. 0-1. 4-4 the score. Bottom of the 7th. Blustery day here in Peoria. Wind blowing in. Here's the pitch. That's no good, off the plate.
Yeah, and Gary, I think the Flying Hawaiian Shane Victorino is 2 for 2 or 3 for 3 with 2 homers, 3 homers against me. So, you know, settled down after I faced him to get to Pedroia.
Do you know who you faced the most in the majors? Here's the pitch.
I think it's between, if I had to guess.
It's 2 different players tied. Just
okay. All right. So the two players that I think I would guess are Josh Hamilton and Coco Crisp.
You are right and right.
Really?
Yes.
There we go.
Nice. They had the identical line against you, too. Here's the pitch. Swung on, lifted, left field. Over towards the line. He's got room. He leans over, makes the catch. So Coco Crisp was 2 for 14 with no extra base hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Hamilton was 2 for 14 with 2 walks and 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, Hamilton was a comfortable at bat for me.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah.
No extra base hits. And that was prime Hamilton where you were facing him.
Yeah.
Vanlene Celestin will take the plate appearance here. International sign in 2023. The pitch outside. His dad pitched in the Baltimore system. Francisco Lindor, his baseball hero. In fact, he modeled his game, in particular switch hitting, after him. Here comes the pitch. Swung out, popped up a mile high on the infield. That's right on top of home plate. Catcher's mask is off, and here comes the third baseman. They nearly collide. Catcher makes the catch. And fair territory. And that's the out, 2 away. That could have been worse.
Maybe that's just part of the strategy in spring training. Just hit it in the air and
see what happens.
Yeah.
And that thing
In the
went
air,
straight
hope
up.
for the best.
Logan Porter, a nice job to make the catch.
Nelson Cruz was 3 for 5 against you with 2 home runs on the other side of things.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right about Victorino.
Yeah, 2 for
2 for 2 with 2 homers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, cracked to center field. That's playable though. Went pushes a little bit, pulling it towards the gap, but catch made, and that's it for the Mariners here. They do tie it though. 3 on the board here in the 7th. It's a 4-4 game as we move to the 8th inning on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's Toyota truck and all-wheel drive season. Now through March 3rd, get 1.99 APR financing or $2,000 customer cash on a new 25 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a 25 Tundra SR5 Crewmax for $499 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do 2 things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Hey, Rick Riz here. Spring training is in full swing, and just like your favorite team, your roof needs to be in top shape for the season. Get $500 off your roof replacement by calling 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF to schedule your free comprehensive estimate. 3 Tree Roofing's expert technicians provide high-quality roof installations paired with the highest warranties in the industry. Call 206-312-ROOF or visit 3treeroofing.com and save $500. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
We've got a brand new ball game. Mariners 4, the Giants 4, as we go to the top half of the 8th on a very sunny but very breezy Thursday afternoon here in Peoria. Ryan Hawks is the new pitcher for the Mariners. He delivers a fastball for a strike on Jonah Cox, 0-1. So this is Cox's first at bat for San Francisco. Hawks, 24 years of age, fires away, swinging a foul behind home plate, out of play, and the count is 0-2. Hawks pitched at Everett last year, 6-9 with a 5.59 ERA, 25 starts, 120 and 2/3 innings, gave up 139 base hits, 35 walks, and 95 strikeouts. Ryan Hawks. Here's the pitch outside for ball 1, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rick Riz, Gary Hill Jr., and Charlie Furbush. Game number 7 on the spring for the Mariners. The windup and the 1-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball down the right field line. The wind really blows it out of play in toward the corner. And the count is still 1 ball and 2 strikes. I want to say congratulations to Kate Crimmin Jensen. Kate becoming a mom for the 2nd time a couple of days ago. The birth of Dylan Walker Jensen on February the 25th. Congratulations, Katie. I love you, sweetheart. Camden has a little brother. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a foul back by Cox in the count 1-2. So Kevin Crimmin, a grandpa for the 4th time, 2 beautiful grandchildren with his daughter Colleen and her husband Mike, Lillian, and Matthew. And now Kate with Camden O'Day and Dylan Walker Jensen. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So I feel like an uncle again because Kevin Crimmin, a brother from another mother, for me, was our producer engineer for 35 years. Here's the windup and the 2-2. Ooh, I'm going to challenge that one. It's ball 3, and that's what they will do. Raposo says a challenge coming up. So we're going to take a look at it. Doesn't take very long to find out. Let's see what the result is. The previous pitch has been challenged up on the board, and here it is. And it's a ball. It's confirmed. It is a ball. And again, the umpire's right again.
2.3 inches down.
So 3-2 on Jonah Cox. So congratulations to Kate Jensen. Swing and a foul back, out of play, still 3-2. Kate Kremen Jensen. And congratulations, Brady, the dad. Love you guys. How about that? Just expanded our family.
Amazing. Congrats to all of them.
I like the name Dylan Walker. Here's the pitch on the way, swinging a ground ball foul, first base side, and the count is still 3-2. And 9-pitch at bat for Cox. Breezy afternoon, very windy here in Peoria. We'll have days like this. The windup, and again the 3-2 pitch, swinging a pop up down the right field line. This is going to wind up and surprise Arizona. Way out of play, and the count is still 3-2. And this is a 10-pitch at bat for Jonah Cox. And congratulations to you too, Charlie.
Thank you,
little baby girl Reese.
Much appreciated.
Hawks looks in, delivers, swinging a chopper along the third base line. Foul, picked up by Matt Williams. Man, he was something, wasn't he, when he played third base for the Giants and the Diamondbacks?
Legendary.
How'd you do against Matt Williams?
Well, depends on which video game I was playing at the time.
Here's the next offer. Swing and a ground ball along the third base line right near the bag, and it's going to be a fair ball as Sweet Spell takes it near the bag. No play on the runner at first. Wasn't hit that hard. So an infield base hit for Cox on pitch number 11 of the at-bat. So one on for the Giants, top of the eighth. Mariners and the Giants all tied at 4-4. And let's see, is this Casey Schmidt, the third baseman? The stretch by Hawks. Pitch, swinging a shot off the leg of Hawks. The ball bounces all the way into right field down the right field line. Cox to third. He's going to be stopped there. And Schmidt in at second base with a double off the leg of the pitcher, Ryan Hawks. Holy smokes. Here comes Dan Wilson out of the dugout along with trainer Kyle Torgerson to check up on Hawks. You talk about a ricochet off the pitcher. Hawks seems to be okay walking back to the top of the mound, but that was a nasty shot.
Yeah, right in the calf. Hopefully the muscle part. He seems to be okay.
You don't see a ball go that far into the outfield that's hit off a body part of a pitcher.
Yeah, reminded me of when I got hit by Mike Trout, Gary. You know, it's
all came full circle.
Came full circle, exactly.
Where did that ball go?
Off the kneecap, down over to third, and Seager actually dove to stop it from going into the outfield. So it's great to see that he's feeling okay.
So the Giants have runners on at second and third. Looks like Hawks is going to try to stay in this game under the watchful eye of Kyle Torgerson, our trainer, and Dan Wilson. He throws a warm-up pitch right there. This kid is some kind of tough. Line drive off his leg, and the ball hit all the way into right field.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a nice little lump there tomorrow morning when he wakes up.
He's going on adrenaline right now, right?
Excited, yeah. It's try to react, and sometimes they hit him too hard. So glad to see he's okay, though.
Here's Alcantara. Sergio Alcantara, new left fielder. Infield up close, pitch on the way, swing and a miss. 0-1. Tell you what, right now, Hawks gets a gold star for just staying in the game. Sweet spell. Celestin close at the left side of the infield. Rambush and Windish. Here's the pitch. A little bit high for ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 on, nobody out. Hawks ready from the stretch, and the 1-1 to Alcantara. There she comes. Strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I mean, you were out there, Charlie, for years, pitched all your life. Pitchers just don't have a chance to get out of the way of a ball hit that hard. The 1-2 pitch. Swinging a pop-up out of play on the third base side.
Yeah.
The 1-2.
We have the least amount of reaction time. So you got to go throw a pitch as hard as you can and then try and field your position like Greg Maddux if you can, right? But
yeah,
it's it happens so fast. So to be able to just protect yourself is half the battle.
Now the stretch, and again the 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball is low for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. If I got hit like that, they'd have to carry me off on a stretcher. Oh, man. The set and the 2-2. Now the breaking ball down low, knocking it down, Raposo the catcher. Ball 3, full count.
Yeah, big pitch for Hawks coming up here, full count. Don't want to load him up. See if he can execute and get this guy out. Be a big strikeout if he can maybe throw a little backdoor slider.
Hawks trying to get him by himself. Now the stretch and the 3-2 on the way. Swinging a foul, out of play again on the third base side. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. And already game number 7 on the spring.
Feels good, doesn't it?
I know it. I know. Got down here February 16th. First game was on February 21st, and now we got 6 games in the book. The stretch, and again the 3-2 to Alcantara, swinging another foul ball out of play in the third base side. So Alcantara doing what Cox did in this inning. Jonah Cox had 11 pitch at bat and an infield base hit. Then the double by Schmidt off the leg of the pitcher Hawks. 2 on, nobody out, 4-4. Top of the 8th inning. The stretch, and again the 3-2 to Alcantara. Swinging a pop-up into left field. Coming in is Sundstrom. He is there and will make the catch, and the runners have to stay. The throw to the plate is going to be cut off by the third baseman, Sweesbell. Fly ball into shallow left field, and a heck of a job right there by Ryan Hawks to get that first out of the inning.
First baseman.
Great to see him get out of this completely after getting hit in the leg like that. So seemingly is shaking it off pretty quick.
That would be something. Trying to wiggle off the hook here in the top of the 8th. And here is David Villar. Pitch on the way, ground ball through the left side for a base hit. Scoring is Cox. Schmidt over the third. He'll hold there. Up with the ball is Sundstrom. Gets a throw in to Celestin. So Villar with a base hit to left, and the Giants now have the lead 5-4. So Villar doesn't waste any time. It's a hard ground ball past the infield up close. And that'll bring up Grant McRae for his second at bat of the ball game. It was McRae that hit the pop-up to third base, but with that wind blowing in, Luis Swispel coming in, diving for the ball, and made the catch in front of the Mariners' third base dugout. So first and third for the Giants. They lead 5-4. And the pitch to McRae. A bunt on the first base side. And it's off the glove of the pitcher. Hawks, he gets to it. Reaches for the runner. Can't get the tag on McRae. And a run will score. McRae is safe at first on a bunt base hit. That will score Schmidt from third. And the Giants now lead 6-4. And down to second goes Villar.
And just a little bobble by Hawks there. I think if he caught it cleanly, he could have tagged him or even tossed it over to first. So just another moment, right? You don't have much time to react. That bunt happens quick. You got to go field your position, and what you see is trying to get the ball and make sure you focus on that before you make the next move. So I think he just maybe got ahead of himself a little quick there.
And all this happening on the heels of that line drive off his leg for a double into right field by Schmidt. So here is Bryce Eldridge, one of the top prospects in the Giants organization.
Yeah, don't hear that every day. Double off the leg.
No.
Well, if only that was in the box score, Rick, right?
Double off the leg. Man, oh my. I'm surprised he's still in this game.
Mm-hmm.
But 2 runs are in.
Showing some toughness out there.
4 hits for San Francisco. Here's Eldridge. This kid's 6'7". Here's the pitch on the way. And it's down low for ball 1. Bryce Eldridge. Now pinch hitting for the Giants. Left-handed hitter. Hawks. The right-hander, the stretch, and the pitch to Eldridge. Strike called. As the count goes to 1-1.
Looking like a left-handed Aaron Judge up there. So tall.
Yeah, he's a big kid. Hawks ready from the set. Runners get their leads. And the pitch. Strike on the inside corner, 1-2. Wondering if the leg is starting to tighten up right now for Hawks where he got hit.
Would not be surprised.
The pitch. Low and inside with a breaking ball. Ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hawks has thrown a lot of pitches here in the top of the 8th inning.
1 pitch away from a double play and out of it, so let's see if he can get Eldridge out.
Looking for that ground ball. The stretch and the 2-2 swing and a foul back behind the plate. Still 2-2 on Eldridge. I'm glad you brought that up, Charlie, because Jamie Moyers always said that. You know, no matter if things were going sideways, he felt I'm just 1 pitch away from getting out of trouble. And he could expand that strike zone with that changeup better than anybody. Again, the 2-2 swing and a miss by Eldridge for strike 3. So a big strikeout for Mr. Hawks, Ryan Hawks. And there's 2 outs. And here comes manager Dan Wilson out of the dugout. And that's going to be it for Hawks. Remember, he took that wicked shot off his leg, a double off the bat of Schmidt off of Hawks. So pitching change here in the top of the 8th inning. Giants lead it by a score of 6-4. Don't you go away. We'll be back after this timeout.
Points, so you can get big flavors and big savings. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
In the Pacific Northwest, there's one construction equipment rental provider of choice, Star Rentals. The Star Rentals team delivers superior customer service by leading with a culture of care and delivering unmatched follow-through across all 18 Star Rentals locations. Star Rentals is the largest independent construction equipment rental company in the Pacific Northwest, delivering quality care because they care. Learn more at starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
The man who brought the rock and roll edge to the Eagles, Grammy winner and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame member, Don Felder. April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center.
Welcome to the Hotel.
Performing hits like Life in the Fast Lane, Hotel California, Take It Easy, and more. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don Felder, April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Become an all-star saver with a 4% APY 4 or 7 month featured CD. Go to homestreet.com/CD hit to check out all the rates and learn more. Terms and conditions apply. $500 minimum opening deposit. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, the new pitcher for the Mariners will be right-hander Stefan Wraith. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's a fastball up high. And let's see, this is number 88. Sabine Caballos for the Giants. Big right-handed hitter. Stretch and the pitch. Good breaking ball for a strike, and the count is even on Caballos. Or rather, Ceballos, Sabine Ceballos, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Giants have runners at first and second, 2 in. They now lead 6-4 here in the top half of the 8th. The stretch and the pitch, swinging a fly ball deep down the left field line into the corner. The ball is pushed foul by the wind. It was out of the ballpark, but foul.
Just like that, the wind wins again.
That ball would have been fair by about 20 feet on a typical day here in Arizona, but it's a foul ball this afternoon. 1-2 the count on Ceballos.
Yeah, just hung that breaking ball, and that's what happens when you hang breaking balls. They can take them deep. So got lucky there, got one back. So 1-2. Let's execute here. Don't be afraid to throw that pitch again. Just put it down in the dirt.
Location, location, location. Ceballos back up there, and the pitch. Swinging a little chopper, fouled away. It goes out in front of the plate, but it hit off the Ceballos. Count is still the ball and 2 strikes. Wraith, 24 years of age, out of Lafayette, California. 17th round pick by the Mariners in June of 2022. Spent 2 years at the University of Washington. 2 on, 2 outs, 2 in. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a 2-operator third. Up with the ball is Sweespel. The toss across, and it pulls the first baseman. Hogan Windish off the bag and safe at first. Ceballos, and the inning continues. And it's going to be an error on the throw by Sweespel. McRae will get down to third. VR to third. McCarthy, or rather McRae, to second.
Yeah, that's a play you need to make. Unfortunately, just yank the throw, but normally you got to execute there. Ball right to you.
So now the bases are loaded for Arteaga. The pitch. Check swing, a strike, 0-1. And this is where the pitcher has to pick up his infielder.
Mm-hmm.
Six-4 Giants. Sam 6 runs on 11 hits. Mariners 4 runs on 4. The 0-1. A strike on the inside corner. 0-2 on Arteaga.
Another great breaking ball at 79. Looks like it started at him, finished right over the inside corner.
Mariners also playing in surprise this afternoon against the Texas Rangers. We'll get an update on that game. The 0-2 on the way, and a swing and a miss for strike 3. So Wraith strikes out Arteaga. That will retire the side. Giants leave the bases loaded, but they get 2 to break the tie. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Home Street Bank score. The Giants 6 and the Mariners 4.
The countdown is on to opening day on March 27th. Go to Mariners.com to check out everything on deck for the first homestand, including Randy Arozarena crossed-armed hoodie night March 28th and a 3-day Julio bat flip bobble giveaway March 31st to April 2nd.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit. And member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center, where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, our Home Street Bank score, it's now the Giants 6 and the Mariners 4, and Ty Pete will lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. Here's the pitch by Burgos, swinging a foul back by Pete, 0-1. Raymond Burgos, the new pitcher, left-hander for San Francisco. Ty Pete, second at bat of the ball game, talented youngster. The stretch and the 0-1 pitch on the way. Curveball is high and inside for ball 1. Wind has died down a little bit, so that's going to help out. It was really blowing in all day long. Next offer. Another breaking ball. Misses inside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Charlie, in a windy day when you were pitching, how did that affect you?
Yeah, I'd always liked pitching when the wind was blowing in, like we said earlier. You know, you thought you could maybe have a little more miles an hour on the heater.
Next pitch. Check swing. It's outside. Ball 3, 3-1.
Yeah, and thought maybe that would help, but, you know, conversely, when the wind's blowing out, you feel like you're almost just, it's against you. It's hard to execute.
Now the set. And the 3-1 pitch to Pete, way outside, ball 4. So tie with a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That'll bring up Windish. Well, in yesterday's game, the Mariners didn't give up against the A's. They ended up losing 8-5, but they came back with a bunch of runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. So that's no gold star right there, Charlie.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, it's too easy to blame the wind on my performance. So you got to execute no matter what the weather is.
Here's Hogan Windish. The pitch is a strike called 0-1. Tell you what, this kid has had some nice at-bats this spring. Got a home run over the batter's eye over in Tempe against the Angels. Big hit the other day as well. Right-handed hitter. The pitch high and outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, that's what these games are for, giving these guys some extended looks. So great to see Windish having a good start to the spring so far.
Yeah, especially a day like this where you have a split squad day with 2 games going on. Here's a swing and a foul back in the count 1-2. And it looks like that game over in Surprise is a final. Rangers win this afternoon over in Surprise 8-0. Texas 8 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Mariners no runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. The pitch high and outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Hogan Windish. So the Rangers win this afternoon in Surprise. Here's the set by Burgos, and the left-handers 2-2 on the way. Swinging a 2-hopper to short, waiting for the big bounces. VR over to second for 1. The relay to first, and it's going to be in time for the double play. They get Pete at second to double up Windish at first. 6-4-3. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Nick Raposo, the Mariners catcher.
The catcher, Nick Raposo.
Raposo's second plate appearance, walked and started a 3-run rally his last time up in the 7th inning. We're in the bottom half of the 8th. At the end of the spring, Charlie, were you and everybody else just chomping at the bit? Let's get out of here. Let's get the season underway.
Absolutely.
Strike on Raposo, 0-1.
Yeah, it was maybe even a week, 10 days before the spring ended. You were ready to go.
Burgos from the belt, and the 0-1 pitch to Raposo. Swing and a miss. And a changeup, and the count is now 0-2. When did you know you were ready?
Yeah, about that time, about 10 days before. And I think once you feel ready from a pitching aspect, you want to go make it real and make it count. So that's why you kind of feel that way.
Here's the set and the 0-2. Swing and a miss at a fastball for strike 3, and that's going to retire the side. Bottom of the 8th, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. We go to the top of the 9th inning. Home Street Bank score, the Giants 6 and the Mariners 4.
Shake up your plans and reach for a classic Smirnoff Ice. It's refreshingly crisp and packed with delicious fruity flavor. Perfect to pair with burgers and dogs at the barbecue or crack open to cheer on games with the squad. Grab a convenient variety pack to bring 4 favorites: original, apple, screwdriver, and green apple. Head to a store near you. Stock the fridge and start the party. Enjoy responsibly. Message for 21 plus. Smirnoff Ice Premium Malt Beverage. The Smirnoff Company, New York, New York, 2024.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes.
Hear Bumpin' Stacy on FM.
This is a good enough ball club to keep anyone on their toes.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Super excited about the opening of the new hotel at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's right. It opens this summer. Deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premium king and 2 queens, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Even better, an expanded gaming floor, plus the destination spa and a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center. Lots of new food venues as well. For more, go to snocasino.com. Yes, Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hotel. You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, here we go to the top of the ninth inning. Giants lead by a score of 6-4. And Logan Porter will lead things off with a strike. 0-1.
They still got Wraith out there.
Got the final out in the top half of the eighth. Next offer, swinging a foul. Got a piece of the catcher, Raposo. And the count is 0-2. Mariners will be right here in Peoria tomorrow night. Mariners taking on the San Diego Padres. We'll see you on the radio at 5:40. The look in by Wraith. Former Husky swinging a hard ground ball, one hopper right to Celestin, the shortstop. 19-year-old kid picks it, throws the first in time to get Porter. And there's one away. I tell you what, he just came in a few innings ago. He's been busy out there.
Yeah,
need to watch that kid.
It's great to see him really covering a lot of ground. It's been nice to see.
So much about that young man. Had a chance to interview him, talk to him down at Field 5 last year when he was just an 18-year-old kid. And I tell you what, he had an interpreter with one of his coaches. Really impressed with, this young man. Here's Jonah Cox. Check swing, and it's up and in. It gets out of the way, but he fouls it away, and the count is 0-1.
It's always nice to get some maturity from these young guys. And so, when you're 18, 19 years old, you might not know who you are, but you have some sense of maturity. It goes a long way.
No kidding. So much talent in this organization. Here's the pitch. Good breaking ball for a strike on the inside corner, and Cox backing away. And the count is 0-2. Top of the ninth, one out. I was really impressed with the kid. The stretch. And the 0-2 on the way to Cox. Another breaking ball and misses inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It was Cox that had the 11th pitch at bat and singled in the top of the 8th inning to start a 2-run rally. That broke up the 4-4 tie. Wraith looks in, ready. And the 1-2 on the way, and it's high and outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wind has died down a little bit. Man, it's been very windy all day long, which made a couple of fly balls pretty exciting. Here's the stretch and the 2-2, swinging a ground ball, hard hit, but right to the second baseman, Rombush. He's got it. Throws the first in time to get Cox. And there's 2 outs for San Francisco. So 2 up and 2 down. Giants with 6 runs on 11 hits, 1 error. The Mariners 4 runs, 4 hits today, 2 errors. And I tell you what, one of the bigger stories this spring, Charlie, has been the offense. 51 runs in the first 6 games of the year.
Sure, Dan is ecstatic to see that happen. Get the boys running around the bases.
You bet. Here's the pitch to Bandura, Scott Bandura, and he takes a look at ball 1.
Strikeouts have been an issue maybe the last few years, so that's just a great thing to see. Seeing the guys put the ball in play and get ready to get going.
We saw that late in the year when Edgar took over as the new hitting coach. Danny took over as the manager on August the 22nd. And it was, a 180.
Yeah, different ball club for sure.
Mariners were hitting about 215 as a team. They had 264 in the last 34 games of the year, averaged over 5 runs a game. That was 4th in big league baseball when they were averaging 3.9 runs a game, 27th in the major leagues.
Exciting September baseball. The team was still in it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had a chance to get that wild card. It was just great to see.
Went 16-10 in September. 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike, and the count is now 3-1.
It just shows you how important every game is during the season, because when you look at it after 162, you may have won some games you shouldn't have won and lost some games you should have won. So every game is vitally important to the overall record in trying to get in the playoffs.
No doubt about it. Every game is huge in April and May and throughout the course of the year. The stretch and the 3-1 pitch is up and away for ball 4. So Bandura draws a walk here in the top of the 9th inning. He's on with 2 outs. Giants with a 6-4 lead, and they'll bring up Alcantara.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get the Mariners to win the AL West. Wouldn't that be nice? It's been too long, and just a punch a ticket right into the playoffs. And I know we're all excited to see this rotation in the playoffs, right?
Forget about the wild card, win the division. Here's the stretch and the pitch to Alcantara. High for ball one.
And the division's gettable. You know, it's
no doubt about it.
A division that you can win. So just score some more runs and let those starters just get it done.
Mariners were 3.5 games behind Houston. Runner goes, swinging a pop-up into shallow right field. Rombush going out to second baseman. Coming in the right fielder, Donofrio. And Donofrio makes the catch, and that's going to retire the side. Giants, no runs, no hits, no errors. One man left on. They've stranded 11. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Last try for the Mariners. Home Street Bank score. The Giants 6 and the Mariners 4.
Turn your days off into mini vacations. Go where the road takes you. Explore the history, the beauty, and the greatness of America in an RV from Valley RV Supercenter. Big cities, historical roadside attractions, our incredible national parks. From the oceans through the deserts to the mountains, enjoy the comforts of home wherever you roam. Hey, that RV you've got your heart set on is patiently waiting for you at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent. Or at ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
At Fred Meyer, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, here we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Mariners need a couple and 3 to win it. 6-4 Giants. We have a new pitcher. Chris Olivares takes over for San Francisco, delivers to Rambush. Outside, ball one. Blake Rambush, little second baseman. Next pitch, swinging a foul back, and the count is even at 1-1 strike.
You just missed that one right on it.
Took a pretty good cut. Over in Surprise, Rangers beating the Mariners today by a score of 8-0. Mariners looking for a comeback here in the bottom of the 9th inning like they did yesterday against the A's. Next pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball for strike two. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Probably a pitch you shouldn't have swung at there.
A little bit,
yeah,
a little bit up there.
A little up.
Yeah.
Came in hard too, 98 on the gun.
Olivares puts a little mustard on it. Tall left-hander, tucks that glove around his left hip. Now ready, fires away, high and outside. Blake left it alone, ball 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. By the way, our Mariners webcast today brought to you by the Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Olivares ready, the 2-2, swinging a line drive, fair ball down the right field line. A base hit for Rambush. Up with the ball is Alcantara, gets to throw into second where it's cut off. So Blake Rambush looking to start a rally for the Mariners here in the bottom of the 9th inning. They didn't give up yesterday, even though they ended up on the short end, the 8-5 score.
Just a great piece of hitting there, taking it the other way. You know, it can be hard to turn around 98, but took it on the outside corner, hit it over the first baseman's head, almost had a double.
Yeah, don't try to pull that, go the other way, and he did nicely. Here's Sundstrom, Jared Sundstrom. An RBI double his last time up, and scored a run in the 7th inning. The pitch by Olivares is outside. Ball 1. Man, a few years ago, how many comeback wins did the Mariners have? Here's a toss over to first base. They had Rambush back to the bag. Rambush, rather.
Yeah, the Mariners were never out of it.
No.
It felt like every one-run game they were going to get. So it shows how resilient they are.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice cut by Sundstrom. 1 ball and 1 strike. In the 7th inning on, they really battled to get back into a ball game or win a game.
That's why you play 27 outs, not 26, Rick, right?
You got to get 27 outs. You get them, you win. Here's the pitch. Up high, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. And if you have to get more than 27 outs, makes it a little bit tougher.
It does. Certainly does.
That's their mantra. The Mariners have one of the best infield coaches in history in Perry Hill. So many Gold Glovers he's worked with. And now Dylan Moore winning a Gold Glove last year along with Cal Raleigh, a Platinum Glove winner. The pitch. Up high, ball 3, 3-1 the count.
Way to lay off that pitch. Definitely a pitch he wanted to be aggressive with, but checked his swing.
Good take.
Yeah, good take.
Now the set. And the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fastball, what, at 96?
96. Yeah, he's pumping it in there, so hitters got to be ready. Be ready for the fastball.
Ron Bush will lead at first. Good lead. The stretch and the pitch. Swing and a miss. There's that fastball again. Strike 3. 1 on and 1 away for the Mariners here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 6-4 Giants. And the batter will be Luis Suisbel, the third baseman.
Luis Suisbel.
Suisbel with a 2-run single. His last time up in the bottom of the 7th inning. Also made a heck of a diving catch on a pop-up in front of the Mariners' third base dugout on a windy afternoon. Here's the pitch. Fastball for a strike. 0-1. Rick Riz along with Gary Hill Jr., Shannon Dreyer, and Charlie Furbush. Former reliever for the Mariners. Now the set and the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And the count is now 0-2. How much fun did you guys have in the bullpen during the course of a ball game? So you had to get busy.
That's, the first couple innings, especially on the days that Felix was pitching. We were.
Oh, yeah.
We used to joke it was a turf shoes day, because you didn't have to bring out your cleats to the bullpen because he was going to go 7-8 innings.
Exactly.
If you weren't the closer, you didn't have to pitch. So, yeah, we had some fun out there.
I love watching the King pitch. So did the fans at T-Mobile Park. Here's the next offer, and it's high and inside on Suisbel for ball 1 ball, and 2 strikes.
Legendary. You had your own section in the crowd chanting K every time you had 2 strikes. Talk about an advantage, right?
Yeah.
Incredible.
How about
well deserved?
Oh, totally. How about having a section like that, having the name like the King and living up to it? Here's the pitch, a breaking ball, strike on the outside corner, strike 3, and it looks like Suisbel wants a challenge.
Let's see if the umpire is right again.
So waiting for the results, and it was a ball. So Suisbel was right. One of the few times the umpire, but I'll tell you what, he didn't miss by much either.
This is actually one of the first few situations we've seen where this would actually be a situation where you challenge in a real game.
2-2. And a swing and a miss for strike 3, and the Mariners have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Because most of the challenges we've seen have been like the random 4th inning or 2nd inning. This is one where in a real game with the guy on, close game, like you can see where, he ended up striking out, but that was a big deal. You think about play the situation forward in a real game, getting that pitch back and getting it right. That's significant.
Nothing to lose right there. Wanted to the challenge. Here's Donofrio, and he takes a strike, 0-1. So the Mariners down to their final out.
Yeah, that situation will pop up probably in the first week of the season across the league, right?
Here's the set by Olivares, and the pitch, check swing, fouled away on the third base side, and the count is 0-2. Anthony Donofrio. 6-4 Giants. If you just tuned in, we're in the bottom of the 9th inning. Wrapping up one of the 2 games for the Mariners today. A split squad day here in Peoria. The pitch on the way. Swing and a pop-up into right field. Always an adventure. Coming in is Arteaga, the second baseman, calling for it as well, Cox. And it's to be Cox who makes the catch. And the ball game is over on a windy afternoon here in Peoria. The San Francisco Giants win at a final score of 6-4. What a day out here in Peoria. That wind was really blowing in. But the Giants take it. A final score, San Francisco 6 and the Mariners 4. Back with the totals and more after this timeout.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit, and member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
For reaction to today's game, tune into Brock and Saul, weekday mornings from 6 to 10.
He's always had good command, but it feels like it's getting to that next level of command, getting ahead of people, just downhill on people.
On Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
It's Comedy Night at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Sunday, May 4th, with Michael Blaustein.
My gym costs $9 a month. Guys, I go to the gym for the same price as an airport muffin.
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com.
So, I'm obviously single.
Don't miss this hilarious high-energy show. Michael Blaustein, May 4th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, the Mariners fall to the Giants 6-4, the final score. Before we continue, let's pause for station identification on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Well, the Mariners lose to the Giants 6-4. Gary Hill, Rick Riz, Charlie Forbush. But, guys, honestly, I mean, the results of the game, it's spring, whatever.
Yeah.
The takeaway for me is Bryce Miller, who I thought looked phenomenal. Touched 98, had the great heater, worked in 6 pitches. I don't think you could ask for anything more the first time out. It really looked like midseason form stuff.
Yeah, it was incredible. I think the only thing that we can say he could work on is maybe throwing that ball over to first base, right? I mean, he did launch it over there. So, but talk about the execution of pitches. 98, 3 strikeouts, just looks sharp as can be.
Exactly. Walked the first batter that he faced, so I attribute that to nerves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, first outing of the spring, but then he comes right back with a strikeout, a fly ball to right, a ground ball to third, and then strikes out the first 2 batters, the only 2 batters that he faced in the top half of the second. So he faces 6 hitters and he strikes out 3. So Charlie Furbush, there's an outstanding outing by Bryce Miller.
Yeah, certainly something to be optimistic about. Just seeing where it started, and like we said, what we saw last year, he really took a huge step forward. And that first outing in spring, sometimes you get your adrenaline going, but he really honed it in, and it was great to see Bryce looking like even almost a better version of what we saw last year.
Well, that's something to think about. That'd be amazing.
That'd be really good.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone would be surprised, though. I mean, he's got the stuff, the ability, the mentality, the aggressiveness. It's all there, and these are the intangibles that you just can't teach. So the more experience he gets, it's only going to, I think, be better for him in the long run.
Yeah, in fact, speaking of Bryce Miller, we'll hear from Bryce Miller coming back. We'll continue with more post-game show brought to you by Alaska Airlines, coming back right after this.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Experience the best games, the best food, and the best rooms and suites at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. It's a home run. Muckleshoot.
Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season. Whether you're starting a family, buying a home, or nurturing a growing business, they'll help you navigate life's biggest milestones. And they've been doing it with a smile for over 100 years. Look no further than Home Street Bank for all of your home loan, personal, and business banking needs. Go to homestreet.com/team. Again, that's homestreet.com/team. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender, all loans subject to approval. Want the inside scoop on all things Mariners? Sign up for Mariners Mail and 24/7 texts to get access to exclusive pre-sales, special ticket offers, breaking news, and more. Text Mariners to 24/7 and go to mariners.com/insider.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Mariners lose to the Giants 6-4 the final score. The story, though, Bryce Miller, he looked great in this one as the media had a chance to catch up with Bryce after his outing.
Yeah, I heat up pretty quick in spring, so it's easy if I'm going one inning, let it rip. Yeah.
I think 29 pitches total. You mixed in 6 of the array. How do you go about kind of figuring out what you want to do and what you want to throw and what you want to see out of it in so few pitches?
It's tough whenever you have a short pitch count, but I didn't get to the hard slider. But just try to work counts. I didn't get ahead at all today, so still need to focus on that and not just focus on throwing different pitches. But I think as we build up and start getting more deeper into games, then it'll be easier to get through all 7.
Is that something that you can kind of get more in these games that you can't get in the winter? You can work on the pitches all. I mean, from day one to be looking at counts is kind of interesting, I think.
Yeah, I mean, most of the off season, you're focused on shape, trying to adjust stuff, improve stuff, and that's kind of, as spring training moves forward, still focus on that, but still need to, once we get in season, it's not about pitch shapes. It's about getting ahead and attacking with what you have. So earlier in spring, it's all right, but as spring goes on, I'd like to be, more ahead in counts and less focused on pitch shapes.
It seemed like I think he threw, at least according to StatCast, he threw the cutter about 3 or 4 times. How did it feel? I mean, I don't think he threw it for a strike, but did it have the action you wanted? Or anything?
Yeah, I think it moved good. I just need to. That's a part of learning how to throw that pitch, where to start it, and especially if it's behind an account. I don't need to be trying to get on the hands. It needs to be over the plate. See if I can get a swing with it. So we're still learning with it, but I was happy with it. I think the velo was good on it. I think it'll also kind of change as everything does, as we get into season and in different environments and stuff. So still learning with it, but I like it.
Why that pitch? Why were you motivated to add that pitch to your arsenal more specifically this offseason?
I think it had really good success in the limited attempts that I used it last year, and I think just kind of going off of how the sinker helped me with righties, just kind of using something similar to lefties. Just, behind in counts or early in counts, getting a ground ball, kind of getting through at-bats a little quicker for lefties specifically. I think it'll get me deeper into games and maybe later in games get me out of jams and stuff. So just, I don't know, something else to throw in there and, have for the hitter in the back of their minds.
How'd you rate George's cutter? He threw a couple yesterday, too.
Yeah, he got some whips on it. It looked pretty good. I haven't seen the shape on it, but swing and miss, that's what you're looking for. So, or a broken bat.
I could listen to Bryce Miller talk about pitching all day. He's such a pitching nerd. I love it. I love that he's going to have 40 different pitches by the time his career's over, and it's going to be phenomenal. I don't know what they're going to do with PitchCom. There won't be enough time to. He'll have to get a special PitchCom.
Another button.
Yeah, but I love it. I love watching him pitch. I love hearing him talk about pitching. The whole thing's great.
Yeah, I like the way that they think about another weapon for a left-hander, to get a left-hander out. Something move in to a left-hander, move away from a right-hander, pitch shapes, adding a little bit velocity if they can. They're already throwing 97, 98, all these guys. But they're always thinking about how to get better, even though they're already really good.
Really good. And, you saw today he's trying to throw that cutter, and it will be effective to lefties and righties. But, one of the great things about that pitch is just missing barrels. So he mentioned trying to break someone's bat with it, because it's really one of the pitches that moves just at the last minute. So when the hitter does commit to swing, it seemingly can jam him, hit his barrel. And, you just look at the history of the cutter and how it's kind of evolved over time. And you look at Mariano Rivera throwing one pitch his entire career.
That's all he did.
And That's all he did. And I even say from my experience, I saw other pitchers see instant success. So, knowing that he had some success last year in a limited sample, the real big thing is just, can he execute it on the regular? Because when push comes to shove, you really want to make sure you can rely on a pitch in a big situation. So if he is able to continue to develop that pitch and see the shape that he wants, then it's just another weapon he can use. And like you said, the hitter's got to honor it. They got to know that that's in his back pocket, and it's only going to make him that more effective. And when you're working with 6-7 pitches, I mean, come on,
I know.
It's incredible.
Yeah. I did laugh when he said, well, the hitter's got to keep in the back of his mind. Yeah, that and 6 other pitches. So Mariners lose today to San Francisco. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for what comes up tomorrow. We'll do that when we return right after this.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
And big savings. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, the Mariners lose to the Giants today. They'll turn their attention to San Diego. Night baseball coming up tomorrow, 5:40 first pitch. We'll take the air 10 minutes before that. Brian Wu takes the ball for the first time. It's going to be a lot of the major league arms out of the bullpen. Well, we're expecting these Thornton and Spire, Saucedo and Snyder out of the pen. Also, Garcia will get the turn tomorrow as well. So we'll get Brandon Garcia for the second time this spring, which should be super fun. So this lines up as a pretty fun day tomorrow as the Mariners will take on the Padres again, 5:40 first pitch. That's going to do it for us today. The Mariners lose to the Giants. They also lose crosstown to the Rangers as well, so they lose both games today in spring. Big thanks to Brady Robick back in our Seattle studios for Charlie Furbush and Rick Riz. This is Gary Hill saying so long. Mariners lose to the Giants. We will talk to you tomorrow on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming on Seattle Sports.
Let's just say who's going to blink first. Let's just play a game of chicken with a guy who's going to walk right into the Hall of Fame when he's done. I can't imagine that that's the case here. Look, this is one where you better get this done.
And Mike Tannenbaum and Field Yates on potential landing spots in Vegas and New York.
Now, I'm not sitting here and saying that the Las Vegas Raiders play in a less competitive division than the New York Giants, but I do think there's some appeal and some allure to the Raiders that the Giants simply do not offer. Let's think about the career of Matthew Stafford. He's played in 2 spots. He's played in Detroit. He's played in Los Angeles. 2 indoor teams or dome teams. Obviously, SoFi has a retractable roof. Warm weather. Not going to be an issue if you play in Las Vegas, where they, too, of course, have an indoor stadium with a retractable roof. You go to the New York Giants or go to the division that has the team that just won the Super Bowl, the other team in the Washington Commanders that has the most promising young quarterback in the entire NFL. You might be playing in weather like terrible, cold, wet, windy, you name it, in New York. Plus, in Las Vegas, you just hired Pete Carroll, the 73-year-old head coach, who will be the oldest coach in NFL history when Week 1 begins. They are not looking to do things slowly in Las Vegas. They are trying to win sooner rather than later. And Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time, and now a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't care how far off this team is. Make no mistake about it. There is appeal to any quarterback when the GOAT calls you up, if he does call him up and say, we'd like to have you be a part of what we're building.
If I'm Joe Shane and I get Les the GM of the Rams, on the phone, I am not getting off the phone until Matt Stafford is a Giant. He would absolutely transform the narrative from Daniel Jones this, Saquon Barkley that. You go back to last year, they were moribund, they were awful. And all I'd say is, if I'm the Giants, by getting Matthew Stafford, I am changing the narrative of this franchise immediately. I'm not saying we're going to the Super Bowl, but he would be a stabilizing force, something they desperately need.
Now, look, if you're a Giants backer, do you have any confidence at all that Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll, the buffoonery of those two, will make the right moves for this organization? From the here and now to the future, these two are fighting for their lives to stay employed. So you know they'll certainly consider mortgaging the future. But Damian Woody says, why would Stafford want to go there?
The New York Football Giants are a disaster. We've seen what happened this past year, obviously, with Saquon Barkley, them moving off of Saquon Barkley, he going on to win the Super Bowl. The disaster that was Daniel Jones. They can't protect the quarterback. And, oh, by the way, the front office and coach are barely hanging on as it is. So if you go out there, you're Matt Stafford playing outdoors in the NFC East with all that type of inclement weather. What happens if things doesn't roll your way? That whole regime could be out. Then you could be in a situation where you got a whole new regime coming in. I don't want any part of that instability if I'm Matthew Stafford.
That's it. That's it right there. On Sportsmanlike this morning, talking NFL, Mike Tannenbaum on at 7:30 Eastern. Joe Fortenbaugh follows at 9:45. Coming up, more NBA as the Suns season continues to set, and women's college hoops offered a top 5 upset. That's next. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
NBA Saturday primetime on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown in Philadelphia when Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and the Warriors face the 76ers.
Curry with one, gets a shot up and hits it at the buzzer.
Coverage begins at 8 Eastern with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed. More SportsCenter All Night coming up next.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We always hear about the red flags to avoid in relationships, but it's just as important to focus on the green flags. If you're not quite sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify those qualities so you can embody the green flag energy and find it in others. BetterHelp offers therapy 100% online, and sign up only takes a few minutes. Visit BetterHelp.com/score today to get 10% off your first month.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free fix finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free fix finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Learn more and get involved at EasterSeals.com.
Hey Max, you look absolutely dashing in that purple tie. Ready to harness the world?
You bet, Daisy. I'm ready as I'll ever be. And might I say, your purple tie really pops with your vest.
Thanks. I almost went with a cape, but didn't want to come across as pretentious.
Nonsense. Anyone in our line of work should rock a cape.
You might be onto something, Max.
Phew, so here we go. First day on the job. We've got this, right?
Right. Don't forget, we both graduated from Dogs Inc. with honors.
Which means I can guide my human around a busy city with ease.
And I can give my human a restful night.
I hope my human is kind and loving.
And I hope mine likes wet kisses and zoomies.
Ready to make a difference?
Born ready. Let's go.
Discover how extraordinary dogs like Daisy and Max change lives at no cost to the recipients. Visit dogsinc.org.
We are Seattle Sports. 7:10 a.m. on your radio. Streaming through the Seattle Sports app. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, we're back on SportsCenter All Night. News from the NBA. Greg Popovich will not coach this season. He's not ruling out a comeback in the future as he met with the Spurs on Thursday, hoping to perhaps return next season. The NBA's all-time coaching wins leader had a stroke on November 2nd and has been away from the team ever since.
Here is LeBron. Top of the key. LeBron with Jalen Clark on him. Turns, shoots, 10-footer good. 31 for LeBron, and that might do it.
He finished with 33, 710 ESPN LA. James and Luka combined for 54 points in a 111-102 win over the Wolves on a night Anthony Edwards was ejected, faces an automatic one-game suspension after picking up 2 tees in that loss to L.A.
Simpson drives on Thompson. He shoots the runner in the lane. No! Oh, Thompson got a piece of that, and it came down to Irving.
Defense, the last 2 possessions.
Marshall to Kyrie on the run, in the lane, dotted line, floater good.
Oh, and that is great on both ends. 2 key plays defensively to get the ball. And Kyrie Irving making smart plays on both times. Clay hits it, and that time Kyrie with the floater. Your 2 best players on the court contributing here in the clutch.
That's 97-1 the Freak. Kyrie Irving, 18 of his 25 in the second half. Mavericks fend off the Hornets 103-96. Moses Brown on a 10-day contract had 20 points, 11 rebounds in 31 minutes in his first start for Dallas. Regarding those Mavs, Frank Isola wondering why all the continued conversation regarding Luka Doncic.
My thing is, if they love the trade so much, just let the result prove that they were right. Instead, it's, every day we're hearing something else about how the guy's out of shape. He's smoking hookah. He's drinking too much. He's lazy. All right, that's fine. The results have been pretty good with the guy. He's been to 2 conference finals, and he's been to an NBA finals. He's been a all NBA first team pick 5 times. The guy's a sensational player, and he's 25 years old. Does he have some flaws? Does he need to get in better shape? Absolutely. But finding those guys is hard. Clint, there's a reason why all these teams are tanking, because they hope to get Cooper Flagg, and they hope that if they get Cooper Flagg, one day he could become as good as Luka Doncic. So I don't understand what Dallas is doing.
Durant for 3. No. Z with the rebound. That's it. There's the triple-double. First career, 90 seconds to go. And on a minutes restriction. Yep. Z maintains the dribble. Sizing up Richards again. That's what he wants. Right shoulder down. Lefty layup. That's good. What he wants. He sees Nick Richards, and it's like, let me eat.
That's ESPN New Orleans. Zion Williamson, first career triple-double, 27 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists. Pelicans beat the Suns in Phoenix, 124-116. That's their 3rd straight win. New Orleans improved to just 5-24 on the road. The fading Suns, what a disappointment they've been. They've lost 7 of 8. Devin Booker, 36 in defeat. More hoops on the college side with ladies first.
60 seconds for Notre Dame. 9 on the clock for Latson. Latson picks up her dribble, needs to get it off, gets to Timpson with 4. Timpson going to work on Westbell. Timpson rolls it in. KK, what do you say?
Big shot again. 3 games in a row from KK Timpson, delivering when the Noles need it.
As heard on Learfield, Mikayla Timpson scored 22. 24th ranked Florida State hands 3rd ranked Notre Dame. Its 2nd straight loss, 86-81. It was their 2nd win over ND and 1st in South Bend. Timpson on game night.
I would say we know what we had to focus on, coming into the game. Like, it was crucial that we played well, like in transition, because they're a good transition team, and defend the 3-point line as best as we could. And I felt like that's what we did. That was the defensive keys, and on offense, we was us. We adjusted to, they was in end zone, and, we was a little slow and timid at first, but once we started to hit shots and our shots started to fall, then we was going ever since then.
Here's Beckers with 8 to shoot. Gives it to Strong, one-on-one with Horan, goes right off the window and in.
We talk again about that soft touch. It kissed off the glass. She just knows how to
manipulate the ball, doesn't she?
Where's Raftery when you need him? The kiss
there you go.
off the glass.
And that's Bob Joyce from Learfield. Sarah Strong, 22, 9 boards. Paige Beckers, 15.7, a rebound, 7 assists. Fifth-ranked UConn defeats number 22 Creighton, 72-53, claims its 5th straight Big East regular season title. It was Strong post-game.
Sarah Strong with 22 points and 9 boards. You guys are Big East regular season champions. In your first year here in UConn, how special is this for you?
It's very special. I've always wanted to, win my first college championship thingy, but hopefully we can win some more in the next few years.
I mean, any given night, it seems like someone different may have the hot hand. What can you say about the unselfishness of this team and the confidence that you all instill in one another?
I mean, yeah, we just like to share the ball. We like to get everyone involved. Whoever's hot, we keep getting it to them and just keep playing team ball.
Your defense as well was lights out tonight. What kind of confidence does a defensive performance like this and really throughout the season give you as you guys eye March?
It gives me a lot of confidence. Definitely defense creates offense. That just helps everyone just get involved and keep the energy high.
On the men's side, another buzzer beater for a Michigan team.
Looking in, fires Wolf on the right wing, splits 2, over to Burnett, left wing, a 3 for the win. 3 days after his worst game of the year, Damari Burnett walks off with a Michigan winner on a 25-foot splash here on the pool party at Chrysler.
Man, just like they drew it up.
Brian Vosch, Learfield, Michigan, 84-82 over Rutgers. Damari Burnett with that buzzer beater for the nation's 15th ranked team. Coming up, will Travis Kelce play next season? We have an answer and more NFL storylines on the way. That's next. You're listening to Sports Center All Night on ESPN Radio.
What's up, kiddos? Clayton Yates here. And coming up on Friday, we'll get you ready for the weekend and react to a big game between the Lakers and the Timberwolves in the NBA's Western Conference. That's Friday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
This is Seattle Sports.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rierecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
And ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 6 minutes. Visit progressivecommercial.com.
Half-hour headlines on Sports Center all night.
Again, our top story, Steph puts on a magic show in Orlando. Giannis leads the Bucks past the Joker and the Nuggets. Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter won't work out at the Combine. Also wants to play both ways as a pro. Is Matthew Stafford on the trade block, and could the Raiders or Giants land him? And third-ranked Notre Dame loses a second straight, this time taken down by FSU.
Curry, pump fake, flyby, 3-ball, got it with the buzzer sounding! This 12-3 of the night.
At the channel, February 27th energy, all the time. I don't know what it is. Tonight was different just because we needed all of them to kind of stay afloat and give ourselves a chance. It's nice to have a flurry like that and have fun with it.
For as long as he's been playing, to achieve that level of greatness in a close game with that level of joy, it's inspiring.
Yeah, Steph, by the way, 56 points. That's a season high. 12 made threes in the Warriors' 121-115 win over the Magic. 12 of 19 from beyond the arc. 26 career game with 10-plus trays. He had 22 points alone in the third quarter. Better than the Magic as a team who had 21. Steph had 54 on the same date against the Knicks. Now this.
Just confidence. I guess I do like this calendar day. Raymond, that night, I think New York, you said, it's 2013. 54 or 50, my first 50-point game in the Garden. So I have to channel February 27th energy, all the time. I don't know what it is, but yeah, tonight was different just because we needed all of them to kind of stay afloat and give ourselves a chance. And then, a lot of guys contributed down the stretch to help us win, but it's nice to have a flurry like that and have fun with it.
This is as close as they've been in a while, Michael. They're within 13. Lakers' biggest lead in this game was 23. Here's Luka dribbling, got it to Vando. Alley-oop to LeBron, slam dunk. And he may have been fouled, too. They didn't call it, but I thought he got hit on the arm. Here is LeBron on the left block, one-on-one against Naz Reid. Sizes Reid up, drives on him, kicks it outside to Luka. Luka has to throw up a prayer. It goes! He threw in a three to beat the shot clock, and it went in. He's been unable to hit a three all night. And then just to beat the shot clock, he threw up a contested three. And look at J.J. Redick. He's just laughing.
As 710 ESPN LA on a night Ant-Man was ejected thanks to a pair of tees. LeBron and Luka combined for 54 points, 30 rebounds, 11 assists. Lakers 111-102 over the Wolves. Doncic post-game on Spectrum Sportsnet.
All right, Luka, shots weren't falling for a lot of the night, but the defense has been there kind of carrying you. What did you see on that end to help you guys come through with the victory?
Yeah, I think we set the tone early. First quarter, I think they had like 16 points, something like that, so we set the tone early.
Your shot wasn't falling from the perimeter, but you do hit the one where you're almost falling out of bounds. You kind of looked up as if saying, okay, finally one goes down.
Man, it's crazy. I can't make a normal shot and not make that shot. Just at this point who I am, but got to work on that. Easy shots, got to knock them down. I've been playing horrible, so I got to get back to it.
You guys are winning games, though. What have you noticed about your teammates, and how are you getting the job done as a group?
Like I said, the first time we set the tone on defense, and then we play with pace. The ball is moving, so that's how we win games.
What did you see from LeBron James tonight?
Amazing. There's nothing else to say. Amazing.
Yeah, LBJ and Luka are working just fine. You're listening to SportsCenter all night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. From the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce plans to play next season rather than retire. The 35-year-old tight end has been mulling whether to return for a 13th season, but the four-time All-Pro made his feelings clear in a text to Pat McAfee.
I decided to reach out to source